This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Got Me Thinking by Casey Cox. Narrated by John Solo. 1. Chase. I can hear my friends' hushed voices through my front door. Is this the place? It looks kinda fixer-uppery. Noah finishes Hayes' sentence for him. I smile. I love it when couples are so completely in sync with each other they can finish each other's thoughts. Out of my close circle of friends, Noah and Hayes are the OG couple. They must be, let me think, close to a year and a half since they got together. Hey, nothing wrong with being a fixer-upper. That's Bishop. But there is something wrong with being judgy, right, guys? And, somewhat endearingly predictably, that'd be Fulton and all his woke goodness. Gosh, how long have those two been together for now? I scratch my head thinking about it. They started going out after Noah and Hayes, so maybe around a year? They're so great together, their relationship healing each other in ways only love can. I hear a low chorus of agreement in response to Fulton's gentle reminder about non-judginess. Then Gus jumps in. I'll be honest, you guys, this isn't what I was expecting. When I had my breakdown, I got my ass into a slanket, my slanketed ass onto the couch, and stayed there for a month watching daytime TV and eating buckets of ice cream often infused with alcohol. You know, like a normal person. A month? Fulton teases. I hear a few of the others chuckle. Okay, a month or two, Gus concedes. I didn't buy a rundown house in suburbia and get a drove of piglets. No, but after your self-imposed slanketed isolation, you partied like you were back in college and your best friends had to resort to creating a wingman schedule to make sure you didn't get into too much trouble. The one night we didn't wingman you and Tate stepped in, what do? You go right ahead and fall in love with the guy. I retort silently in my head. I'm not mad, though. I couldn't be happier for Gus. He's not just a great boss, he's an all-around wonderful guy. The kind of friend you count yourself lucky to have. There's nothing he wouldn't do for the people he loves, and even though I seemed to be the only one who didn't see it coming, Tate truly is the right guy for him. Speak of the devil? Come on, guys, Tate says. This is Chase. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. And besides, I've never seen a piglet before. Gotta say, I'm kinda excited. I glance over my shoulder at Amy Swinehouse, Piggy Smalls, and Jimi Hendrix playing in their pen in the corner of the living room. When most people think of pigs, they probably picture them on a farm rolling around in mud, but pot-bellied pigs make for great pets, and contrary to popular belief, they're incredibly clean animals. Admittedly, yes, pigs like to roll around in mud to keep cool on hot days, but the reason they do that is because pigs are unable to sweat. Thankfully, it rarely hits 80 here in Brookhaven, Virginia, even in summer. So as long as I keep my 8-week-old trio cool and comfortable, they won't be getting up to anything messy. I expect to hear a knock on the door any minute now when I'm assaulted by the sound of tires screeching to a halt on the street. The car door must open because it unleashes a torrent of Ariana Grande music into what was, up until a few moments ago, a quiet suburban street. I lean forward, pressing my ear against the door. If I'm not mistaken, it's the title track from her 5th studio album, Thank You, Next. Is this slightly weird for me, a 36-year-old grown man, to know that? Yes, it is. But remember, I was on Gus wingman duties for a long time. My knowledge of music and pop culture went from zero to being able to discuss, in way too much detail I might add, the most intricate and nuanced Easter eggs Taylor Swift plants in her lyrics. Oh, to the M to the G, where the actual fuck are we? I hear Tyler exclaim in that usual understated manner of his. First, I'm forced to drive to the middle of nowhere. Seriously, I thought Google Maps was going to conk out on me. How many zip codes away from downtown is this? And now I'm here and... This place? Is Halloween in July a thing I've missed somehow? I snicker quietly to myself. I've gotten to know Tyler a lot better over the past few months. He's been having issues at the clinic, so Gus asked me to keep an eye on him. We work together a couple of times a week. Even though he self-describes as being extra and a tasty treat that can't be beat, I know for a fact that he's masking real pain and sadness underneath that loud exterior of his. He had a rough childhood, and something happened to him the summer after he graduated high school. He came close to telling me one day, but instead, he broke down and started sobbing. I comforted him with a hug and didn't push. Hopefully he'll feel safe to tell me if and when he's ready one day. Bottom line, there's a lot more to Tyler than meets the eye. Tyler, Fulton snaps. Chase is our friend. Some of us need slankets and daytime TV to heal. Others wear puntastic shirts. There's a pause, and I can picture Fulton doing a little twirl on my front porch to direct everyone's attention to whatever shirt he's wearing today. This house, for lack of a better term, is obviously part of Chase's journey. Our job is to support him, no matter how busted this place looks from the outside. He lowers his voice at that last part, and again I can't help but smile at my friends' reactions. Why are they so convinced I'm having some sort of breakdown? Okay, so I bought a house that's in need of a little TLC, and I've recently become the proud Papa Boar to 3 gorgeous little piglets, and I've started to get back into cycling to help me shed the few extra pounds I've put on these past few years. And I'm newly divorced. Oh, yeah. That'll be the reason for everyone's concern. I blow out a breath as I rest my forehead against the door. As far as divorces go, you could say Julie and I had a good one. The divorce was finalized 6 months ago, but things had been going south between us for a few years. It wasn't just the constant fighting. We were growing further apart from each other, too. We couldn't agree on even the smallest things, like what to do on the weekend. Everything became hard. I felt like I was dragging my feet, going through the motions. Throw being unable to conceive into the mix, followed by 5 rounds of unsuccessful IVF treatments, and, well, it all got to be too much. As our 10-year anniversary approached, I withdrew even more. It was the way I coped with it. I even clammed up with the guys standing on my front porch. I got quiet at work. Became aloof, grumpy even. I'm not proud of it, but it felt like I'd spent my whole life burying things inside. Things that, for some reason, didn't want to stay buried anymore. When I finally sat Julie down and told her my truth, her reaction was unexpected. I mean, initially she was taken aback and needed time to process it, but over the days and weeks that followed, something unusual happened. We started getting along again. It almost felt like we'd slipped back to being our old selves again. I guess that's because at the heart of our relationship was a solid friendship. Julie later told me she'd taken my withdrawal as a sign I might have been doing something bad, like cheating. I can't say I blame her, even though it hurt that she thought I'd be capable of doing something like that to her. No matter what I was dealing with, I could never imagine a scenario where I would do that. As we processed it, anger, disappointment, shock, and sadness came up for her. I didn't share her anger or shock, but I was sad and disappointed too. A part of my life was over, and I grieved for it. Even though I knew we didn't have a future together, we did share a past. Almost 10 years of marriage and 3 years of dating before that. Nothing will ever change or diminish that. Or her. Or the role we've played in each other's lives. We're not friends, but we are friendly-ish. And I'm happy she's the first person I came out to. Yep, I was finally able to acknowledge something I'd been denying for a long time. I'm gay. And now I'm ready to tell my friends. Whenever they get around to knocking on my damn door, that is. After some more incessant chit-chat, mainly involving Tyler telling the gang about his plans for a slutty summer followed by a frisky fall, and Fulton musing about whether he should explore t-shirt printing as a side hustle, someone finally knocks on the door. I swing it open and greet my friends with a bright smile and a round of boisterous hugs. Nice shirt, Fulton, I quip. He beams. Thanks. It's got Taco Cat spelled backwards is written on the front. Fulton spins around so I can see the back of his shirt. Taco Cat. It takes me a minute to get it. Very clever, I say when it clicks into place. I am, thank you. Cheeky shit. You can go in, guys, I say to the group. And they do. Slowly, with all the trepidation of someone being shoved into a field riddled with landmines. Wow, this place is... Hayes starts, pauses, bites his lip, then settles on, homie. Yeah, it's got potential, Noah adds diplomatically. Good bones, for sure. Bishop smiles at me a little too enthusiastically. It's neat and tidy, Tate offers, but it comes out more like a question than a statement. What the hell have you guys been smoking? Tyler blurts, glancing around the living room, his eyes darting from the paint chipping off the walls down to the uneven wooden floorboards up to the broken light hanging from the ceiling in the entryway. This place could not be any worse. And then he jolts back in fright, letting out an almighty screech. Oh my fucking God! Are they pigs? He turns to face me, a look of horror on his face. Are you living with pigs, Chase? I'm not living with them, I retort, walking over to their pen as the guys gather around. They live with me. I guess I hadn't mentioned to the guys that I keep the piglets inside, at least while they're still so young and cute. The looks on their faces say it all. They think I've gone batshit. I introduce the gang to my 3 little piglets. Amy Swinehouse is black, with a long, silvery white streak running from her neck down the back of her body. Piggy Smalls is solid black, and by far the smallest of the 3. Jimmy Hemdricks is pink, with mixed color dark spots splashed all over his body. He's also the most boisterous of the lot. Looks are exchanged, but no one says anything. I've got the grill going, I announce with a smile. Let's go out to the back. I'll get you guys some drinks, and then I will explain everything. I have invited the guys over for an I've got something to tell you lunch. So I guess it's time to get to the telling part. I shuffle everyone onto the back deck, and they sit down around the large wooden table. It's a beautiful, warm, and sunny July day. I make sure they've all got a drink in their hands, non-alcoholic for Bishop, of course. I check on the meat. I take it off the sizzling hot plate and wrap it up in tinfoil for 10 minutes. It lets the meat rest and makes it all juicy and tender. I join everyone at the table and take a sip of Bud. I've been doing a lot of thinking since the divorce, I say. They all know about Julie and me splitting up, but I've never gone into the details with any of them. I've decided I need to make some changes in my life. See, the thing is, I don't really know who I am. I glance around the table. They're all giving me their undivided attention. I feel nervous telling them this, but they're my closest friends, and I haven't opened up to them in too long. I'm also not used to being the center of attention. Fulton and Tyler have dibs on that. I take a breath and go on. I've gone through life checking boxes. Get good grades at school, tick. Make it onto the football team, tick. Go to vet school and start a successful career, tick. Get married, tick. Have kids. Well, you guys know how that went. I pause for a moment. The pain from not becoming a father still lingers heavy on my heart. I know it's for the best, but I can't help feeling the stinging loss of what could have been. I really wanted to be a dad. Take your time, Fulton encourages with a warm smile. Thanks, I just need to do what I'm doing right now. Taking time out to be by myself, doing whatever it is I need to do to figure some stuff out. Believe it or not, I love this house. I've always wanted to buy a place that I could do up. This place fits the bill. I see the guys nodding their agreement discreetly, well, except for Tyler, who lets out aloud, "You can say that again." This place fits the bill, I repeat, just to make fun of him. He laughs and flips me off. I grew up on a farm, I go on, but we never had pigs, so I got pigs. I used to cycle and be fit. I grab my middle to make my point. I'm still in reasonably good shape, but my washboard abs days are long gone. I want to lose a few pounds, not only to look good necessarily, but to feel better about myself, you know? That makes sense, Gus says as a few of the others nod. And there's one more thing I'd like to share with you. Noah leans in. Fulton cocks a brow. Gus smiles and it reaches his eyes. I almost came out to him before the divorce, but got interrupted, so I have a feeling he knows what I'm about to say. My chest tightens a little, which makes no sense. These guys aren't only my closest friends, they're also gay themselves, so it's not like anyone's going to have a bad reaction or anything like that. It's just that this is all still so new for me. It's only the second time in my life I'm going to be uttering these words. It also doesn't help that I haven't actually had sex with a guy yet, nor do I have any intention of doing so anytime soon. That is one area where I have a very clear boundary. I want to get to know who I am. A relationship, sex, dating, whatever, All of that can wait until I figure me out first. I'm gay, I say simply. A few moments of silence pass before Tyler squeals. Fulton rushes over to hug me, which is awkward since I'm still sitting down and end up with my face smooshed into his chest, and everyone offers up their support, telling me how happy they are for me. I clap my hands. Now, with that out of the way, let's eat. We all get to our feet and, like a well-oiled machine, set about getting lunch ready. Bishop joins me at the grill, helping me plate up the steaks, sausages, chicken breasts, and veggies onto 2 large platters. Hayes and Tate head inside and come out with plates, cutlery, condiments, and napkins. Fulton and Noah follow close behind, each holding a large salad bowl in their hands, while Tyler oversees the entire operation by posting selfies of the whole scene to Instagram. I only know he's doing that because he calls out for hashtag suggestions. Pop Squad, Hayes offers. Party time, Tate suggests before adding, don't forget to tag Vet Shop Boys. Ooh, hashtag VSB. Tyler's eyes light up. How could I forget? Kitty life. That's Fulton, naturally. I chuckle to myself as I bring one of the platters to the table. I don't even have a Facebook account. Tyler scrunches up his nose. Ew, who would? Facebook is the worst. It's all about the TikTok, right? Gus asks with a smirk. Looks like he's finally cottoned onto the correct name. For ages, he would call it Tic-Tac. And as his best friends in the world, who were we to correct him? Guess the jig's up on that one. We dig in, and it's not long before the conversation returns to my announcement. How long have you known you're gay for? Gus asks me. I stop eating and place my knife and fork down on the table. I'm not sure. I guess I've always known deep down, but it wasn't an obvious thing for me, no light bulb moment, no big revelation. It wasn't like anything was missing in my life. I just always felt like there was something else. I pause for a moment. I've always been attracted to men, but I've never acted on it. I thought, hey, maybe this is normal. Maybe everyone experiences a degree of attraction to the same sex, and I thought mistakenly that the feelings would go away, or at least subside over time. I take a swig of beer. But if anything, over time the feelings became stronger. I finally wised up to them, but still I couldn't face them. It was too hard. And what was I supposed to do? I was married. I loved Julie. I still love her as a person. The last thing I wanted to do was blow up her life. So I forced myself to just keep going with that part of myself shut off. I thought, I've made my bed. I gotta lie in it. But that didn't work. It never does. Bishop adds softly. You can't suppress who you are, Noah says. And you shouldn't have to either, Fulton chips in. I know that. I just hated the thought of hurting her. It still kills me now. But eventually, it got to the point where I was making both of us miserable. Thoughts and feelings kept bubbling up, making me feel like my skin was itchy from the inside. It finally dawned on me that I couldn't live a lie anymore. The feelings grew to a point where I knew what I had to do, so I did it. You told her? Tyler asks. I did. Tyler's eyes widen. And we worked through it. It was tough going there for a while, and it's still hard, but she's an incredible person, and I think we handled it as best we could. If this is too personal, just tell me to shut up, Tate begins. But are you seeing anyone? I shake my head. Nope. And I have no intention to. I want to be single. I need to be single. I need space, you know? For the first time in my life, I have a chance to figure out who I am. A relationship is the last thing on my mind at the moment. I see the guys nodding, taking in everything I'm saying. Besides, I've got a job I love and that keeps me busy. This house requires a lot of my time and attention. And I've got my 3 little piglets to look after. I'm going to be selfish for a while and focus on me. Chase, Gus says, aiming a sharp look my way. It is not in any way selfish for you to take some time to focus on yourself. Mental health is given a lot of lip service these days, but it requires more than that. You need to take action, and that's exactly what you're doing right now. You're facing your truth and living your life honestly. You need to do you. That's not selfish. That takes real courage and strength. Everyone lifts their glasses, and I choke up a little. I hoped they'd all react well, but having their support and knowing they want what's best for me is incredible. I was also half expecting some ribbing about being a 36-year-old gay virgin or something, but seeing nothing but love and genuine kindness in their eyes is surprisingly touching. And it reminds me yet again that I really am so lucky to have these guys in my life. To Chase, and to all of us doing the things that make us happy in life, Gus says, grinning at me. To Chase, everyone repeats as we raise our glasses. As the beer slides down my throat, a realization barrels into me. For the first time in a very long time, I actually am happy. Sure, I don't know where I'm headed. In fact, I have no clue what my future holds, but I'm doing something I've been scared to do my whole life. I'm taking steps to figure out who I really am. I'm being honest, living truthfully. I am an out gay man. And for a moment, as I sit out on the back deck of my own dilapidated house, enjoying the sunshine with the people I love most in this world around me, a feeling washes over me that I've never felt before. It takes me a little while to figure out what it is. When it hits me, I lean back in my chair and smile. The thing I'm feeling for the first time in my life is pride. 2. Fisher. I am beat, I announce, flopping down on the couch beside Gabby. The girls asleep? Out like a light. They've been so good lately. Don't say that, you'll jinx it. Yeah, true. I close my eyes and let my head fall back, rotating it from side to side. I can hear the crunchy tightness in my neck and shoulders. Drink? I open my eyes and turn to see my best friend since high school tipping her half-full wine glass at me. I shake my head. No thanks. This'll be my last one, too, she tells me before scoffing. God, look at us. It's just after 7 on a Saturday night. You're exhausted and practically falling asleep on the couch, and I'm saying sensible things like, I might stop after 2 glasses of wine. I don't recognize us. Who have we become, Fisher? I believe the correct term is, adults? Gabby smiles. I believe the even more correct term is parents. Very true. Gabs and I met in high school when her family moved to Brookhaven from Richmond. We became instant friends. Even when we went to college on different sides of the country, me to the West Coast, her to New York, we stayed in touch. Maybe not as often as we should have, but we have the type of friendship where even if we don't speak or text or see each other in a while, as soon as we do, it takes us no time to pick up where we left off. That's a rare thing, and something I truly treasure, especially since I returned to Brookhaven 6 months ago. Remember that New Year's Eve in Cancun? She asks, taking a sip of wine while I let the memory come back to me. How can I forget? It was 6 years ago. We went down with a bunch of friends, rented a beautiful house right on the beach, had a week of hanging out and having fun. It was the first time Floyd and I went on vacation together. I was so happy and just so young back then. It was wild, wasn't it? Gabby reminisces fondly, her eyes twinkling. Remember at the end of the night, I say, propping myself up, it was like 2 or 3, and you didn't want the party to end? And I did the drink thing? I shudder. Yeah, the drink thing. That was so gross. It was really freaking gross, she agrees with a giggle. We'd run out of booze, so Gabs, in all her inebriated wisdom, decided to make do with what we had, and I mean that literally. She stumble-walked around the house, scooping up all the remaining alcohol she could find. Anything, she wasn't picky. Beer, wine, spirits, whatever was left in a glass, she grabbed it. She then poured it all into one giant tumbler and proceeded to drink it. After I did that and all you softies went to bed, Grant and I went down to the beach. Grant's her husband. Really? I thought we all just crashed. No, honey, you, Floyd, and all the others crashed. I was buzzing from that god-awful concoction I'd just downed. There was no one else on the beach except for Grant and me, so, we went skinny dipping. My eyes widen. Wow. She's never told me this before. It shouldn't come as too much of a surprise, though. Despite being besties, Gabs has always been spontaneous and wild, while I'm the boring, predictable one. I've never done anything crazy my whole life. I'm Mr. Play It Safe. Always have been. Now that I'm a dad, I guess I always will be, too. A small sigh escapes me. I'd like to do something outlandish at least once in my life. Someday. I had such fantastic breasts back then. Gabby drops her chin to her chest and sighs. I miss them. Gabby's words snap me out of my thoughts. Your boobs are fine, I say with a chuckle. I miss sleep. Gabby stops lamenting over the supposed loss of her great breasts and squints up at me. Are the girls having trouble sleeping? Actually, they're sleeping better than ever. It's me. What I wouldn't give for a proper full night of sleep. I always feel like I've got one eye, one ear open, you know? I never get that deep, nothing in the world could wake me up sleep anymore. Gab smiles knowingly. You're doing a great job, Fish. I can't even imagine how tough it is having to do parenting all on your own. Yeah, I mutter absently, not wanting to look back on all the things that led me to this place. Don't get me wrong, Imogen and Ellie are my everything. I can't imagine my life without them. I never knew it was possible to love so hard, so fully, with every fiber of my being, until I first laid eyes on the two of them in that hospital room 18 months ago. The warmth that surged through my body, the awe and appreciation of who we'd created. It was like a tsunami tore through me, a deep soul-level connection colliding with an instant sense of love and protection. I knew there and then, I was gone. My girls are my life. But Floyd's not here. And he should be. And it's really fucking shitty that he's not. Hey. Gabby's soft voice stirs me back to the present. You okay? I nod, then heave out a massive yawn. Yeah, I'm good. Just tired. You sure, hon? She hesitates before adding, It's nothing else? Like what? She takes another sip, her face turning thoughtful. You're not lonely? How can I be lonely? I crack a smile. I've got my girls. I've returned home to Brookhaven, and I've got my best friend and her awesome family living 2 doors down from me. What more could a guy want? A man? There's a sharp snap to her voice that isn't usually there. A man? Yeah. She rests her wine glass on the coffee table, pushes to her feet, and starts stomping around my living room, doing possibly the worst imitation of a gorilla I've ever seen in my life. Arms jutted out, shoulders concaved, making all sorts of weird, ape-like noises. I snap my fingers, like I've just had a brainwave. Oh, a man! Got it. I knew you'd get there. The visual helped. Gabby sits back down, looking pretty pleased with herself. Had a feeling it might. She leans forward. Seriously, though, how long's it been, Fish? A sigh escapes me. A while. Anyone since Floyd? Nope. I feel her hand rest on my knee. What he did to you and the girls is awful, unforgivable. But at some point you have to move on. I'm not hung up on him, Gabs. I say, and I mean it. I'm really not. Am I pissed off? Yes. Do I think what he did was one of the cruelest, most heartless things you could do to someone you loved and just had children with? Also, yes. But am I in love with him, or harboring any feelings at all toward the man I spent 5 years of my life with? Hell to the no. That's good. So you're ready to start dating, then? I cough. What? Dating? Gabby taps her chin. Okay, so it might take me a minute to figure out how to do a visual representation of that. You don't have to. I shake my head. Believe me, I remember dating. It's a whole wide world of suck. Gabby's eyes soften. I know, hon. But it's one of those things you kind of have to do if you want to have a partner. Who says I want to have a partner? You. You've said that. I've heard you say it so many times over the years. You're a romantic just like me, but you're also... She trails off. I cock my head. What? Picky. Selective, I counter. You can be a little closed off. Again, selective with who I choose to open up to. Close-minded to new ideas. Damn it, she's got me. Okay, well, maybe I could be a little more open to exploring the possibility of new ideas. Potentially. She smiles but says nothing. I should get going, she announces after a while. It's bath time at the Craig household. I walk her out. After we hug on my front porch, she grabs me by the arm. Just think about it, okay, hon? Dating is a necessary evil. You may need to wade through some murky water, but when you find the right guy, it's so freaking worth it. Do 18-month-old toddlers have supersonic hearing? I'm veering toward the side of yes. It was only last night I was telling Gabs about how well the girls have been sleeping lately. She did warn me not to jinx it, and she was right. The girls go through stages, but all in all, they've generally been pretty good sleepers. One thing that surprised me is how one of them can be bawling her eyes out, crying and screaming so loudly that it could wake the whole neighborhood up, while the other one is sound asleep in her cot only a few feet away. I need someone to explain that one to me because it truly baffles me. But then other times, like tonight, I'm copping the double symphony. I put them down just after 7 as usual, and they drifted off fine. Then, for seemingly no reason, they both started crying a few minutes ago. I've brought both of them up onto my bed, and that's calmed them down a little, but they're still restless. I glanced down at my watch. Damn, it's almost midnight. I'd gotten so caught up in my work I hadn't realized what the time was. I used to be the chief marketing officer for a digital marketing agency back in New York, but as soon as the girls were born, I realized I didn't want that life anymore. Long days, crazy deadlines, lots of travel. So I moved back to my hometown. I got lucky and was able to buy a house not only in a good school district, but also on the same street as my bestie. And because I have the best CEO in the world, she let me stay with the company on a part-time basis. I have a small batch of loyal customers based in the UK and throughout Europe, so at the time zone thing, working 2 or 3 nights a week from home works for them and for me. All right, I have a plan, I announced to the girls. I haven't had to do this in a while, but if it worked in the hustle and bustle of Lower Manhattan, it should be even more effective in a quiet, leafy suburban street in Brookhaven. It doesn't take me long to get the girls snuggled into their double stroller and out the door. I had a ramp installed adjacent to the front stairs as soon as we moved in. Being outnumbered 2 to 1 means I've become very adept at finding little hacks to make my life easier. It's a pleasant summer night, a mild breeze rustling through the trees. I can feel one of the girls wriggling around in the stroller, but they're both settling down. It used to only take a few minutes of walking before they drift off. I'm hoping it'll be the same tonight. It's actually nice to get some fresh air. Days tumble by in a blur. I always feel like I'm rushing, and yet 2 steps behind at the same time. I don't know whether Floyd and I were stupid or naive, but we both completely underestimated just how all-consuming having children, twins no less, would be. Sure, we expected a period of adjustment, a few weeks, maybe even months of sleepless nights, of the apartment becoming messier, of our lives being hectic and all about the babies, but nothing prepares you for the reality of it. I take a few deep breaths as I look around the neighborhood. A couple of houses have their porch lights on, and there's a warm yellow glow from the street lights, but it's mostly dark, and so whisper quiet. Spending 15 years away makes me appreciate the serenity in a way I didn't before. I guess being 33 also makes me notice things I didn't when I was younger. I peer over the hood of the stroller. Imogen is breathing heavily, her eyes firmly shut, while Ellie is just starting to nod off. I let out a relieved breath. The plan worked. I drop my head back and let it roll over my shoulders as I keep walking. God, I'm so tight and achy. It's totally my fault what happens next. I'm pushing the stroller but not looking where I'm going, still rotating my head from left to right, trying to work out some of the knots, when I hear it. Whoa, whoa, whoa! A deep masculine voice forces my head to snap down. I've reached the end of the street, and standing right in front of me is a man. Who's also pushing a stroller. A stroller that's mere inches away from my own. Oh my God, we almost collided because I was walking like an idiot and not looking where I was going. I shake my head. I am so sorry, I start to say. I didn't think anyone was out here. The man is slightly taller than me, broader in the shoulders too. A patch of streetlight illuminates his face, but I can't see too much. The only thing I can clearly make out is a set of full, plump lips. He slides his tongue along that thick lower lip. It's okay, I was just trying to avoid a collision, that's all. Of course, I wasn't looking where I was going. I should be more careful. The right side of his mouth quirks. Don't worry about it. Sore neck? Excuse me? You look like you've got a sore neck. Oh, yeah. I shake my shoulders out a little. Bit stiff. I look down at his stroller. It's a double one like mine. What are the odds of that? You know how it is. He catches me looking down at his kids and opens his mouth to say something. Before he can, though, a squeal rises up from his stroller and drifts into the night air. He scratches the back of his neck. Yeah, I don't think you and I are pushing the same thing. Excuse me? I say again. He repositions the stroller so that it catches some of the light from the street lamp. I lean over, peer inside, and then jump back a few feet. What the? He chuckles, bending down. Yeah, piglets. He looks up, motions with his head to my stroller. I assume you've got kidlets, I say with a smile. Twin girls. The guy straightens. I'm Chase Higgins. Just moved in a few weeks ago. Worst house on a nice street. I chuckle. I know the one he means. I saw the listing online. It's definitely a fixer-upper, but it's got potential. Fisher West. Average house on a nice street. We shake hands, and for some reason, all I can seem to focus on is the way his lips stretch out into a warm, genuine smile. How long have you lived here? He asks. About 6 months. I'm from Brookhaven originally, but I clear my throat. I decided to come back here for the girls. Mentioning my girls makes Chase bring his fingers to his lips. Should we be quiet? He asks. I appreciate him being so considerate. It's okay, I assure. Once they're asleep, they usually stay that way. I raise my hands and cross my fingers, silently hoping I haven't gone and stupidly jinxed myself again. I adjust the stroller so it's facing away from the street and the light just to be on the safe side. How about you? I ask. Are you from Brookhaven? Born and bred, he replies, keeping his voice lower than it was before. Had an apartment downtown, but then, divorce. He says the last word so quietly I can barely hear it. I'm sorry, I say. I know what that's like. He looks at me, understanding brewing in his eyes. It blows. Tell me about it. I agree. We fall silent for a moment. Well, that's one way to kill a conversation, he mutters dryly. I laugh. What can I say? It's one of my many hidden talents. Chase looks down, his gaze seeming to catch on something. I drop my head and see it, too. Damn it. Another talent I have, it seems, is walking out of my house in a stained, dirty shirt. Believe it or not, I have a hack for this, too. There are 5 pristine sports jackets hanging in my entryway closet. Whenever I leave the house during daylight hours, I throw one on. It makes me look good, suave even, and it's perfect for hiding whatever condition my shirt underneath is in. It's all good. I'm a vet. Believe me, I'm used to messy shirts. That makes me chuckle, and I'm curious to know more about him, which is clearly a terrible idea, and a sign I need to get some sleep since I'm clearly not thinking straight. I should probably let you go, he says. I nod. Yeah, it's late. Neither one of us moves. I'm probably imagining it, but it's almost like there's a slight reluctance in the way Chase grips the stroller as he gets ready to walk away. No, I'm definitely imagining it. When Gabby told me to start dating, I'm sure she didn't have someone who's newly divorced, probably straight, and this ridiculously attractive in mind. I'll, catch you around, neighbor. His lips twist playfully as he carefully steps around my stroller. Yeah, see ya. I turn around and watch as he walks away. I know we only exchanged a few words, a bit of light neighborly banter, but isn't that a bit like what dating is? Ultimately, it's about getting to know someone better. If I could meet a guy like him, someone who's smart, loves animals, is easy to talk to, and has very, kissable lips, maybe this whole dating thing might not be as bad as I thought. Maybe Gabs is right. Maybe I should give it a shot. 3. Chase. There are two main parts to my working day as a veterinarian: consults and writing up consult notes, which sometimes takes just as much time as I spend with my patients and their human owners, and procedures, which includes surgeries, dentistry, and x-rays. I love the variety and the excitement of not knowing what to expect. Despite the long hours, I leave the Vet Shop Boys Clinic every day knowing I've done everything I can to make life better for the animals I've treated. It's 2:30, and I'm alone in the staff lounge, leaning over the sinks, coughing down the last of my turkey cheese and tomato sandwich. It's been a crazy busy day, and this is my first chance to have a break since starting at 6. I shove the final mouthful in, wash my hands, and make my way down the hallway for my last round of consults for the day. "Hey, Chase, you got a minute?" "Sure, boss." I step into Gus's office and kick the door closed behind me. "What's up?" "Two things." He stops whatever he was doing on his computer and turns to focus on me as I sit down opposite him at his desk. "I just wanted to check in and see how things are going with Tyler." Tyler hit a bit of a rough patch a few months ago. One of the toughest things about being a vet, something they don't teach you at vet school, is that you can do everything right and something can still go wrong. When that happens once or twice, it's a shock. When it happens more frequently, it can really rattle a vet and knock them off balance. Tyler's not even a year out from vet school, and he's had a string of bad luck. It's affected him pretty badly. From a clinical standpoint, he's solid, I say. His skill and proficiency levels are where they should be. He loves animals and is great at handling them in a variety of situations. He's even good at dealing with one of the hardest aspects of the job, dealing with animal owners. That draws a chuckle out of Gus. "I'm glad to hear that, and I appreciate you taking the time to take him under your wing. I just wanted to make sure he's okay, and if there's anything I can do to support him, whether he needs more training, more supervision, I want to make sure he has access to it." "You're a great boss, Gus." He waves a hand at me, but I go on. "No, I mean it. I've worked at other places where clinic owners are reactive, quick to pounce on you when you make a mistake, that sort of thing. You're proactive. You saw Tyler was struggling and didn't wait until there was a full-blown issue to deal with. That's a really good quality, and you deserve to be praised for it. He's a good kid, and I remember how tough the first few years can be. I want to set him up for success." "He'll be all right," I assure Gus. "I'll do whatever I can to help him." He smiles. "Well, thank you again." "No problem. You said there were two things you wanted to talk to me about?" Yes." Gus does something very weird next. He brings his hand to his head and motions as if he's taking off an imaginary cap or something. Then he reaches over onto his desk, picks up something equally imaginary, and places that on his head. "What on earth are you doing?" He looks at me like it should be obvious. "I'm taking off my boss hat and putting on my friend hat." "Oh, man." I smile. "You're one of a kind, I'll give you that. This is what happiness looks like, my friend." My chest fills with warmth. "I can tell. It's like you're a new man these past few months. I'm glad things are going well with you and Tate." "They are." Gus is positively beaming. "But I'm not the second thing I want to talk to you about. You are." "Me?" "Yes. We haven't had a chance to talk properly since lunch at your house last weekend. I want to see how you're doing. How you're really doing." "I'm good. I appreciate all of your and everyone else's concern, but I really am doing well. I just want to focus on my work here, renovate my house, raise my 3 little piglets, and get back into cycling. It might seem unusual to you guys, but it's what I need to do." "I get it, I do. People process their stuff differently. There's nothing wrong with that." Gus raps his fist on the table, and I can see he wants to say something else. I wait until he's ready. "And what about the other thing you told us?" "Remind me again what that was?" I tease. He grins. "You know full well what I mean." How are you processing that? Slowly, I reply. Very, very slowly. It hasn't been easy. I bet. You know me, Gus. You've seen how I've been these past few years. I had a lot of internal torment going on. I motioned in front of my chest. Feelings I was trying to suppress. People I was trying not to hurt. I just couldn't hold it all in anymore. And now that it's out, now that I'm out, I feel lighter. It's the cliché to end all clichés, but the truth really does set you free, he says, before adding, and what about, well, just spit it out, Gus. Sex. Well, I've signed up to the Gay Sex for Dummies class at the community college. The application process was a breeze. Fill out the form, pay the fees, and include a dick pic. Easy peasy. I might need some pre-class instructions on manscaping, though. Hey, I have an idea. I clap my hands together excitedly. Why don't we have a sleepover at your place, and you and Tate can show me how it's done? Also, I need anal bleaching explained to me in very graphic detail, because I have absolutely no idea what that's all about. There's a look of mild horror on Gus's face until I burst out laughing. He joins in a few moments later. Is it scary that you almost had me there for a minute? Yes, it is, I answer. Once we settle down, I say, honestly, I'm not interested in a relationship or sex or dating. Okay. Look, this is the first chance I have in my entire life to discover who I am, what I like, what makes me tick. And I want to do that alone. I've always had people around me, and I've spent so much of my life trying to please everyone and meet their expectations. My parents, girlfriends, before I got married, Julie. I want to start this next chapter of my life with the one person who I've never properly listened to. Gus says, you, right as I say, me. He nods his head slowly. Makes sense, man. Just know that we're all here for you, okay? You can open up to us whenever you want to. Thanks. I appreciate that. We hug, and as I head out of Gus's office, I notice there's a slight spring in my step. I know my house, my piglets, and my big announcement raised a few eyebrows of my friends, but for the first time in a really long time, I feel like I'm on the right track. The last thing I need to do is complicate things by getting involved with someone. I check the time and make my way down the hall to the consult room. My next appointment is in 5 minutes. I get into the room and bring up some notes on the computer. As I read through them, my mind drifts. There's only been one teeny tiny blip in all of my well-laid-out plans for my new life. For some reason, it keeps popping into my head time and time again, or rather, he keeps popping into my head. It's been almost a week since I encountered my neighbor on an impromptu midnight stroll. It's something I like to do with the piglets. They still wake up once or twice during the night. I find that if I take them for a walk, they'll sleep the rest of the way through. No one's normally ever out at that time of night, except for Fisher West. He seems like a nice, friendly guy, has a decent sense of humor, and if I'm being completely honest, I couldn't help but notice he's quite good-looking, too. It was dark and a little hard to make out the finer details, but from what I did see, he seems to have that whole clean-cut look going on. Mid-length, curly brown hair trimmed short on the sides, a long, prominent nose, a square face with a chiseled jaw covered in a neatly trimmed beard. I have zero experience with men, never even kissed one. But I think one of the early contenders on my I think I'm gonna like this about guys list is beards. I wonder what they would feel like brushing my skin under my fingers against my lips. And as we talked, I didn't miss the way Fisher's eyes would fall to my lips every so often. I touch my lips now and pat them gently. They're just lips. Why did he keep staring at them like that? Oh no, maybe I had some food stuck in the corner of my mouth. Geez, how embarrassing would that have been? Anyway, I'm being silly. The guy's got kids of the actual human variety. Although that doesn't mean anything. You can't assume or jump to conclusions these days, and rightfully so. Anyone of any sexuality can have kids, but there's a high likelihood he's straight. And even if he isn't, as if he'd be interested in a guy like me. I'm newly divorced and kind of a disaster at the moment. What the hell are you doing? I look up and see Harmony standing in the doorway, eyeing me cautiously. I drop my fingers from my mouth. Nothing? She looks at me a while longer, then says, "Your 3 o'clock is here." "Great. Send them in," I say. Harmony leaves, and it gives me a moment to compose myself and shove any errant thoughts about sexy neighbors out of my head. But, of course, life doesn't work like that, does it? No. Life likes nothing more than to throw curveballs at you, like, say, having your next client come in who just so happens to have the same name as your ex-wife, or for said client to come in with her pet cavoodle and a double stroller with her twins. I do my best to ignore all the weird coincidences and give Fluffy his 4-month immunization shot. I get through my next few appointments without any further karmic interference, thankfully. I'm finishing off my consult notes when Harmony shows up again. This time she closes the door behind her and walks right up to my desk. Her eyes are sparkling, which is never a good sign. She's up to something. "Your last appointment of the day is here. I squeezed him in at the last minute. Hope that's okay." "Of course it is," I say, not even bothering to look at the time. "Bring him in." Harmony doesn't move. She just stands in front of me, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "What is it?" She leans forward, her smile only growing bigger as she says, "He is fucking hot. I know you're in your... I'm not seeing any one phase, and I totally respect that, but you need to make an exception for this man because, seriously, he is hubba hubba." In addition to the guys, I'm close to the clinic's receptionist, Harmony, as well. I filled her in about where I'm at earlier this week. I try to keep a straight face as I say, "Oh, well, if he's hubba hubba, in that case, what choice do I have? Let him maul me to pieces right here on this desk. Should I start undressing now?" Harmony squints, not missing the sarcasm dripping from my voice. "You say that now, but wait till you see him." I shake my head, smiling. "You're the only woman I would ever say this to because I know only you will take it the right way." She leans in even closer, her left eyebrow lifted as she waits for me to speak. "You are such a dick pig." Her mouth flies open as she clutches her chest. For a panicked moment, I think I've crossed a line, gone too far, but then she replies with, "I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me." I chuckle, relieved. Thought you might like that. Seriously, though, bring him in, please. "You got it." She leaves, and when I next look up a few moments later, I have to do a double take. A square face and stubble jaw, curly hair that's been straightened and styled nicely, and now, in the bright light of the console room, I can clearly see 2 deep, chocolatey eyes staring back at me. "Fisher," I say, getting up. "Chase?" He sounds even more surprised to see me than I am. "What are you doing here?" I see him wince the moment the realization hits him. "You work here, of course. You even told me you're a vet the other night. I was just so tired, and I had toddler spew or some other unidentifiable stains in my shirt. Do you remember that? Hopefully you don't. Although, even if you didn't, I just reminded you with my rambling, which I'm only doing because I'm nervous, even though I don't know why I'm nervous. Oh God, I'm just going to shut up now." And he does. I suppress a smile because I don't want him to think I'm making fun of him. I point to the animal carrier he's holding instead. "Yearly vaccination time, right?" Yeah, that's right." Fisher still looks a little scrambled, so I offer to take the carrier from him and place it on the examination table. "Who do we have here?" I ask, opening it. "Ralphie and Lily." He walks around to the other side of the table. "French bulldogs." "Cute." I offer the dogs the back of my hand to sniff while my gaze is firmly locked on Fisher. He looks damn good today, and a navy blue sports jacket and gray slacks. Not that I minded the stained t-shirt, slightly disheveled look he had going on a few nights ago, but he definitely scrubs up well. I gesture for Fisher to take a seat in the corner while I finish prepping everything I need to administer the shots. "Where are the girls?" I ask. "With my best friend, Gabby. She lives 2 doors down from me. Hers is the nicest house on the street." I smile at the reference, liking that he remembers the joke I made during our first conversation. I pick Ralphie up first and get him into position. He's a stunning platinum color with friendly brown eyes. He's also remarkably calm. I give the shot. Good boy, I say, giving him a scratch behind the ears. Are they okay with treats? I ask. Oh, yeah. Fisher laughs. They're definitely okay with treats. I grab a few small biscuits I always carry around with me from my front pocket, and Ralphie happily scarfs them down. And how's your neck? I ask as I place Ralphie back into the carrier and lift Lily up onto the table. My neck. Yeah, you said it was a bit tight the other night. Oh, yeah, no change really. Fisher didn't offer any details, and I sure as heck am not going to ask, but I get the feeling he's either raising the girls alone or in some sort of shared custody arrangement with his ex. That's on top of having 2 dogs and a job, I assume. No wonder the guy doesn't have any time to look after himself. I start to examine Lily. Unlike Ralphie, she's a little firecracker, wriggling around and keen to sniff and lick everything around her. She's got energy, this one, I observe. Fisher laughs again. That would be an understatement. Since I'm injecting an intramuscular vaccine, which goes into the dog's lumbar muscles along their back about 2 inches away from the spine, I do need her to settle down a bit. That's a good girl, Lily, I say in a soothing voice, keeping her still with one hand as I find the right spot. This will all be over now. All done. Good girl. She gets reward biscuits too, and it's only as I'm giving her a few pats that I notice a slight irritation near her eyes. What's this? I ask. Fisher comes over for a closer look. You mean, the redness around her eyes? Yeah. I don't know. I haven't noticed that before. Is it something serious? Fisher's right beside me, and his face is full of genuine concern. I'm not sure, but I would like to run some tests to get it checked out. It might take a little while. The back of his neck turns red. Oh. He straightens up, and there's an awkward silence. It stretches for a few seconds until I cotton on to what it might be. Look, there is an additional cost involved, so if you don't want to go ahead with... It's not about money. He cuts me off. He scratches the back of his neck, his fingernails leaving trails in his red-tinged skin. I have plans. Well, that's fine. You're my last appointment for the day. I can run the tests and drop Lily back to you on my way home, neighbor. Oh, okay. Are you sure? No trouble at all. I clap him on the shoulder and can instantly feel just how tight he is there for myself. I don't think it's anything serious, but French bulldogs are a breed known for having issues with their skin and eyes, so it's more of a precautionary measure than anything else. If it is something, it'd be good to catch it early. Well, okay. Thank you. Fisher slowly tilts his head, and I realize I'm still holding on to him. It's time to let go of the man, Chase. Stop being a weirdo. I lift my hand off his shoulder. Without saying anything, Fisher picks up the animal carrier with Ralphie in it and heads to the door. Before reaching it, he turns to me and smiles. His eyes glow warmly as he says, I really appreciate you doing this, Chase. 4. Fisher. What the hell just happened? Oh, I know. I almost lost my mind and made a complete fool out of myself in front of Chase. And if anyone is keeping score, that would be for the 2nd time. I drum my fingers against the steering wheel and let out a noisy breath as I drive home after my more eventful than expected trip to the vet. A combination of worry and embarrassment is coursing through me. I'm concerned about Lily and really hope the redness around her eyes isn't a symptom of something serious. And I feel like a rambling idiot when it comes to Chase. Sure, he may have been playing on my thoughts since running into him the other night, resulting in me possibly lingering around the front of my house a little more than usual in the hopes of seeing him again, but I never expected to run into him today. At least this time I was wearing a jacket and looked a little more presentable. Thank God I ran some gel through my normally messy hair this morning. Chase looked a lot more than just presentable. He looked damn good wearing a checked shirt and beige pants with a white lab coat flung over the top. His lips are as luscious as I remember them, and I got a better chance to see his sharply chiseled yet friendly face and his thick crop of dirty blonde hair. But it's his eyes that really caught my attention this time. They're this amazing shade of stone gray. I didn't even know eyes could be that color. I also couldn't help but melt a little when he pulled out treats for the dogs from his front pocket. There's something really old-school charming knowing he's got animal treats on hand like that. And there's something very new-school charming about the way he remembered my sore neck and the way he touched me on my shoulder right before I left. Even though I'm sure it was just his way of being friendly and reassuring, it made me realize how nice the simple touch of another man can be, and how much I've been missing it in my life. I sigh at my own sappiness as I pull into my driveway. I head over to Gabby's and try to shove my fuzzy feelings for Chase out of my head. Since she mentioned the idea of me starting to date again last week, I've downloaded a dating app. This one's called Friender. It's for guys not looking for sex straight up, but friendship first. I've thought about it, and Gabs is right. I am a little lonely. Dipping my toes into the dating pool might be a good idea. I've actually got my first date tonight, which is why I couldn't stay at the clinic, which is why I feel like total shit. I reveal to Gabby the second she opens the door. Her brow furrows as she stares at me for a few long moments. Have you been shame-eating Oreos in your car again? Oh my God. I slap my forehead. No, and that was one time, Gabs, on a day when I didn't have time for breakfast and I was starving. She ushers me into the living room where Imogen and Ellie are playing with Gabs's kids, Bailey, who's 3, and Emma, who's a month younger than the twins. I fill her in on all the details of running into Chase at the vet clinic. When I'm done, I'm met with a blank expression. So I still don't understand why any of that would make you feel bad. Isn't it obvious? No. She shakes her head. Why don't you try using your words? Well, he's my neighbor, I start, and I've made a bad first impression with him. Twice. I think it's rare to make 2 bad first impressions, and not rare in a good way either. Plus, I couldn't stay for Lily to have some tests run on her because I need to come home and get ready for a date. I'm the worst parent ever. The guy must think I'm a total mess. I cock my head to the side. I know that, It's the slightly self-satisfied, Gabs pulls out whenever she thinks she's got some deep insight into me. I think you like him, she declares proudly. What? No, that's ridiculous. I don't like Chase. I run my fingers through my hair. Why would you say that? My ears prick up a little, keen to hear her response. For how wrong it's going to be, of course. Why else would you be so worked up about him if you didn't? I hate when I don't have an immediate comeback. I know her. She'll take it the wrong way and mistakenly think she's right. I don't like Chase. Do I? I mean, well, just because he's an attractive, successful guy who happens to love animals and is kind enough to offer to drop Lily home, I can appreciate those things about him and think he's a nice and friendly person without liking him. Right? I have a date tonight, remember? I retort, but too much time has already passed. I do remember, Gabby replies with a wry smile. And tell me, have you spent as much time thinking about your date tonight as you have lingering on your front porch this week, staring out onto the street in what I'm assuming is a not-so-subtle attempt to catch another glimpse of our sexy-as-hell vet neighbor? I wince. You've seen me. Honey, the whole neighborhood has seen you. Mrs. Coleman called to ask if you've locked yourself out. For the 3rd time. Oh, God. I'm an even bigger mess than I originally thought. Possibly. But you don't have time to stew. You've got a date to get ready for. Remember? Oh, crap. I do. 20 minutes later, I'm back at my place. The girls are sprawled out on a blanket with some Play-Doh and a tub of magnetic letters on my bedroom floor. They're so curious at this age. Even though the Play-Doh is non-toxic, which gives me peace of mind, I'd still rather not add it to their diet. As I keep a close eye on them, I rifle through my clothes, deciding what to wear for my date tonight. I can't kick Gabby's words about me liking Chase out of my head. I'm not denying I feel an attraction to him, but I don't even know the guy. He mentioned he was divorced, but he could be dating again. Heck, I don't even know if he's gay or bi. And even if he was available, why would he be interested in someone like me? A single father to twin toddlers who considers it an accomplishment when I manage to leave the house in a clean shirt. I'm hardly beat down the door to date me material. I shake my head as I settle on a black polo and dark jeans. I remind myself I have a date to look forward to. My first date since Floyd left me. I can do this. This could be fun. Strange how I can almost feel the reluctance behind my thoughts as I try to muster up some enthusiasm for this date. I crouch down onto the floor to see what the girls have been doing when my phone vibrates. It's on my bed, so I reach for it, frowning when I see it's a text from the babysitter. My frown deepens when I read that she has to cancel because she's unwell. Guess my first date is over before it even began. I quickly tap back a message saying I hope she feels better soon when there's a knock at the door. All right, that'll probably be Chase bringing Lily back. I bundle the girls into my arms and head to the door. "Hello," he says, smiling broadly. I feel a slight stammer in my chest, or it could just be Ellie kicking me excitedly because Lily's back. "Hey, come on in." Chase steps in. He places the animal carrier on the floor in the entryway before opening it. Lily tears out and starts racing around the room. I plop the girls down so they can play with her. Ralphie joins in on the fun too. "Good news," Chase says. "We ran some tests and it's nothing serious. Just some mild irritation, which a topical treatment," he raises his hand, producing the cream, "should get rid of in a few days." "That's great news." I'm so relieved. "Thank you so much." Chase has lost the white lab coat, and I notice he's rolled the sleeves of his shirt up, revealing forearms blanketed with dark hair. As he hands me the cream, our fingertips touch. I flick my eyes up to his, and for just the briefest moment, something runs between us. Maybe it's just neighborly friendliness, or maybe it's something else. He smiles and looks away, and whatever that was disappears too. "You look nice," he comments. "Oh, thanks. I had a date." He tilts his head. "Had?" "Yeah, my babysitter can't make it. I'd normally call Gabs, but they're heading out for a family dinner, so I'm going to have to cancel." "I can do it," Chase offers. "I'm just as good with kids as I am with piglets." He stops, shaking his head. Let me rephrase that. I am much better looking after children than I am pigs, or any other type of animal for that matter." "Oh, Chase, thank you, but..." I'm about to politely decline his kind offer, and I come this close to actually doing it, but before I can get the words out, he says, "Look, I know you don't know me very well, so I won't be offended if you say no. I get it. Your kid's safety is your #1 priority. But for what it's worth, I'm not a weirdo. My ex and I were actually trying to conceive, and I absolutely adore kids. If you need someone to vouch for me, you can call my boss at the clinic. I have a clear record. Well, except for one parking ticket, but that was like 8 years ago." I look him over as I think about it for a few long moments. The man is my neighbor, also now my vet, and my gut is telling me I can trust him. "All right," I agree. "As long as you're sure." He smiles warmly. "It's no problem, really. I just need to go home and get changed and check on the piglets." "That's fine. I'm meeting the guy in an hour." "Great. I'll be back soon." 1 hour and 5 minutes later, and I know this date is a bust. Thank God I only agreed to meet for a drink and not for dinner. Otherwise, I'd really be in trouble. Even though we met on an app designed to help people make friends, and despite seeming like a nice guy during the few online chats we'd had throughout the week, I got a sinking feeling when Stuart greeted me with an overly enthusiastic hug and a suggestion we skip drinks and head to his place. He was only kidding, he clarified unconvincingly when he saw my reaction. Maybe Stuart is simply an affectionate person, but there's something mildly irritating about him putting his hand on my leg pretty much every time he speaks, especially since each time he does it, his fingers inch higher and higher up my thigh. I've swiveled away as far as I can on the bar stool I'm sitting on, but if I keep going, at this rate I'm going to add a lower back injury to my already aching neck and shoulders. I'm telling him about my girls while trying to think of the least douchey way of extracting myself out of this situation when Stuart leans over, his hand almost cupping my groin, and he whispers something I assume he thinks is sexy into my ear. "All right, thank you," I say, springing to my feet. I don't think this is going to work, Stuart. Have a great night. Goodbye. I don't stop squirming until I'm pulling up into my driveway. How is it possible that dating has only gotten worse since the last time I had to endure it? That was quick. Chase looks away from the TV, no doubt surprised to see me back so soon. He takes one look at my face. That bad? Worse. I drop my phone and wallet onto the coffee table. How are the girls? They're wonderful. Thanks for getting them bathed and ready for bed. I read them a story right after you left, and they were out like a light. They're little angels. Don't jinx it. I wag my finger at him. I'm prone to doing that, and it doesn't end well for me. Oh? I sit down on the sofa beside Chase as he turns the TV off. Yeah, I end up going on midnight walks and run into all sorts of strange characters. Chase gives a low, deep chuckle. Yeah, this neighborhood is full of whack jobs. Get this, I once ran into a guy and he had stains all over his shirt. I clutch my chest. You are kidding me. Well, I certainly hope you reported him to the authorities. We can't have riffraff like that around here. We laugh, and I realize I'm enjoying myself more sitting here with Chase in my living room than I did during what was possibly the shortest first date in recorded history. Sharing easy banter with Chase just seems to come so naturally. So, do you want to talk about the date or not? I'm good either way. It's your call. I might need a drink for that, I say, getting up. Want a beer? Sure, that'd be great. I kick off my shoes and socks on my way to the kitchen. I crack open 2 bottles of beer and hand one to Chase as I sit back down. Thanks, he says. I'm the one who should be thanking you for looking after Lily and dropping her back here and for babysitting the girls. We knock our bottles together. It's no problem at all. I enjoyed it, as brief as it was. Ah, yes. So we returned to the worst first date ever. What happened? I take a sip before answering. It didn't feel right from the start. You know when you can just tell? Chase nods his head. He was a little too touchy-feely for my liking, but I persevered. I started telling him about my girls, and then he leaned over and told me he didn't want to fuck a dad, just a daddy. I have no idea what that means. Judging by the confused look on Chase's face, I bet he doesn't either. After a few moments, he offers, Neither do I. Maybe a daddy is something European? I snort and Chase shrugs. Beats me. He continues. I thought an Ariana Grande was a European sports car, so basically what I'm saying is, if I don't know what something is, I assume it's European. A deep bubble of laughter rushes out of me. That's the funniest thing I've heard in a long time. Chase smiles at me, his eyes twinkling. I gently twist my neck from side to side and can't help grimacing. Neck still sore? Chase asks. Yeah, I guess it is. Come here, he says, placing his beer on the coffee table. I don't understand what he's getting at. He does a spin-around movement with his hands to clarify. Okay. I shuffle down the couch and turn so I'm facing away from him when I get close. The next thing I know, 2 strong hands land on my shoulders, gripping and kneading all the right spots. I close my eyes, my head falling back involuntarily. Oh, that's good. It comes out a little more moany than I intended, but with the way Chase is expertly applying the right amount of pressure exactly where it's needed, I can't say I actually care. This feels divine. His strong hands continue driving into my tired muscles. He circles his fingers in the exact spots where I'm coiled tightest. This goes on for a few minutes before my eyes snap open. All of a sudden, I become very aware of what's happening here. The physical contact we're sharing, the closeness of our bodies. Chase's warm breath tickling the back of my neck and ears. Thank you, I say, thinking he'll take it as a sign it's okay to stop. But he's not done yet. You're so tight. He rolls his fingers along a painful spot halfway up my neck. A gentle hiss escapes me. This feels incredible. More moans escape out of me. I clear my throat. You really don't have to keep going. I don't want him to feel obligated or anything. It's no problem, he responds in a low voice. Stained shirts I can handle, but seeing people in pain, nope. That's too much for me. I snicker at that. All right, I'm not a fool. Not going to decline a massage, especially one this amazing. Chase keeps going, and after a few minutes, my neck and shoulders actually do start to feel better. Out of nowhere, a thought pops into my head. Hey, you mentioned something before when you dropped Lily back about you and your ex wanting to have kids. Chase's fingers stop moving up and down my neck. Shit, sorry. I twist around to look at him. I can see pain behind his eyes. I didn't mean to pry. I just remembered it now. He gently rotates my shoulders so I'm facing away from him again. It's okay, he replies, kneading his thick fingers into my flesh. Julie and I had trouble conceiving naturally. We tried IVF 5 times. It never worked for us. I'm so sorry to hear that, Chase. I can't even imagine how hard that must have been for both of you. Chase keeps on rubbing my neck, but his movements have slowed. It was harder on Julie than on me. The effects of the hormones and the toll they took on her, both physically and mentally, were huge. I'm in awe of what she put her body through. I swear to God, if anyone ever calls women the weaker sex in front of me... He trails off after that, and I ease my way out of his grip. I turn around so I'm looking at him. Another personal question, I warn. He smiles softly. Go ahead. What about you? What toll did the IVF not working have on you? He considers it for some time. I notice his chest rising and falling with each breath he takes. When he glances over at me, his eyes have turned a steely gray. It devastated me. Every time it didn't work, it felt like a part of me died. I tried to be strong for her, but it was killing me inside. His words twist my heart. I reach over and place my hand over his. I'm so sorry. I hope you get to be a dad one day. And when you do, I'm sure you'll be a great one. 5. Chase. You really think so? I ask Fisher, surprised by the rawness I hear in my voice. It feels good to hear someone say that. It really does. My dreams to become a dad feel like they're fading more and more with each passing day, and it hurts. I've always wanted to have a family, and now I don't know if I'll ever get the chance. Fisher nods, and a strand of hair falls across his forehead. For some reason, I'm tempted to reach out and brush it away, so I do. He lets out a warm, cinnamony breath. It fans across my face and neck. There, I say contentedly, smoothing his hair off his face. That's better. He holds still for a moment, not saying anything. A ray of light illuminates the side of Fisher's face. I like you, Chase, he says when he finally speaks. You're a terrific guy. You're kind and thoughtful. You're funny, good with animals and with children. You have magic, strong yet soft, pillowy hands. And when I'm with you, I feel like I have one less problem. The beam of light brightens, his face aglow in it. He squints from the glare before his eyes meet mine. Then they travel down to my lips and right back up again. This happens a few times, his gaze bouncing like a yo-yo. When he finally settles and our eyes meet again, there's a playfulness in his expression. He wants me to kiss him. He's wordlessly daring me to do it. So, I do. I lean forward, a burnt orangey yellow framing the periphery. I'm about to do it. I'm about to kiss Fisher. He closes his eyes, tilts his head back, parts his lips in invitation. But just as I'm about to discover what Fisher's lips taste like, Ariana Grande casually floats above us. A beam of light pierces my retinas, and it feels like I'm falling from the sky. My eyes tear open, and I'm staring at my ceiling. It takes me a few seconds to catch up, to wake up. Holy shit, that was one weird-ass dream. I lie still in bed as I try to unpack what it could possibly mean. Probably nothing, I tell myself, other than if I never hear another Ariana Grande song again in my life, it'll be too soon. It was just a dream. It doesn't symbolize anything. I don't really want to kiss Fisher. Do I? I peel back the covers, and am met with my response. Morning wood. Painfully hard morning wood. Oh, I don't normally wake up with an erection. Sometimes a half chub, but that's usually about the extent of it. Since I've got the day off, and it's still early enough that the piglet should be asleep, I decide to kick back the covers and take matters into my own hand. I pull out some lube from the bedside drawer and drizzle it over my cock. I bend my legs so that my feet are touching as I begin to stroke myself. I close my eyes, and for some reason the first thing that pops into my head is that silly dream I just woke up from, specifically the part where I was just about to kiss Fisher, and definitely not the bit where Ariana was floating in the air. I can't deny it. I am a little curious to know what kind of a kisser Fisher is. I've never kissed a man before. What does it feel like? Are men's lips different to women's lips? How? And what will that beard of his feel like grazing against my skin? Does it itch? Or is it pleasant? I let my thoughts drift, imagining kissing Fisher, moving in slow motion and really taking my time to enjoy every single second of it. That first moment when a look of realization crosses our faces that we're going to do it, or actually going to kiss. That first movement where we angle our heads, bring our mouths closer, the warmth of his breath as it escapes past his lips wafting over to me. And then, that magical first touch, lip on lip, a slow brushing, a tentative touch, hearts hammering. Will he make the first move to deepen the kiss, or will it be me? Does Fisher kiss sensually, sinking into it until it consumes him? Or does he prefer to kiss rougher, harder? Does he keep his hands still and by his side, or will he caress my face? Will I be brave enough to touch him? Run my fingertips over his stubbled jaw? What will that feel like? Prickly? Silky? I continue pumping my cock in my fist as I imagine charging my fingers through Fisher's hair. I've seen him wear it both natural, messy, and curly, as well as slick, styled, and straight. I prefer the curls, hands down. Fisher responds in kind, his fingernails clawing at my neck, trailing over my skin across my chest, igniting my whole body. I skim my fingers in a circle over my left nipple. It's hard and pebbled, and the touch sends a hot shiver up my spine. I picture Fisher's hands scraping down my stomach, cupping my cock and balls. He glances up at me through his long lashes. I can feel his breath tickling my groin. What next? What will he do? My thoughts go a little wonky now. It's a little hard to fantasize about something I've never come close to doing. I'm willing to give it a shot, though. I squeeze my eyes shut, pretending he slaps the insides of my thighs. I splay my legs apart for him, exposing myself to him. Fisher looks up at me, fire burning in his eyes. I want to fuck you, Chase. I spread my legs out wider on the bed. I bring my fingers from my nipple to my ass, scooping up some lube from my cock along the way to wet them. With a sharp inhale, I push a finger inside. I pretend it's Fisher, that he's the one eliciting the sharp twinge I feel as I slide in. I hold still, giving myself time to get used to the sensation. It might only be one finger, but it's as far as I've ever gone. Once I'm accustomed to the feeling, I begin to draw it in and out, picturing Fisher on top of me, his curly hair tumbling across his forehead, his eyes boring into mine as he leans down and kisses me, hungrily, like he's silently telling me that I'm his and he's mine. His cock pushes deeper and farther than anything I've ever experienced before. It's overwhelming and not enough at the same time. I run my hand up and down his arm. It's solid, muscular, but his skin is soft. The contrast surprises me, turns me on. I growl, picking up the speed and jacking my cock furiously in my hand. In my fantasy, Fisher's hips thrust wildly against my body. He breaks out into a steady rhythm like a horse galloping through an open field. I lose myself to the sensation of it. I hold on to his strong arms, wrap my legs around his waist. I want to feel every part of him. His pace increases. I fly over the edge. Fuck! I cry out, my lower back arching off the bed. My throbbing cock explodes in my hand. The first spurt hits me on my chin, the rest of my release splattering across my chest and stomach. I lower myself back down onto the bed. My legs are trembling. My heart thunders as I try to recover, catch my breath, process what just happened. I peer down at my body, at the mess I've made. My cooling cum a reminder of my Fisher-inspired fantasy. I link my fingers behind my head and breathe for a few moments, trying to calm my racing mind. That's all it can ever be, though. A fantasy. Fisher is a great guy, but he's my neighbor. Maybe one day we'll become friends, but certainly nothing more than that. I'm not ready for anything else, and he's not interested in me. He's already dating, looking for things I can't give him right now. I jump into the shower, put on some boxers and a white t-shirt, and make my way out to my little babies, ready to start my day. Hey, you guys, I say softly when I reach their pen. Amy and Piggy are awake, but they look perfectly content resting, barely even acknowledging me, while Jimmy has once again ripped up all the puppy pads and overturned the water bowl, making a huge mess. You're a crazy little one, aren't you? I say, giving him a little scratch. He lets out an adorable yip as if saying, You bet your sweet ass I'm crazy. How can I be mad at him? He's just too damn adorable. I take all three of them outside so they can do their business and have a bit of a runaround while I duck back inside and clean out their pen, replacing the puppy pads and refilling their water bowl. After working 9 days solid, I am very much looking forward to some downtime. My plans for the day don't extend beyond hanging out with the piglets, cooking up a big batch of meatloaf that I can freeze and take in for lunch with me next week, and finally getting around to fixing my bike. I really want to start cycling again, but the gear chain is broken. I brought the bike up from the basement and placed it smack bang in the middle of the living room. I used to ride a lot, especially in vet school, and for a few years after that. I want to get back into it again, but I always seem to find an excuse not to get around to it. The morning flies by. I keep a watchful eye over the piglets as they play in the backyard while I cook in the kitchen. I found a really cool playlist on Spotify, so I'm listening to that. It plays music I haven't heard in years. Bands like Audioslave, Fall Out Boy, Red Hot Chili Peppers. It takes me back to different parts of my life, bringing up memories I've long forgotten, reminding me of who I used to be. This might seem like a boring Saturday to some people, but for me, this is exactly what I need right now. Me doing me. Reconnecting to old parts of myself and discovering new ones as well, like how easy it was talking to Fisher when he got back from his date last night, or how nice it felt to help relieve some of the soreness in his neck and shoulders. And damn it, I'm back to thinking about him again. I still don't fully understand why I offered to rub his back. I probably just felt bad for the guy. He's trying his best, putting himself out there, and having a shitty date blows. Yeah, that's what it was. Some sympathy. And the dream? And the post-dream jack-off? Okay, that was more than just some sympathy. Boundaries, Chase, I remind myself. There's a knock on the door. I quickly set the timer for the meatloaf before going to answer it. Oh, hey there. Hey, Fisher says, smiling. How are you? I'm good, thanks. You want to come in? Check out the worst house on the street from the inside? Fisher chuckles. Sure, but I can't stay long. The girls are on a play date with Gabby's kids. Totally understand. He walks past me, and I don't miss the faint fragrance of shower gel that wafts off him. But nope, not thinking about that. Or how nice his hair looks today, all natural and curly. Or how his brown eyes twinkle when he smiles at me. "Whoa," he says when he spots my bike in the living room. "Is that a Villiers Volante?" "Yeah, it's the OSL model." I watch him as he eyes the bike appreciatively, gliding his fingers over the front derailleur. "You cycle?" I ask. "Yeah, I love it." His eyes continue inspecting the bike. Don't get to do it as much these days, obviously, but I competed in the Tour Battenkill 3 years in a row when I lived in New York. Wow, I'm impressed. I've always wanted to do that ride. The Tour Battenkill is the biggest one-day road race in America, a 60-mile back-road journey through open farmland and narrow canopies of trees in Washington County, New York. You should. Fisher turns to face me. I pat my stomach. I think at this point I'll break out into a sweat just doing a loop around the block. His face does this weird thing. It looks like there's something on his mind, but he's unsure whether to say it. He clears his throat. If I'm not mistaken, he seems a little nervous. Anyway, the reason I came over is to say thank you, again, for yesterday, for looking after Lily the way you did, for babysitting the girls, and for the massage after my horrible date. I don't know what you did, but I've had the best night's sleep in a long time. You must have magic hands or something. I cough. The mention of magic hands reminds me of the dream I had. My chest heats up. No problem. I really didn't do anything special, just glad I could help. Well, it definitely did, and Fisher shuffles on his feet. Okay, now I can definitely tell he's nervous. Would you like... I'd like to cook you dinner to say thank you, if that's okay. I smile, taking a moment to take him in. He really is a handsome guy, only slightly shorter than me. He's got a lean, athletic build. Guess it makes sense, given he's a cyclist. And warm, kind eyes that remind me of Coco. No, I reply with a firm shake of my head. No? Let me cook you dinner. But I meant to be thanking you, he protests. You will, with some great company. Oh, and you can bring the wine, too, I throw in. I can see the beginning of a smile forming on his lips. He considers it for a moment, then says, That sounds great. I'll see if I can rope Gabby into looking after the girls. Why? You can bring them if you like. Really? Sure, bring them. Bring the dogs. We'll introduce them to the piglets, and it'll be one big, happy family date. Shit. Dinner. I quickly correct. His smile spreads slowly, blooming until it reaches his eyes. That sounds really nice. And judging by the smell coming out of the kitchen, I'd say we're in for a treat. My cooking skills are limited to a mean mac and cheese and... mac and cheese, that's about it. I chuckle, and as we exchange numbers, I notice a light flutter in my chest. I really should get back, he says. Of course. I'll text you once I've had a look at my work schedule and we can work out a time for dinner. That sounds great. He casts one last look at the bike before I walk him out. I'll be in touch, I say. Look forward to it. See you, Chase. I watch as he walks away. He turns when he gets to the sidewalk and we wave. I close the front door and lean against it. Thoughts of having dinner with Fisher, the kids, the dogs, and the piglets swim in my head. I find myself smiling. I'm looking forward to it, too, I say to myself before I straighten up, head back into the kitchen, and remind myself to stop acting like such a weirdo. 6. Fisher. Chase works. A lot. Long hours, including nights and weekends, plus he often has to stay back past his scheduled end time. I find all of this out when we started texting after I paid him a visit. That was last week. Chase explains it's all part of being a vet. He can't just up and leave the surgery if an injured animal has been brought in and everyone else is busy. I totally get it. It's actually a very noble and nice quality. One of the ever-increasing nice qualities I'm noticing about the guy. Since I'm busy myself with the girls and working a few nights each week, It's been hard to find a time when we're both free for our dinner date. Dinner. Just dinner. This is not a date. This is not a date, I keep repeating to myself as I push the girls and their stroller over to Chase's place. I've attached the dog leashes to the handlebar, and Ralphie and Lily are trotting along beside me. I can see they're excited. They're not the only ones. In a way, a week passing has only increased the anticipation. Even though the sane, logical part of my brain knows it's not a date, texting back and forth with Chase has been so much easier and way more fun than talking to random guys on Friender. You don't realize just how boring your life is until you have to answer, "How was your day?" multiple times in multiple conversations on a dating app. It's not like Chase and I have been texting about anything earth-shatteringly interesting either. Most of our conversations have revolved around changes his boss has had to make to his schedule since apparently the clinic he works at is short-staffed at the moment, and my looming deadline for a campaign I'm working on for a German tile manufacturer. I smile as I unlock the latch on Chase's front gate and let us in. Every time I think of anything European now, my mind goes back to the European joke he made, which wouldn't be a problem, but literally all of my clients are based there, which is simply another way of saying I've been thinking about Chase. A lot. Too much. Including last night on my second Friday night date. Not as disastrous as my first, thankfully, but not much of anything, really. He was a perfectly pleasant person. See, I've even resorted to alliteration. Never a sign of a love match. I reach Chase's porch, and he doesn't have a ramp like I do, so I'm going to have to pick the girls up and come back for the stroller. Just as I'm about to do that, the front door swings open. Chase cuts a sharp figure in the doorway. The gray t-shirt and washed-out jeans he's wearing show off his body handsomely. Thick legs, no doubt from being a cyclist, a wide shoulder span, and an extra layer of padding around the middle only adds to his appeal. "Here, let me help you with that." He bounds down the steps and immediately crouches at the foot of the stroller. He peers up at me, his eyes lively. "You ready?" He motions with his head, and I know what he means straight away. I nod. "Sure." "Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Effortlessly, the two of us lift the stroller and carry it up the 3 or 4 steps as if we've done it a million times before. "Thank you," I say. Chase moves closer to me. "No problem. How are you?" "I'm good. Yourself?" Not too bad." His lips spread into a grin, those full, devilishly plump, almost begging to be kissed lips. "Better now that you're here. I'm glad we found a time when we're both free." "Yeah, same." Butterflies flutter in my stomach, but they're evil little bastards with tiny pinpricks on the tips of their wings, so it feels like I'm being stabbed 1,000 tiny stabs. This is not a date, Fisher, and stop staring at the man's mouth. I'm glad my inside voice is sounding sterner because it seems I'm in need of the harsh reminder. There's a moment of uncertainty as we silently try to navigate the correct way to greet each other. I see his right shoulder flex, and it looks as if he's about to reach out and shake my hand, which just won't do. I haven't been waiting all damn week for a handshake. "I brought wine," I suddenly blurt. I pluck it from the undercarriage of the stroller and shove it toward Chase. I shuffle in closer for an awkward semi-hug with the bottle wedged between our bodies. Smooth, Fisher. Real smooth. "Thanks," he says, taking the bottle from me. He waves us inside. The dogs run ahead, reaching the piglet pen in the living room before we do. For a few moments, there's a Western standoff. It's those first few moments where animals are aware of each other but unsure how to react. Chase crosses the room and calmly says, "Amy, Piggy, Jimmy, I'd like to introduce you to Lily and Ralphie. Now, you may notice something different about them, and I can confirm that, yes, they are indeed French, but we shouldn't hold that against them. Many good things have come from France, such as..." He pauses, trying to come up with something. After a while, he scrunches his face and looks over helplessly at me. "The French language is really romantic," I offer. "Excellent." Chase smiles. "The French language. Oh, I know. French... fries?" I can't help but chuckle. Chase looks over at me and winks. Fucking winks. And I have to actually steady myself against a stroller to stop my knees from giving out underneath me. Carefully, he opens the pen and the pigs slowly file out one at a time. His kidding around seems to have done the trick because after a few cautious sniffs and some gratuitous licks from Lily, The animals seem to relax in each other's company. "Let's go out back," Chase suggests. "We can sit on the deck while these guys get to know each other and play in the yard. We'll be able to keep an eye on them." "Sounds good," I reply, as Chase shepherds the entire brood of animals outside. He picks up a few toys that are scattered around the backyard and lets the dogs sniff them. Ralphie seems to be happy doing his own thing, while Lily and Amy look like they're on their way to becoming BFFs. I'm happy just sitting back and watching how good he is with animals. "Wine time?" Chase asks when he strides back onto the deck. "Sure." I've gotten the girls set up on a blanket by the table. I brought Play-Doh, their favorite dolls, some coloring books, and a few Tonka trucks, which they're both really into at the moment, so they should be entertained for a while. "Back in a sec." Chase ducks into the kitchen, and as I take a moment, I find myself feeling oddly calm. Whatever jitters I had when I first arrived are out of my system. I've been looking forward to this evening all week, and now that it's finally here, I want to relax and enjoy it. And that's exactly what happens. Over a glass of Simeon Sauvignon Blanc, Chase and I start talking. "So this is the infamous worst house on the street." "Doesn't look that bad to me," I say, glancing around. Chase snickers. "You haven't looked hard enough. I know it's a fixer-upper, but it's something I've wanted to do for a long time. Buy a rundown place and do it up." "Are you good at that sort of thing?" "Terrible. I haven't got a clue when it comes to DIY, but I'm a man who likes a challenge." A bit of wine catches in the back of my throat, but I manage to swallow it without choking. "Speaking of challenges, how do you feel about ordering takeout?" There's a pained look on Chase's face as he scratches behind his neck. "I'm sorry. I've bought everything for a veggie casserole, but I got held up at work. Didn't get a chance to start on it before you came over like I'd hoped." "I don't mind, but I'm happy to help in the kitchen if you like, though. More hands make light work, right?" A slow smile spreads across Chase's face, melting his worry away. "Sure. That'd be nice. How about we make a start on dinner right after you tell me how your date went last night?" I groan. "Come on, it can't be worse than your first." "No, it was better," I concede. "And it wasn't the guy. Well, it was, but he wasn't a bad guy. It's just that there just wasn't a spark. He lacked a connection, you know?" Chase nods, so I continue my detour down Debbie Downer Lane. Dating sucks. I basically agreed to do it to convince Gabby, and myself too, I guess, that I really am over my ex. "And are you?" "Over your ex, I mean." I don't even have to think about it. I am so over him. Anger boils in my blood, but I try to keep it to a simmer. "Bad breakup?" Chase asks, before hastily adding, "Shit, I'm sorry. Don't mean to pry. You don't have to answer that." I glance over at the girls. They're playing happily, and my heart swells with all the love I have for them. "He left us," I tell Chase. "Floyd, that's his name. We were together for almost 5 years. Our life in New York was great. We both loved our jobs, had a great circle of friends. We genuinely made each other happy." I take a sip of wine and swill it to my mouth for a little while. "Floyd always wanted to have dogs, and kids, and a house out in the burbs. It was his big life dream. He told me about it on, let me see." I squint, trying to remember. "Our 4th or 5th date." "Okay. Is that what you wanted to?" I shake my head. "Here's the thing. I didn't. At least not as much as he did. But as the relationship progressed and I fell in love with him, I went along with it. So first we got the puppies, and it was great. Then we got super lucky and found an amazing surrogate in Phoenix. The whole process worked, and we ended up with the 2 most beautiful girls in the world." I feel a sting behind my eyes, so I steady myself with a few breaths. "Every Saturday, I'd take the girls for a walk. I'd pick up the newspaper and grab some lunch from our favorite deli. One day when the girls were about 6 months old, I went out like I did every Saturday morning. And when I came back, there was a note on the kitchen counter." I bite down on the inside of my cheek determined not to let the emotion overwhelm me as I turned to Chase. Floyd just up and left. He wrote that it was all too much for him, that he couldn't connect with the girls, that the domestic bliss we'd worked so hard to create wasn't how he pictured it would be. I take a deep breath. And that was that. After 5 years together, 2 children, and 2 dogs, all I got was one lousy note. He didn't even have the decency to tell me to my face. That's terrible, Fisher. I am so sorry. My gaze fixes on a bush in the yard as I try to keep the tears from falling. How can someone do that? Just up and leave their family? Their children? I don't know. Chase covers my hand with his, and I close my eyes at the soothing touch. But what I do know is that it's his loss. He's missing out on being with a terrific guy and on seeing these beautiful girls grow up. If he could walk away from all that, well, I should probably stop talking before I call him a stupid dickhead. I glance over at Chase. He lifts his hand off mine, bringing it up to cover his mouth in slow motion. Oops, I said it. I chuckle. Thank you. And I agree with you. It is his loss. It just upsets me. For the girls. I try to roll the tightness out of my shoulders, but it doesn't work. Can I be completely honest with you? Of course. It upsets me. For me, too. This was his dream. The dogs, the kids, the house in suburbia. The life I have is the life he wanted. I look over the table at Imogen and Ellie and smile. Now I wouldn't change it for the world, of course. I love my girls more than anything. But a small part of me resents him for depriving me of the chance to figure out what I would have done with my life. God, that makes me sound like a horrible person, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Chase replies with a firm edge to his tone. Can I be completely honest with you? Sure. I know a thing or two about being a horrible person myself. I broke a woman's heart because I had to figure out what I am. Oh? Chase nods, a pained expression falling over his features. I left my wife, Julie, because I'm gay. We were together for 13 years, married for 10. She was my best friend. She's a good woman. And I hurt her. Deeply. And as much as I hated doing that, and believe me, I did, I also knew it was something I had to do. I can't even imagine. That must have been so hard. He nods, a tight smile wrapped around his lips. It was. It still is. I feel guilty about it. Until recently, I thought it was a really shitty, selfish thing to do. But my friends convinced me that it wasn't. That it was actually the right thing to do. I don't believe them entirely just yet, but I'm trying to get there. I'm slowly coming to accept that as much pain as I've caused her, it doesn't make me a bad person. In the same way that you having some justifiable resentment toward your ex doesn't make you a bad person either. I believe the correct term is adult, right? I say glumly. Exactly. Chase looks over at the girls, then at the animals playing happily in the backyard. He gets a faraway look in his eyes before saying, "Life isn't perfect. People make mistakes, and relationships get messy. As long as you're a good person inside, that's what counts. Because it means you'll be able to steer yourself through the choppy waters of life." Chase shakes his head. "Whoa, where did that come from?" I grin. "I don't know. But I like the way you think. And for what it's worth, it made me feel better. So the sappiness was worth it." Chase looks almost a little embarrassed, but he recovers enough to say, "I'm glad to hear it. And you're right." His eyes lock on mine. "It's totally worth it." There's something about how his voice dips saying those last words that flips a switch inside me, going from friendship zone to flirting territory. My gaze settles on his face, and even though I've done my best to resist it all night, I can't fight it any longer. My eyes fall to his lips and stay there, those thick, full lips. And all I can think about is... "Dinner," Chase declares, clapping his hands together. We should make dinner." "Oh, yes, right, of course." He glances down at his watch. "Whoa, is that the time? Looks like we've been talking for a while." I guess we have. We look at each other at the exact same time as we say the exact same thing. "Takeout?" He laughs. "Deal. I'll make a veggie casserole next time." "Sounds good." And that's what he does. The following Saturday night, he cooks us all a delicious casserole. The Saturday after that, he and the piglets come over to my house for a Mexican feast. And that's how it goes for the next few weeks. For some unfathomable reason, I persist with my disastrous dating plan and have a string of terrible dates on a Friday night, followed by having a wonderful time with Chase and our entire little gang the next night. Then I spend the whole week looking forward to doing it all again. The Saturday nights, that is. The Friday nights, not so much. I'm enjoying spending time with Chase, getting to know more about him, like how he grew up on a farm 20 miles outside of Brookhaven, and even though his family had all sorts of animals, cows, chickens, horses, goats, they never had pigs, hence his semi-obsession with them now. I've also learned a lot about said pigs. I knew they were clean animals before, but I never realized pot-bellied pigs are a lot like dogs. They can obey commands and learn how to roll over and even shake a hoof. They can also do cool tricks like mastering doors, which, as Chase pointed out with a laugh, is incredibly useful when you've got your hands full and need to open your fridge. But it's the small, deeper insights I get into Chase that I like the most. The passion that flares in his eyes when he speaks about his love for animals. The way his face lights up when he talks about his friends, sharing with me their stories of how they love and support each other through the good and bad times in their lives. The Vet Shop Boys almost sounds like more of a dating agency than a vet clinic, but it makes me happy knowing he's got good people in his life. And it's the kindness in his eyes as he listens to me when I talk that does something to me. He asks interesting, thought-provoking questions without it feeling like he's being pushy or nosy. He remembers the things I tell him, like a deadline I have at work, and then he follows up about it the next time we see each other. And he always sits patiently as I recount date after date that, for one reason or another, never goes right. He doesn't say much during those times, but I don't feel like he's judging me. In fact, most times his usual response is to ask me to turn around so he can give me a neck and shoulder rub. At the end of the night, he always walks me out to his front porch, helps me get the stroller down the stairs, and makes sure the girls and dogs are settled before I take off. He reminds me to call or text if I need anything during the week, and he waves me off. I've noticed him standing there at his front door watching us to make sure we make it safely down the street. And it's on one of those short walks back home after yet another wonderful night with Chase, the girls, the dogs, and the piglets that it dawns on me. I'm starting to really like Chase Higgins. 7. Chase. I hammered the final nail into the floorboard. There. I'm finished. I lean back on my haunches, wiping the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand as I take a minute to admire my work, my eyes skimming over the floor in the living room. For the first time since I moved in, the surface is smooth. With the help of countless YouTube DIY videos, I've evened out the wooden floorboards in the whole house, grinding down all the uneven surfaces and replacing any panels that couldn't be repaired. It looks pretty damn good, if I do say so myself. But more importantly, it's safe. I can't have toddlers running around the house on a rickety old floor. If I stub my toe, it's no big deal. I can live with it. But the last thing I want is for Ellie or Imogen to fall over because they catch on a nail or trip over a raised floorboard. And since they've been coming over a whole lot more this past month, getting my floor fixed fast became my number one priority. Well, equal number one priority. Making Fisher laugh is up there, too. So is cooking dinner with him. Having a glass of wine and spending hours talking to him about everything and nothing. Basically, just spending time with the guy. I find myself looking forward to our Saturday night catch-ups during the week. It doesn't matter if I go over to his place or if he comes here. Him, the girls, the animals, it's all just so nice. With a contented smile, I stand up and head for the shower to clean up. Stepping into the bathroom, I peel off my sweat-drenched t-shirt and toss my pants and briefs into the hamper. As the warm spray of the water hits me, I let my eyes drift shut. My thoughts return to Fisher and the friendship that's developing between us. I enjoy hanging out with him, and I like that he's so easy to talk to. Maybe it's because he's around my age, just 3 years younger than me at 33, or that we share a common background, both being from Brookhaven, even if I grew up a little out of town. Or maybe it's simply the fact that Fisher West is a damn nice guy. Sometimes I'll catch a glimpse of him looking at the girls. I can see the love he has for them written all over his face. He lights up, and I know that they're his whole world. I still can't believe his ex could up and leave like that, but I try not to think about it too much. It makes me fume with rage. Instead, I focus on what an incredible man Fisher is to pick himself up the way he did, move back here to Brookhaven, and dedicate himself to being the best father he can be. That shows me the kind of a man he is. A damn good one. The only downside to what we've been doing is that Saturday nights come and go so fast. I wish we had more time together. We've started texting each other more frequently over the past few weeks, but it's not the same. Although, with our busy lives, I suppose I should be thankful we get to see each other at all. I finish washing and start to dry off. I haven't really unpacked why I want to see Fisher more, or why I think about him as often as I do, or why, as I'm standing naked in my bathroom, I'm sporting a rock-hard erection. Yeah, that's been happening a lot lately. It seems to coincide with the times I think about Fisher, so basic math here. Lots of time spent daydreaming about Fisher equals lots of boners. Not exactly ideal to be getting so turned on by someone who's fast becoming a good friend, is it? It's not like I'm doing it on purpose. I don't seem to have any control over it at all. My body has this automatic response to him, even just to thoughts of him. A part of me wonders whether Fisher is feeling anything too, or if this is all just a one-sided thing. It's hard to tell. We talk and laugh and banter so easily, but that's just him being friendly. Well, sure, sometimes I spot his eyes lingering on my mouth, but maybe I have nice lips or something. I guess now that I think about it, one thing I have noticed is that our goodbyes seem to be getting a tad longer. Whenever he comes over to my place, I always help him carry the stroller down the front steps of my porch at the end of the night. He'd usually head straight off after that, but the last 2 weeks he's hung around, almost like he didn't want to leave. I shake my head. You're being an idiot. I scold myself as I throw on a tank top and a pair of shorts. Firstly, I'm not even ready to start dating. So that's strike number one. And secondly, Fisher is, and that's exactly what he's been doing every Friday night. I know, because he tells me about his dates when we catch up the following night. I don't say a lot. I just listen. But I can't ignore the irritation that scratches at my chest as he tells me about guy after guy that clearly isn't right for him. It's pretty clear we're in different places when it comes to love and relationships. Besides, we've got a really good thing going here. Saturday nights are the highlight of my week, and I don't want to jeopardize that. Fisher's already been hurt once by a guy who thought he knew what he wanted but didn't. I don't want to screw him over like that for a second time. I need to sort my shit out first before I even start thinking about dating Fisher. I mean, dating in general, not dating him specifically. I spend a few minutes goofing off with the piglets in the living room. Amy is the most affectionate one of the lot at the moment. She loves it when I lie down on the floor and allow her to trot all over me. I reach out and tickle her, making a game of it, and I swear she squeals in delight. I won't be able to do this once they're full size. Adult pot-bellied pigs can weigh up to 200 pounds, so the window for me to enjoy them being able to play while they're small like this is a short one. I take them out for their evening potty in the backyard before tucking them into their pen. It's only 10 on a Thursday night, but I am beat, so I turn in for the night. As I grab my phone off the kitchen counter, I notice I have a text message. It's from Fisher. I read it straight away. Hey, sorry for the late notice, but my sitter canceled and Gabs is busy, so, I was wondering if you might be able to babysit the girls tomorrow night while I subject myself to another disastrous date. I strip out of my clothes and jump into bed before answering. So, what I'm hearing is that I'm your last resort. I don't even have time to fluff my pillow before a reply comes through. God, no, sorry. Then, that's not what I meant. I chuckle. Just teasing. I'd love to babysit. What time do you need me? How does 6 sound? I double-check my work schedule in the calendar app on my phone. I've got an early shift tomorrow, so I'll be finishing at 2. Even if I get held up, which is likely, I'll definitely be able to make it back home by 6. No problem. You're a lifesaver. I tap my fingers against my chin. I don't want to say goodbye and wrap things up, but I also don't know what to write next. Turns out, I don't have to. How was your day? Fisher messages. Busy. Performed 3 surgeries today. They all went well. Ran a few errands. Oh, and I finally finished the floorboards tonight. The girls are free to roam safely. I told Fisher about my plans to make my house toddler safe. He insisted it wasn't necessary. And in a way, he's right. He keeps such a close eye on the girls. I know he wouldn't let anything bad happen to them. But it's something I wanted to do. Besides, you can never be too careful with toddlers, right? That was very sweet of you. 3 dots show up, then disappear a couple of times on the screen. I wonder what he's trying to say. When he doesn't reply for a while longer, I decide to throw in something playful. That's because I'm a very sweet guy. You should know that by now. I grimace, hoping it comes across as jokey as I intended. Reading it back now, it seems a little flirty. I wasn't going for that. Okay, maybe I was going for that a little. 90% jokey, 10% flirty. That seems perfectly reasonable. I do know that. Those bouncy dots keep doing their disappearing act before this comes through. You're also great to talk to. An even better listener. Great with kids and animals. Kind. Thoughtful. Caring. More pesky dots. I tap impatiently at the screen as if that will somehow make his message come through faster. And fucking hot. My mouth flies open. I shuffle up higher against my headboard and run a hand through my hair. The previous compliments were all lovely and very much in the friend zone, but that last one? That feels like something more, maybe? Grinning like an idiot, I tap back. Well, thank you. But you don't want it going to my head now, do you? Or at least that's what I meant to say, but my stupid, stubby fingers must have conspired with the autocorrect devil army, because when I read it back, the message I actually sent Fisher reads, Well, thank you. Bet you want to be giving me head now, do you? Fuckity fuck. Sorry, epic autocorrect fail. I quickly amend. My heart pounds in my throat as I wait for Fisher's response. Dots bounce, then vanish, bounce, then vanish, then finally... LOL. That's swiftly followed up with, my turn to apologize. Seems I forgot that men in their 30s are banned from using acronyms like LOL and OMG, except in instances of pointing out how wrong it is to use them. Is a smiley face emoji okay? I heave out a long breath. Relieved he's moving on from my little faux pas. A smiley face emoji is totally fine. Cool. Well, good night then. Here's to no more autocorrect fails. I'll see you tomorrow at sex. Smiley face emoji. I laugh. No more autocorrect fails my ass. Good night. Wink emoji. At 6 on the dot the following night, I show up on Fisher's front porch. It was another crazy busy day at the clinic. Nothing too stressful, just a constant flow of owners bringing in their animals with the usual assortment of complaints. Upset stomachs, ear infections, skin irritations, that sort of thing. What got me through it was knowing I'd be seeing Fisher tonight. Even though it's only going to be briefly and he'll be going out on a date with someone else, I secretly hope we'll have a little bit of time together. I really enjoy spending time with him, and I sense he might like it too. We always seem to have a fun, easy, relaxing time. But when the front door swings open, the last thing I'm met with is a relaxed-looking guy. Hey, what's wrong? I ask, stepping inside. Oh, nothing, Fisher says as we exchange a quick hug. This is my usual pre-date panic. My hair's being uncooperative, I've changed shirts twice, and I can't decide what goddamn pants to wear. That's when I look down. Oh, well, looky here. Fisher's not wearing any pants, only a pair of white briefs, a pair of very tight white briefs that look like they've been airbrushed onto him. I don't miss the bulge they're covering. Kinda hard not to, given how, bulgy it is. He's got well-proportioned thighs and a light dusting of auburn hairs running down his strong, sinewy legs. Thankfully, Fisher's too preoccupied to notice me checking him out. He dashes off somewhere, giving me a chance to inspect his equally impressive muscular backside. God. I really need to start cycling again soon. How is it that he's the one with kids, and yet I've got the dad bod? I make my way over to Imogen and Ellie playing happily in the living room, completely oblivious to the panicked state their father is in. Just as I plop myself down next to them, Fisher stomps back into the room. He's still only wearing a shirt and those white briefs, and I momentarily consider writing an email to the manufacturer to inform them of the design flaws in their product for more well-endowed gentlemen. They barely conceal anything. Fisher sticks his arms out. There's a pair of pants in each hand. Which of these are hotter? His head darts between them. I glance up and shrug. Don't know. What's the difference between them? He shakes his head in amazement. Are you serious? These, he shakes the pants in his left hand, are dark denim jeans and will mean I have to skip dessert and possibly suck in my gut for most of the night, while these, he pushes what he's holding in his right hand closer to me, are khaki shorts. World of difference. Sorry, I don't pay much attention to clothes. I realize I wasn't the least bit helpful to him, so I add, go with the shorts. It's early fall, but it's still warm out. Might be your last chance to wear them for a while, and you'll be more comfortable. Wise words. Thank you. He sprints off and again, and even though I know I shouldn't, I can't help but sneak another peek at his ass as it bounces out of the room. I play with the girls while Fisher continues getting ready. We're making a long green caterpillar, squeezing Play-Doh into circles and joining them together. When Fisher comes out a few minutes later, I damn well near squished the caterpillar's face through my fingers. He looks, well, nothing short of amazing. He's changed into a form-fitting white polo shirt and kept the khakis. He's tamed his tangle of hair, styling it in a scruffy just-got-out-of-bed way. His auburn beard frames the lower half of his face beautifully, and there's a rosy hue to his cheeks that makes him glow. The girls are bathed and already in their jammies. He informs, will you be okay to tuck them in? I walk him to the door, ignoring the feelings that are filling my chest like a balloon. Desire, mixed with something else. I can't figure out what it is. All I know is that his date tonight better realize how damn lucky he is to be meeting someone incredible like Fisher. No problem. I clap him on his shoulder and notice how tight it still is. Relax. The girls and I will be fine, and you look great. Really? There's a mirror in his entryway, and he studies himself in it, fussing with his hair and straightening out imaginary wrinkles in his shirt. I've never seen this side of him. Even when he gets into rambling mode sometimes, it's not the same as this. When he rambles, it's cute. This has an edginess to it. I guess going on a date is more nerve-wracking than hanging out with a buddy. I wonder if these dates are worth it. He never seems to enjoy himself or meet anyone that deserves to be with him. Still, as always, I keep my thoughts to myself and my mouth firmly shut. It's not my place to be anything other than a supportive friend. Have a great time, I muster as convincingly as I can. He gives a weak smile. Thanks. I'll try. He walks past me, and right as he's about to leave, he turns and hesitates for a second. Maybe you can stay for a while when I get back? And we can just talk or something? I grin. Sure. I'll be here. Waiting for you. His smile grows, and this time it reaches his eyes. Great. Bye, Chase. Bye, Fisher. I put the girls to bed not long after Fisher leaves, reading to them until they drift off. I spend the rest of the night curled up on the couch with Lily and Ralphie lodged at my feet, switching between watching whatever shows Netflix tells me I should like and scrolling somewhat absent-mindedly through news and animal websites on my phone. It's not until I hear the key turn in the door that I become fully alert. Hey, how is it? I stop the second Fisher enters the room. He looks like he's coming back from a funeral. Oh dear. I drop my feet to the floor and pat the couch pillow next to me. Come here. He does, slumping onto the sofa beside me. I pull him into me and run my hand up and down his back. He doesn't speak for a while, and I don't force it. He'll talk when he's ready. I try not to imagine what this asshole did to make him this upset. I don't want to focus on that. I just want to do whatever I can to make Fisher feel better once he's ready to tell me. A few minutes pass before he says, Have you heard of radical honesty? I stop rubbing his back for a moment while I think about it. No, don't think so. Fisher straightens up and repositions himself, tucking his feet under his body and looking at me square on. Well, Delius has. I choke back a laugh. Delius? Your date's name was Delius. I know. I should have taken that as a warning sign. Tell me more about this radical honesty. Fisher sighs long and heavy. It's some newfangled approach to life and enlightenment, apparently. Delius believes you should be completely upfront about everything. No white lies, no omitting anything you're thinking. You have to be honest about everything all the time. Yikes. Sounds dangerous. Tell me about it. Over the course of the meal, Delius told me he didn't like the way I chewed. It's too loud, apparently. He thought wearing shorts on a date was inappropriate. Oh, and he told me I'm a bad kisser. Wait, you kissed him? I growl. I didn't mean to. Fisher responds dejectedly. But Delius said that my pattern of not kissing the men I go on dates with was either a sign that I'm not over my ex, or that there's someone else in my life I'm harboring feelings for. Huh. 1 point, one lone, solitary point for Delius? It's the first and only thing he said that I can get on board with. So I only did it to prove him wrong. Fisher admits sheepishly. Okay. He actually broke the kiss at one point to give me some feedback. You're kidding. Nope. Delius felt like I was holding back. He described it as someone kissing a person, but with no heart or emotion behind it. Okay, second and final point for this Delius clown. A minuscule glimmer of hope sparks in my chest that maybe, possibly, Fisher was holding back on account of me. It's silly, I know. At the end, he said something else. Fisher drops his head. He told me that I'm a bad kisser. What if he's right, Chase? The sadness in Fisher's face stirs something deep in my belly. He's not right, I say hotly. He's an asshole is what he is. Yeah, I guess so. Fisher doesn't look or sound convinced. The warmth in my stomach has oozed into my chest, and I can feel my heart rate quickening. Moving without realizing it, I close the gap between us and say, "Don't let him get to you. He's not worth it." I know. You're right. I just can't get the words out of my head. I'm being such an idiot. This is so embarrassing. He waves a hand, and I catch his wrist in my fingers. I tug Fisher in toward me so close the tips of our noses meet. I pull back slightly so I can see his face. Listen to me. You had a date with a douchebag. You have nothing to feel embarrassed about, and you are not a bad kisser. For the first time since he's come back, Fisher gives me a grin. A small one, but I'll take it. Thanks. That's kind of you to say. But you actually have no way of knowing that. Oh, yeah? I let go of his wrist and clasp my hands to the sides of his face. Well, I'm about to change that. I lean in and wait for a no or any sign from Fisher that he doesn't want me to do what I'm about to do. A fire tears through me, shoots up my spine, and ignites in a bright fury of flames when my lips meet his for the very first time. Fisher moans out of breath, and I catch it in my mouth. I close my eyes, the specialness of this moment seeping into my bones, lip on lip. That's all there is to it, just like I'd fantasized, but oh my God, it feels incredible. His lips are firm but supple. He flicks his tongue over my lower lip. I adjust my head, dip slightly lower to tangle the tip of my tongue against his. My eyes flutter shut, and I breathe in everything I can about him. His velvety feel, his sweet, tangy taste. A part of me that's been dormant all my life awakens with just one kiss. My first kiss with Fisher. My first ever kiss with a man. There's no one I'd rather share this moment with more than him. I want to keep going. Of course I want to keep going. Now that I've had my first taste, it's only increased my appetite for him. I don't want to end it now. My thoughts are racing, splintering in a million different directions. Where will this kiss go? How will it feel as we deepen it? As we open even more to each other, I want to inhale him, graze my cheek against his bearded cheek, map out his mouth so thoroughly it burns into my memory forever. A fire has erupted within me and is blazing at full force, all from this one little kiss. The last thing I want to do is douse the flames. But I have to. I don't want to, but I have to. I can't afford to ruin what we have. Our friendship means too much to me to let that happen. Reluctantly, I break us apart. Fisher's eyelids flit open and his lips stay slightly parted. I don't think I've ever seen anything more beautiful in my life. It takes every ounce of self-restraint I have in me not to pounce back onto him and keep kissing him over and over again. His coffee-colored eyes meet mine. I trace my fingers down the side of his face. I have some new words for you, I murmur when I can finally bring myself to speak again. I will never forget this kiss, Fisher. 8. Fisher. Shut the front door. He did not say that. Believe me, he did. We're sitting in Gabby's living room watching the kids playing, and I've just finished telling her about the events of last night, both the terrible date with Delius and the incredible kiss with Chase, as well as the thing Chase said when he pulled away from me after said incredible kiss. Swooning, she declares dramatically, falling back into the massive sofa. I'm officially swooning. I chuckle. It was pretty swoon-worthy, but hasn't Grant ever said anything like that to you? Gabs straightens up. No, honey, that's not how straight men talk. One time he said that he really, really loved me. He emphasized the second really so hard I thought he was having a mild seizure. I snort. Another time he told me that my breath reminded him of perfume. It confused the hell out of me, but it was after sex, and he had such a stupid post-O look on his face I added the comment to the romance column. And that is it. Those are literally the two most romantic things my husband, the father of my children, has ever uttered to me. What do you think it means? I find myself asking. Right question, wrong person, you should be asking it too. I let out a noisy breath. You don't think I tossed and turned all night running it over and over in my head? I have a feeling there might have been a lot of tossing going on last night, and not just by you. Gabby jokes. I fling a pillow at her. Seems like the appropriate thing to do to match her maturity level. Can you be serious, please? I'm confused. What are you confused about, hon? Chase kissed me. I kissed him back. Hello, that's confusing. Great. We're now back to those all-knowing hmms. She doesn't elaborate, though, which allows me a moment to drift back into the memory that's been playing on my mind ever since it happened. I honestly never expected Chase to kiss me. I was so down after what Delius had said, but more than that, I felt really shitty for letting him pressure me into kissing him in the first place. I hadn't wanted to, not one little bit. And when Delius broke the kiss, which lasted no more than a few fleeting seconds, and said that it felt like I was holding back, the first thought that sprang into my head was Chase. He's the one I've been wanting to kiss. He's the reason why I haven't kissed any of my dates so far. It's Chase I've been wanting, but I've been holding back, not wanting to push things, unsure about how he feels, scared of stuffing up the good, solid friendship that's been building between us over the last couple of months. But then he kissed me. It was pretty chaste, to be honest, almost like a barely there whisper of a kiss, but whoa, the tenderness beneath it made my insides go all gooey. We didn't have to take it any further. Sure, it would have been great to get more of a taste of him, but I also would have been perfectly content to have stayed frozen with our lips locked like that forever. Suddenly another memory from last night flashes before me. Oh no! I shoot to my feet. What is it? I just remembered something else about yesterday. Delius or Chase related? Chase. I gripped the back of the couch and dropped my head, the tightness in my shoulders more painful than ever. When Chase came over before the date, I wasn't wearing pants. Gabby's silent. I assume she's in shock. She probably thinks I'm the worst person ever, and I wouldn't blame her one bit. I was in my usual pre-date scramble, and I just wasn't thinking. Reluctantly, I raised my head and am met with the widest grin I've ever seen on her face. Why are you smiling like that? I ask, surprised. This just keeps getting better and better. She sounds like she's enjoying this way more than she should be. I'm glad one of us thinks this is funny. Oh, please. Can you stop being so melodramatic for a second? I'm not. I fold my arms and pout. You are. She rolls her eyes and laughs. Honey, it's pretty obvious what's going on here. Great. I look at her wide-eyed. Care to fill me in because I literally have no clue? It'll be my pleasure. You've been on how many dates now with guys off this bullshit Friender app? 5 or 6? Sounds about right. Which means you've been hanging out with Chase, doing your Saturday night dinner with the whole gang thing for the last 5 or 6 weeks, right? I nod. Yep. And when you give me the rundown about your 2 nights, your date on a Friday and your dinner on a Saturday, I could put you on mute and I'd know which one you're talking about. Huh? I don't get what she's saying. You're basically on the verge of tears when you talk about your dates. Your shoulders are slumped, your body language screaming, I'd rather be getting my wisdom teeth taken out now, but when you talk about Chase, you become animated, alive, happy. I don't say anything, probably because she's hit the nail on the head. The implication is clear. I just don't know if I'm ready to admit it aloud yet. I can always rely on Gabs to take care of that for me, though. You like Chase and Chase likes you. It's no more complicated than that. I beg to differ. That is a world of complication. It doesn't have to be, she suggests with a genuine smile. Are you guys still having dinner tonight? Yeah. Chase texted this morning before we came over here asking if we felt like having Mexican. Great. Then you'll have a chance to talk about things then. And in the meantime, Fish, you need to figure out what you want to do. I spend the rest of the day doing just that, thinking about my friendship with Chase, how much I enjoy spending time with him, how I spend a large portion of each week looking forward to our Saturday night dinner, that my Saturday nights are so much better than my Friday nights, and it's not even close, it's a freaking landslide. By the time I reach his place that evening, it's obvious what I need to do. I'm giving up dating, I announce when Chase's door opens. Nice to see you too, Chase whips back. I grimace. Sorry, I mean, how are you? I probably should have opened with that. No problem, I'm good. And you? Yeah, not too bad, thanks. He steps down the stairs, and we both lean down and pick the stroller up, carrying it up onto the front porch. I wheel it into the living room. The dogs and piglets scamper around, greeting each other joyfully. Chase greets the girls with a warm hug, and then I set them up in the corner of the room, which will allow me to keep an eye on them from the kitchen. We've had Mexican food a few times because it's so easy. Chase fries up some ground beef and warms up the tacos while I cut up the lettuce, tomatoes, and avocados. We add some sour cream and cheese, placing all the ingredients on the table, and voila, an all-you-can-eat style buffet. The girls love being able to make their own tacos. Side note, they can't. All they do is make a huge mess. And I love watching Chase as he fusses over them, helping them get some food into their mouths in the process. We work in silence for a few minutes. Chase hovers over the stovetop as he asks, "So, what made you decide to stop dating?" I can't be sure, but I pick up on the slightest hint of happiness in his voice. I must be imagining it. I rest the knife on the cutting board. I realized it wasn't working. I wasn't meeting the kind of guys I'm interested in, or they're not interested in me, whichever of the two. The former, Chase says, stirring the beef without looking up. It couldn't be the latter. I smile. Oh? And why's that? He stops what he's doing as if he's suddenly aware my eyes are on him. Because you're a great guy. All the guys you've dated so far sound like taco heads. Plus, some of them have very questionable names. I snicker. Yeah, taco heads with questionable names sums up my dating experience pretty well. We finish getting the food ready, and as always, dinner is lively and filled with lots of laughs and a whole heap of food ending up on the floor that is gladly scooped up by any one of the animals scrounging around the table. Chase is a natural with the girls. When we first started having these dinners, I thought he was interacting with them out of a sense of politeness or even obligation. But I can tell he genuinely loves spending time with them. He engages with them in a really fun way, and I love seeing the way they respond to him. They like him, and for some reason that makes me so happy. He lavishes them with attention over dinner, which means we don't get much of a chance to keep talking, but I'm enjoying watching them too much to mind. After dinner, we clean up and let the animals run around outside for a bit. The girls play in the living room as Chase and I sit down on the couch. With beers in hand, we clink our bottles together. To another successful dinner, I say. Chase smiles, but there's something on his mind. I can see the thoughts dancing behind his darkened eyes. I feel like I owe you, and you don't. I prevent him from saying what I think he was on the brink of saying. If you were going to apologize for that kiss last night, please, don't. You don't have to. And I don't want you to. Really? Really, I liked it. This time when he smiles, it's different. Lighter, somehow. I did too. And I'm glad you're the first guy I kissed. I almost choke on my beer. But I'm the what now? Chase tenses. Sorry, should I not have said that? No, it's fine. I recover. I just didn't know that. It's not a problem or an issue or anything, so there's really no reason for me to be rambling like an idiot other than the fact that I am an idiot, and rambling seems to be one of my pesky inbuilt features. A low, deep chuckle rumbles out of Chase. Well, just so happens that your rambling happens to be one of the inbuilt features I like most about you. It is? Chase nods. My heart thrums in my ears as I ask, what about my kissing skills? They're up there, too, he replies with a mischievous smirk. Along with your calves. I quirk a brow. My calves. Yeah. I got a proper look at them yesterday when I came over before your date. Cyclists have the hottest calves. I blush. I am so sorry about being pantless when you came over. I was in such a state I didn't even realize. Relax, Fisher. Do I look like I'm complaining? Come to think of it, no, he doesn't. I'm not sure how to answer his question, so I deflect with one of my own. So you've really never kissed a guy before? He gives a firm shake of his head. Nope. So, I'm not really sure how to ask this. I've been wanting to for a while now, but I've never found the right moment until now. So how did you know you were gay? He thinks about it. Have you always known you're gay? He asks. Yeah, pretty much. How old were you when you knew? I didn't know what the word was, but I've always felt different. When I was 9, maybe 10. That's when I started to figure stuff out. Right, so that was before you had sex with someone, before you kissed anyone? Yeah. I guess it's the same for me. I've never had sex with a guy or even kissed a guy until last night, but I just knew. For me, sexuality isn't about what you do, it's about how you feel and who you are. It goes deeper than just sex, you know? I take a sip of my beer. Yeah, I do. I totally agree with you. There was this one time, though. Chase smiles shyly. It wasn't sex or a kiss or anything. It's actually quite silly now when I look back on it. I tuck my feet under my body. Tell me, I want to know. It happened about 2 years ago. Julie and I were out having drinks with a few of her colleagues. We ended up in a nightclub. The ladies hit the dance floor, and I was left talking to one of the husbands. The music was loud, so it was hard to hear each other. Anyway, at one point, we both leaned in at the same time. What I remember most is how his cheek scraped against mine, and how it felt. We just laughed it off. For him, it was no big deal, just an accidental touch I'm sure he's never thought about again in his life. But for you, I prod softly. Chase's eyes have darkened. For me, it struck something deep inside. It was just an innocent, accidental touch, but it sparked an interest within me. A desire, maybe even a longing. One I'd been ignoring my whole life. Why do you think you didn't come out earlier? Chase shakes his head. I honestly don't know. Were you worried about how your family or friends would respond? He thinks about it. Not really. I've been really lucky. My friends have been nothing short of supportive, and my parents have been great too. I told them during a video call a few weeks back. They said they love me and want me to be happy. So it's not really that. Are you close with your parents? Kinda. I'm an only child, and my parents were strict with me. I've always felt like I carried the weight of their expectations on my shoulders. I'm the first one on my dad's side to get a college education. They always pushed me. Whatever I did was never good enough. There was one time I came home with an A for an English assignment, and I remember my father turning to me and saying, "Why wasn't it an A+?" I don't know what to say to that, so I stay silent. I know they did it because they wanted me to succeed in life and not end up as farmers like they were. Chase continues. But it's left me feeling like I always had something to prove. That I have to fit in and mold my life around people's expectations to get their approval, their validation, their love. I guess maybe that explains some of the fear or hesitation about coming out sooner. Yeah, for sure. Chase agrees, nodding thoughtfully. This might sound a bit weird, but my sexuality's never felt black and white. Like, when I was with Julie or with women before that, I didn't feel that anything was necessarily wrong. It just felt like it was never the full picture. Okay. It's hard to explain. I think I'm only just starting to really come to terms with it. It's like my sexuality evolved over time. Maybe being gay was always there, but more in the background. Because it's not like I was miserable throughout my whole marriage, especially not at the start, but by the end I definitely was. I don't know. He trails off. Sexuality is a complicated thing. I choose my words carefully. I mean, for me, I've always known I'm gay. In that sense, it's been simple, but there's fluidity when it comes to these things, and even though it doesn't apply to me, maybe it does to you? Yeah, maybe. Chase's eyes meet mine and we smile. I've still got a lot to figure out, he says. Who doesn't, though? Do you mind if I ask how your ex-wife reacted when you came out to her? I know I'm peppering the guy with a ton of questions, but I'm loving learning more about him. I've noticed Chase tends not to open up too much of his own accord. That's fine, but I'm genuinely curious to find out more about him. If I'm being too nosy or pushy, just tell me. I add, not wanting to make him uncomfortable. He sucks in a breath. You're not. I'm just not great at talking, but it's something I want to get better at. Believe it or not, I've never opened up to anyone as much as I'm opening up to you right now. I cover his hand with mine. You're doing great. Thank you. I mean it. He pauses. I met Julie pretty young, and I guess we fell into a relationship. I wasn't sure at the time what my feelings about men were, what they meant, and what I should do about them, so I didn't do anything. I thought I could live like that forever, but obviously I couldn't. Over time, the feelings became clearer. They got stronger, and I finally reached a point where I couldn't ignore them the way I had been my whole life. Coming out to Julie was the scariest thing I've ever done, but it was worth it. Her reaction was better than I could have hoped for, more than I deserved, really, given the pain I know it caused her. Wow. Chase has never opened up to me like this before, so fully, so unreservedly. Thank you for telling me. He smiles, and I feel a tiny tendril of hope ignite in my chest. So you've really never done anything with a guy? I haven't. I've wanted to, I've thought about it, but I've never actually worked up the courage to go any further. So what made you kiss me last night? Chase grins. I had to prove to you that you're not a bad kisser, and my breath catches as I wait for whatever he's about to say next. I like you. A silence stretches between us. As, Tired, Dada, Imogen declares with a wail at quite possibly the worst time ever. He likes me as a what? As a friend? Is that what Chase was going to say? Or was he just going to add that in because he didn't want to make things awkward, because he'd caught me so off guard and I let too much time pass that I didn't get a chance to tell him I liked him too? The tiny flicker of a flame that had been burning in my chest gets snuffed out. Damn it! So many unanswered questions that won't be answered tonight, as Chase helps me tidy up the mini hurricane of toys strewn around his living room. I gather the girls into the stroller, and like we do every Saturday night, he helps me down the stairs. I attach the dog leashes to the handlebar and am about to set off when an idea strikes me. Have you fixed your bike yet? Yeah, I did it last week. Why? I look up at Chase, his face illuminated by the porch light. Want to go for a ride together? He lowers his eyes and smiles. Sure. I'd like that. I'm about to say I'll text him tomorrow and we can try to find a time that works for us sometime in the next few weeks. When I decide to scratch that, instead I go with, "You free tomorrow?" The smile on his lips grows wider. "I've got an early shift. I finish at 2. We can go after that?" "Great. I'll find a sitter and we can meet up at 3. "Sounds great. I'm looking forward to it." Same. I start to walk away. As I reach his front gate, I turn back to face him. "Hey, Chase?" "Yeah?" "For the record, I like you too." 9. Chase. "Woot woot! Look at you, you sexy mammal." I step out of the private shower cubicle and into the main section of the changing room. There's no need to look up to know who's crowing at me. It can only be Tyler. "Really? Mammal?" "Yeah, you know, middle-aged man in lycra." I know what it stands for. I walk over to the bench and sit down to adjust my cleats. "How old do you think I am?" Tyler shrugs. "Dunno. 50? 50? I sputter. That's met with a snort laugh. "I'm just teasing, man. Gosh, you boomers get ruffled so easy." I bite my tongue, determined not to give Tyler what he's clearly angling for, a reaction. We're wrapping up our Sunday shift and getting dressed in the staff changing room Gus had built a few years back. I decided to ride into work today. Figured I could use a practice before my proper ride with Fisher this afternoon. I used to be in great shape, could cycle comfortably for 100 miles, but I haven't ridden in a long time. Thankfully, riding a bike is a lot like, well, riding a bike. But even though you don't forget the basics, this body ain't as fit as it used to be. I don't want to make a complete fool out of myself in front of the guy. I've been worried that the kiss 2 nights ago was too much, that I'd stepped over a line and possibly messed up our friendship. But dinner last night was the same as always, which means it was loud, messy, and I had so much fun. Not just with Fisher, but with his girls, too. I still want to have children of my own, and in some small way, spending time with Fisher, Ellie, and Imogen connects me to that part of myself. It's a nice feeling. It was also more than nice to talk to him on a deeper level last night. I'd meant it when I told him I haven't opened up to anyone as much as I did to him. It wasn't easy. I felt like I had a frog permanently lodged in my throat for most of the conversation. But it was good. Necessary. I feel so much lighter having revealed things to him I've kept locked inside of me for so long. It's not like I had some big light bulb moment or anything. My sexuality is something I'm still coming to terms with. It still confuses me. Why did I keep things locked away for so long? When did my sexuality evolve? Why did I wait until my mid-30s to come out? I'm not sure if I'll ever get concrete answers to these and all the other questions I have swirling around in my head, but even though no clear answers emerged, I do have a sense of greater clarity. Like some of the fog and uncertainty has been lifted, and maybe there's enough value in that to make talking and communicating openly something I should do more often. I'm determined to try. One thing that didn't feel nice was the way I left the whole "I like you" conversation. After admitting my feelings to Fisher, I waited for him to respond. When he didn't, I panicked. I was going to add, "as a friend," when I spotted Imogen making her way over to us. Her cry stopped me from getting it out. Well, it stopped me from getting the whole thing out. I think it was pretty obvious what I was on the verge of saying. It was also pretty obvious that Fisher's reaction to it wasn't a good one. I don't know why he didn't say anything after I told him I liked him. In all fairness, I really didn't give him a lot of time to respond, and I sure as shit have no idea what he made of my stupid "as a friend" remark. I was only going to say that to make things less awkward. Turns out I might have only succeeded in doing the exact opposite. "Hey, you did great today." I comment to Tyler to get my mind off that and onto something else. Tyler takes off his vet garb. He's got an incredible physique underneath, all lean muscles and taut abs. Not that I'm checking him out. I may not be as ancient as he thinks I am, but I have zero interest in younger guys, or him specifically. We're just friends. He puts on a form-fitting black V-neck and sits down next to me. "Thanks. And also, thanks for everything you've been doing for me over these past few months. Helping me out at work, checking in on me about how I'm doing. I appreciate it. I feel safe with you." His face grows serious. I've noticed he does this a lot. He can veer from playful and jokey into this darker, more contemplative space in a matter of seconds. I don't know what it is, but there's stuff going on with him beneath the surface. I'm glad to hear that. You can tell me anything, Tyler, and I'll always do my best to help you. Think of me as an older brother, I say lightly. That gets him going like I knew it would. A much, much, much older brother. I chuckle at his predictable Gen Z response, and he brightens too. What are your plans for the rest of the day? He asks, shoving his work clothes into his backpack and pulling out a new pair of shoes, which he starts to put on. I'm going cycling with Fisher. The guy whose kids you babysat on Friday night while he was out chasing cock? That guy? I've been opening up more at work, so I've told the gang about it, hanging out with Fisher, and that I drop in with occasional babysitting duties whenever his sitter cancels. I wouldn't put it quite like that. Tyler's eyebrows lift. He could be a top, I continue. Maybe he's chasing ass. Tyler completely misses what I thought was a mighty fine and nuanced joke. Instead, he finishes tying his shoelaces and then pins me with an inquisitive look. So you're dating him? Dating? No. We're going for a bike ride. It's what friends do. Aw, it's so cute that you still have friends at your age. He jokes. When I glance over, he pokes his tongue out at me, and we both laugh. I finish strapping both my feet into the cleats and stand up. That's when Tyler's mouth flies open. I scan down my body in alarm, trying to find whatever's made him respond to me like that. What is it? I ask when I can't find an obvious cause. Tyler opens and closes his mouth a few times. Finally, he points to my groin area. It looks like there's a giant octopus trapped inside you trying to make its way out. What are you talking about, Tyler? I look down again, then roll my eyes. Oh, brother. It's lycra. Yes, you're going to see a little bulge down there. Little? There ain't nothing little about that. And if you don't believe me, just look at the reaction you get from your friend when he sees you. I dismiss Tyler's reaction as nothing more than his usual banter. I give him a pat on the back as I head out and say goodbye to a few staff members in the lounge before setting off. It's a beautiful sunny day with the temperature in the 70s, so our ride this afternoon should be a very pleasant one. I drop off my work gear and spend a few minutes playing with the piglets when I get home. At exactly 3 o'clock, I ride up to the front of Fisher's house just as he's making his way down the driveway. I get off my bike to greet him, and the smile on his face freezes when his gaze drops down my body. Shit, I can't believe I'm thinking this, but Tyler was right. Fisher is totally checking out my bulge region. Heat flares in my gut as I stand there in front of him. He finally drags his eyes up and we give each other a hug while still holding onto our bikes. I've been looking forward to this all day, Fisher remarks, his voice a little higher than normal as he adjusts his feet into the toe clips. He's in a similar getup to me, except his lycra is a black and white striped top with black shorts, while mine is plain black. It clings tightly to his tight, muscular frame, and man, the guy is in seriously good shape. Same, I reply. Is Gabby looking after the girls? We make our way onto the street, cycling side by side. Yep, and she said there's no need to hurry back. He waggles his eyebrows at me before heading off at a cracking pace. I fall behind him in single file. If he asks, I'll say it's because I can't keep up with him. The reality? Well, let's just say the view from back here ain't too shabby, especially whenever there's an incline. Fisher's ass lifts off the seat, and when he pedals that hard, every single muscle in his thighs and those insanely gorgeous calves work overtime. God, his calves. I can honestly say I've never spent even a minute thinking about calves, mine or anyone else's, before seeing Fisher's. They're thick, meaty, and covered in just the right amount of hair, and there's something about them that makes me want to bite right into them and devour them like corn on a cob. Fisher leads me on a tour of the suburbs. This is a beautiful part of Brookhaven, with plenty of tree-lined streets and lovely homes. About 40 minutes in, he takes a left, and we head in a little closer to downtown. After a few minutes, he stops in front of a cute little cafe. Fancy a break? Refuel? Sounds good. We secure the bikes in a rack on the street and head inside. We place our orders. I go for a chocolate milkshake and a slice of cheesecake. Fisher surprises me by getting the same. Why are you looking at me like that? He asks as we sit down at a table by the window. Nothing. I just thought you'd be more careful with what you eat since you, Oh crap, how do I finish this sentence? He cocks his head, a small smile tugging at his lips. Since I what? Since you have such a great body. As soon as I say it, I face out the window, suddenly fascinated by the passing cars and pedestrians on the sidewalk. I'm not the only one with a great body. My eyes snap back to his for a moment before I make a show of looking around the cafe. Where is he? Who's this other person you're referring to? You know I mean you. I'm just about to make another joke when our order arrives. Once the server leaves, we start eating and stay quiet for a while. Tell me more about you and Gabby. You've been friends for ages, yeah? Fisher nods, smiling. Since high school. He goes on to regale me with some of the wild adventures they've had over the years. Sounds like she's quite the firecracker, I comment when he's done. Yes, she is. And what about you? I ask. Have you ever done anything wild? No, not really. He hesitates for a second. I'm not a crazy out there kind of person. I sense something else is on his mind. You make it sound like it's a bad thing. Isn't it, though? Does it make me, I don't know, boring? I don't think you're boring at all, I say firmly. I think you're interesting, funny, a terrible cook. He laughs at that. And you're a great cyclist with the killer ass and tremendous calves. Oh, am I now? I feel my cheeks flame. Why do you think I rode behind you all the way? He laughs again, throwing his head back this time. Wow. And here I was feeling bad that I ogled you when I first saw you show up at my house today. You're just as bad as me. I reach out across the table and slide my hand over his. His skin feels smoother than mine, his fingers long and slender. The contact feels familiar and exciting at the same time. This okay? He nods and a curl falls across his forehead. Yes. We sit there like that, hand in hand, talking about everything and nothing. Mainly nothing, really. Or at least nothing massively important. I tell him about my plans to remodel my bathroom since it looks like something trapped in a 1980s time warp. He asks me if I've ever tried almond milk. I haven't. I ask him what his favorite color is. He gets me to guess. I go for blue. I was close-ish. It's purple. I tell him mine's yellow. He updates me on what's going on with the latest campaign he's working on, and I fill him in on the gang at work and how, one by one, they've all found their forever person. That draws a reaction out of him. He sits up taller, squares his shoulders. I know your divorce is still kind of recent, but have you thought about finding your forever person? In the future, I mean. Honestly, I'm not really thinking too long-term at the moment, but of course, from time to time, I do wonder about it. What it might be like, who it'll be with. I still really want to have kids. I blow out a long breath. It just feels so far away, like something way out in the distance. Fisher doesn't respond, just takes the final few bites of his cheesecake. That leaves me free to take a moment and think about the conversation we're having. About finding someone to be with, share a life with, fall in love with. It does feel far away, but then, out of nowhere, a small voice in the back of my head whispers, maybe love is closer than you think. I look across the table at Fisher. His curls are messy, half flat, half jutting out in crazy spikes thanks to helmet hair. His face shines with a sweaty mid-rag glow. His rich brown eyes are genuine and inviting. Then my thoughts jump to his calves, which I can't see since we're sitting at a table, and my cock twitches. I shuffle in my seat, surprised at my own reaction. Why the hell do I keep coming back to his calves? Should we head off? Fisher asks. We don't want to cool down for too long, right? Sure. Let me just finish my cake, I say, but it's really only a stalling tactic. I'm gonna need a minute or two for the raging boner I've popped to go down. 10. Fisher. It's funny how Chase and I have shared so many meals over the past few months, and yet I've never noticed what a slow eater he is. A painfully slow eater. It takes him close to 5 minutes to polish off barely a few mouthfuls of cake. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was stalling, but why? He's worse than Imogen when I try to make her eat mushy carrots. I'm tempted to play Here Comes the Airplane just to get him to hurry up. He finally finishes his cake and we hit the road again. I shout over my shoulder when Chase falls behind me. You're riding up next to me, mister. The streets are wide enough that we can both safely cycle side by side. A few seconds later, Chase draws up beside me. There's a twinkle in his eyes. But how do I get to check out your hot ass and muscular calves if I'm riding beside you? I laugh. I'm sure you'll survive. I decide to take a different route back home, a longer one. As we cycle, Chase will occasionally call something out, a memory from a place we cycle past, a quick story about an animal he treated when we passed the owner's house. It's nice that he's got such a strong connection to the place. I've been away for so long, and hearing Chase talking about Brookhaven makes me happy to be back and keen to create some new memories of my own here, too. I take yet another detour as we start approaching our street. It's still light out, and I don't want it to be over yet. I think back to Chase standing in my driveway to pick me up. The image of him in Lycra is burned into my retinas for life. The man has some serious form. Skin-tight Lycra leaves absolutely nothing to the imagination, and I'm not complaining about that one bit. He's wide in all the right places. Hello, shoulders. A little soft and round in all the right places. That's stomach. And, bulgy in all the right places, too. Enough said. Chase has mentioned a couple of times that he'd like to lose a few pounds, but if you ask me, he doesn't need to change a single thing about his body. He's solid and broad, and if I'm being completely honest, I've fantasized about what it would feel like to have him pinning me down, staring into his soulful eyes as he... Yeah, I really need to stop those fantasies. I can't be thinking about Chase like that. He's become a friend, a very good friend, one who has made it clear that love isn't in his short-term plans. I don't know why hearing him say that in the cafe before made my heart clench the way it did, but whatever. I should probably just ignore that. And I'm not interested in dating anyone either, or at least I don't want to date anyone else. There could be one person I'd be willing to make an exception for, but no, that is so not going to happen. I need to snap myself out of it before I screw up this really good thing we've got going. We're home, Chase announces as we pull up in front of his house. Shit, how did we make it back so fast? I was trying to prolong the ride for as long as possible, but now, as I look around, I can see the day is fading, the sky turning a deep shade of purple. I try to hide my disappointment as we dismount. That was great. I had a lot of fun. Yeah, me too. I take a few steps with Chase up his driveway, which doesn't make sense since I should probably make my way back to my place, have a quick shower, and then pick the girls up from Gabby's. My feet seem to have other ideas, though. Chase takes his helmet off and runs his fingers through his damp hair. Want to come in? He asks. Oh, no, I should probably go. I need to grab the girls, and he lowers his eyes. I thought Gabby said you don't need to hurry back. Huh. So he remembered that. Interesting. Well, yeah. Sure, I guess. Wow. He swats my arm. Can you try to contain your excitement, please? He's smiling, which relaxes me. I try to shake off whatever weirdness I'm feeling. This is fine. Friends who go cycling together hang out afterward. There's nothing unusual about that. We head out onto his deck. I grab a seat overlooking the yard as Chase ducks inside to grab us some beers. When he comes back, my gaze drops to his groin. Damn it. I look back up. All I see is those full, plump lips. Shit. Down, up, down, up. There's no safe place for my eyes to land. The man's body needs to be covered in warning signs. He hands me a beer, so I focus my gaze on it. I don't realize we've fallen silent until Chase asks, "What are you doing?" "What?" "You've been studying that beer bottle like it's a university dissertation." I snort out a laugh. "Sorry. I just don't know where to look. I mean, if I look down, I find myself staring at your bulge. Because I'm going to be frank here, it's quite impressive, and it makes me think things I shouldn't. But then when I look up, all I see is your lips. Has anyone ever told you you've got amazing lips? Like, so amazing that Angelina Jolie would be jealous of that pucker. And shit, now I'm rambling again, and I've outed myself as a complete perv who can't keep his eyes off you." Chase calmly takes a swig of beer, rests the drink on the table, and says, "You finished?" I glance over at him. God, I really fucking hope so. A laugh rumbles out of him. His shoulders, his whole chest heaves with it. "Oh man, Fisher, you really are something else." I don't know how to respond to that. At the same time, I can't seem to take my eyes off him either. There's something magnetic about Chase. Maybe it's the way the fading sun lights him up from the back, giving him an almost ethereal glow. Maybe it's coming off the post-exercise high, or maybe it's something else entirely. Chase catches my gaze, and he doesn't look away. In fact, his eyes narrow slightly as if he's observing me, trying to figure out what I'm thinking. I wish I knew myself. My thoughts are jumbled all over the place, but I can tell there's a curiosity, a spark between us. I can feel it. After a few moments, Chase stands. I get to my feet, too. We close the distance until there's barely a few inches between our bodies. A bird squawks noisily in a tree and takes flight, making the leaves rustle. Neither one of us bothers to look. In the background, I can hear the sounds of his neighbors grilling on their back deck. We don't pay it any attention either. It feels like it's just me and Chase all alone in the world. He wraps his arms around my waist. I fall into him, our bodies pressing together, just warm flesh and lycra. I dip my eyes. We're so close, our bulges, our cocks are lined up, touching. I shiver even though the evening air is warm. Chase hooks a finger under my chin, guiding my eyes back to his. "Can I say something?" There's a raspy undertone in his voice I've never heard before. "Of course." He leans in, and before I know what's happening, his lips are on mine, soft and sweet, but with a gentle firmness. My body erupts with a fiery warmth as he plants a hot trail of kisses across my jaw, along my neckline, before finding my lips again. What are you doing?" I whisper into his mouth. "I'm kissing you." I pull back slightly. That's not saying something. Oh, I think it's saying a lot. I stare into his inky gray eyes, and the hurricane of emotions that has been swirling inside me unleashes. I grip the sides of Chase's face and smash our mouths together. I slide my tongue over his lips, messily, hungrily. Restraint falls by the wayside as I get to properly taste these luscious lips I've lusted over since the first night I ran into him. Chase opens his mouth, and I dive straight in. My tongue, wild and alive, explores every inch of his mouth. I'm still cradling his face as I realize Chase's hands are kneading my ass. I slide one hand down his neck, his chest. I growl when I get to his soft stomach. Then I arrive at his bulge. I'm pretty sure it's gotten even bigger in the last few minutes. I pull back on the kissing, reducing the intensity from a raging inferno to a burning flame. I trace the outline of Chase's cock with the flat of my hand. His lips are kiss-swollen, his pupils blown wide with pleasure. He lets out a delicious groan, and I swoop back in, covering my mouth over his to capture it. As more delicious, guttural sounds keep gushing out of him, I keep catching them. My heart is pounding with excitement, knowing I'm the one eliciting this pleasure from him. It feels like a gift, something truly special. I'm the only man he's ever kissed. That's sacred, and I plan on treasuring it with the reverence it deserves. Chase's dick pulses under my hand. I tighten my grip around his girth, increasing the friction. Moans are spilling out of him, a steady, low bass frequency that I can feel in the base of my cock. All this time, I've been so wrapped up in Chase, I've barely been paying any attention to my own body. I realize I'm not just hard, I'm also wet. I can feel pre-cum pooling in my lycra. As if he can read my thoughts, Chase squeezes down on my ass, his fingers inching toward the middle. God, how I want to give myself to Chase. It's been so long since I've had sex. I miss the feeling of having someone I love inside of me. I reach my hands around me until they clasp over Chase's. I reposition them. I want to feel his fingers against me. Oh, God, he moans, his warm breath fanning across my forehead. Do it, I urge. I want you to touch me. For a moment I worry that it's too much. He's so new to all of this. Kissing a man must be a big deal for him. Have I ruined it by asking him to touch my... My head drops back as I feel the thick press of Chase's digits against my entrance. Does that feel good? He asks. I can tell by his tone he's not being cocky. He's genuinely asking, making sure I'm all right. It does. I sigh. So good. Chase is staring straight into my eyes, and there's an inferno burning between us. Circle it, I instruct. The corner of his mouth hikes into a filthy smirk as his fingers find the perfect groove, grazing around my hole through the lycra. I feel giddy with want. I don't normally do stuff like this, but I've also never been so desperate for someone the way I am for him. I need Chase inside me as much as I need air to breathe. It's all-consuming and terrifying. He increases the speed, the friction creating a tremor that spirals all the way up my spine. Oh, God, yes. I clamp down around his touch, and he drives his fingers in further, as deep as they'll go given the confines of the fabric. Maybe this is a good thing? Maybe this sexual tension that's been simmering between us needs a release. I think about us going inside, into his bedroom, having sex on his bed, getting whatever this is out of our system. But just as quickly, my mind snaps back to reality. This is Chase. My friend, Chase. What the hell are we doing here? Well, I know what his fingers are doing, but seriously, I have to pull back before this goes too far, and we end up doing something we'll regret later. Wait, we should stop. Chase lets go, and the loss of contact stings. It actually hurts. Why? He asks, but it sounds more like a growl. Is something wrong? Did I hurt you? No, you didn't. I immediately assure him. If anything, you can hurt me like that any time. Then what is it? Yeah, exactly. What is this? What are we doing here, Chase? I pull away and start pacing the length of his deck. I can feel another rant coming on. This is also confusing. I like you as a friend, but then I also like you as something more than just a friend. But that doesn't make sense. You've seen how much of a disaster I am at dating, and I know you're not looking or even ready for love or a relationship or anything else, so... I'm so worked up I don't even notice Chase blocking my path. That explains why I walk smack bang straight into his chest. He lowers his head. We'll address what you just said in a second, but first I have to say something. I bite my lip. Go on, then. He stares at me, his eyes swirling with emotion. God, I fucking love your rants. I slap his chest. Hey, you scared me for a minute. I thought you were going to say something bad. I take a few deep breaths, trying to nudge my heart rate back from the brink of cardiac arrest. Chase runs his thick fingers through my hair, playing with the tangled bird's nest I'm sure it must look like after our ride. And I love your curls, too, he murmurs. Oh, thanks. And I love spending time with you. I do too. Love spending time with you, that is. Chase smiles, and as I look at his lips, the only thought I have is, I know how they taste. I know how they taste. I do have one question. He links our fingers together. Go on. Would you like to, chase me? I blink a few times, thinking I must have misheard him. Excuse me? He grins, but he looks a little nervous, too. I combined our names. Fisher and Chase. Fish chasing? Uh-huh. I thought since you've just come off a string of bad dates and I'm, well, not exactly ready to jump into full-on dating, maybe we could fish chase? It's like our own little thing. Dinner's on a Saturday night, maybe a cycle or two during the week, fish chasing. I tap my fingers on my chin. And does this fish chasing involve kissing? Oh, yeah. He breathes back sharply. It's one of the cornerstones that underpins the whole thing. It's very, very important that we keep kissing. Well, in that case, I think I may be able to get on board. He cups my face, gently tilting my head up. Really? Uh-huh. Before I get the chance to smile again, Chase's lips have found mine. Yeah, I'm definitely all in with this fish chasing thing. 11. Chase. The weeks roll on. The days are getting shorter and cooler, and the fish chasing is in full swing. In most ways, nothing has changed too dramatically. Fisher and I still do our weekly Saturday night dinners with the girls, the pigs, and the dogs. It's always loud and chaotic and everything I thought I didn't want in my life right now, and yet I wouldn't change a single thing about it. Given that the window for outdoor cycling is closing, we try to get in a couple of bike rides each week as well, as much as our schedules allow, that is, because that hasn't changed either. I'm working long hours at the clinic, and Fisher's upped his work schedule to 4 nights a week to finish off some client campaigns that are set to launch in the coming months. One very welcome addition, though, is the kissing. Like I'd said when I first ran the idea by him, it's an essential part of fish chasing. It's not like we're having massive make-out sessions in front of the kids or whenever we're out in public, but it's nice knowing that there will be kissing involved. We usually bookend it. A short chaste kiss when we meet and a longer, lingering kiss to say goodbye. Every single time we see each other. Yep, I don't mind that one bit. Fisher's a great kisser. I've always wondered what it would feel like to kiss a man who has a beard, and now I know the answer to that. It's amazing. I thought it might feel rough or coarse, but it doesn't. It's surprisingly soft, and the gentle graze tickles my skin in a really nice way. A way I could get very used to. A way I've reminisced about pretty much every single time I've jacked off, which has been a lot lately. Why is he grinning like that? Noah asks. I clear my throat and look around. Guess I must have spaced out for a minute. Or maybe a while longer, going by the inquiring faces Noah, Fulton, Gus, and Tyler are aiming straight at me. It's not often we all get to have lunch together while we work, so I should be making more of an effort to enjoy it. But somehow my thoughts keep drifting back to Fisher and away from Fulton's riveting cat trivia. Did I know that cats are believed to be the only mammals who don't taste sweetness? No, I didn't. Do I want to spend 5 minutes of my life listening to all 4 possible theories Fulton's come up with to explain this? Also no, but what choice do I have? Sometimes being a good friend is hard. And unfortunately for me, my good friends are now planning on turning the tables and, from the look of things, are set to make things harder for me right now. This is at least the 4th time I've seen him grinning stupidly like that, Gus observes, cocking his head. Something's definitely going on with him, Noah concurs. I shake my head and grin, enjoying how my friends are talking about me like I'm not even there. Do you think it's drugs? Maybe it's drugs, Tyler announces dramatically, eyeing me with faux suspicion. Everyone turns to look at him. Why would it be drugs? Gus asks. Sorry, Tyler says sheepishly. I've just started watching Breaking Bad, so I just assume everyone's a drug dealer. Guys, I can assure you, I am fine. I turned to Tyler. I am not doing drugs. I took a puff of a joint in vet school and almost coughed up a lung. Not my scene. I nudged my arm into Fulton. Nice shirt, by the way. He preens. Thank you. It's made me smile every time I've walked past him today. It reads, how does a penguin build a home? Igloos it. And then I face Noah to answer his original question. And the reason why I'm smiling is, well, because there's this guy I'm fish-chasing. Fulton's eyes light up. Ooh, is that a new kink? Noah squints dubiously. Sounds like an online scam. Nope, you're both wrong. It's definitely a drug reference. Probably something to do with meth. Guys. Gus brings out his big boss voice. Why don't we let Chase explain? Whatever the hell it is he just said. So I do. I fill the gang in on the time Fisher and I have been spending together these past few months. They knew bits and pieces of it, but it's my first proper chance to tell them everything. Not just the dinners and the bike rides, but also about how we're connecting, the feelings that are developing, and just how damn good things are between us. Then I get to the fish-chasing part. So, a few weeks ago, this idea randomly popped into my head. We'd gone for a ride, a bike ride. I clarify because I know how these guys' minds work. They're in the gutter most of the time. Fisher was coming off a bunch of bad dates, and there was something simmering between us. Was it the Lycra? I bet Lycra had something to do with it. You guys, I once saw Chase in his cycling outfit, and let me tell you, his anaconda definitely do. Tyler quips cheekily as he pops a strawberry into his mouth. Yes, we were wearing Lycra, but it wasn't like that. Well, it wasn't just like that. There is a physical attraction between Fisher and me. I'm not going to deny it. There was something else, too. Something more. It's how I feel when I spend time with him, and it's how we are when we're together. There's a familiarity there, mixed with excitement and heaps of fun and a little bit of chaos. I'm probably not making much sense. I guess I just feel tingly, Noah suggests with a smile after I trail off. I nod. Yeah, tingly. Have you guys kissed? Fulton asks. Yes, we kiss, I respond with a smile. It's an integral part of fish-chasing. And how was it? He follows up. I don't have to reply since Gus helpfully chimes in with, I think that stupid grin all over his face is your answer, Fulton. We fall quiet for a few moments before I clear my throat and go on. I am also conscious of the fact that I'm not ready to date. It probably sounds stupid, but it's not just dealing with the divorce because I think I've processed that as well as I can. It's more the newness of my sexuality. The reason I wanted some solo time was to figure it out on my own. Figure what out? Noah prods. You know, stuff. I know I have to elaborate, but I can feel my throat constricting. I push through it. These are my friends, and they're all gay. They're actually the best people in the world to talk to about this sort of stuff. Like, do I have a type? What am I looking for? What kind of relationship would I be interested in pursuing? Gus gives a knowing nod. Those are all good questions, Chase. It's something Tate and I have talked a lot about since he was poly when he met me. He's taught me a lot and opened me up to new ways of thinking and seeing things. One big takeaway for me is that there's no one right or even better way to have a relationship. It's good you're thinking about these things. Thanks, Gus. I take a sip of my coffee before launching into this next part. And then there's also the sex stuff. I'm not completely clueless. I know the fundamentals of how it works, but I guess I'm curious about, how do you know? I leave the question hanging, hoping one of the guys will know what I mean. Fulton leans forward. Are you talking about whether you want to try the top bunk or the bottom? I can feel my cheeks burning up. Yeah. I glance around at my friends and can see they're all giving it some thought. Except for Tyler. He's dropped his gaze and is staring at the floor intensely. It's almost as if this sex talk is too much for him. After a few moments, Noah breaks the silence. You don't have to choose right away. or ever, for that matter. There are a lot of factors at play. What you like and are comfortable with and would like to explore. Then there's your partner and all of his stuff. And then it can just be the mood. Bottom line, well, so to speak, take your time and enjoy the journey. Yeah, I agree, Gus says. Same, Fulton chimes in. Tyler stays quiet, keeping his eyes glued to the floor. Thanks, guys. That's good advice. So, circling back, I guess fish chasing is the perfect thing for me right now. I get the best of both worlds. Time on my own to keep thinking about all of this stuff, as well as getting to spend time with Fisher. I see my friends nodding, but it's only as I hear myself saying the words aloud that a twinge pulls in my chest. I frown. What is it? Gus asks, picking up on it. I just heard what I said to you guys. I never realized it before, but do you think I'm being selfish? Like, be honest with me. This whole fish chasing thing is about me, about what I want. What about Fisher? Fisher is a grown man, Noah answers thoughtfully. If this doesn't work for him, he'd say so. Or at least he should. I agree, Fulton adds. Although it might be a good idea to check in with him to make sure you are both on the same page. But after what you told us about his string of disastrous dates, this fish chasing thing could be just the thing he needs as well. I spend the next few days considering my friend's words. They're right. Fisher and I are both adults, and we should talk about this thing we're doing to make sure it's working for both of us. And we should probably keep talking, because while things may be okay right now, the situation can change, and in a few weeks or months down the track, it may no longer be working. Gosh, I never realized how closely this whole fish chasing thing is to an actual relationship. If there's one thing I've learned recently, it's that life doesn't stay still. Trying to hold your emotions in and suppress the things you need never ends well. It only makes people miserable and ultimately causes more pain than being honest up front would have. Talking isn't just a nice-to-have option, it's a must-do. It may have taken me 36 damn years to get it through my thick skull, but now I really do. I check the time and smile. Fisher should be here any minute for our regular Saturday night dinner. I open the front door and watch as he pushes a stroller down the street toward my house. Ralphie and Lily, dressed in cute little jackets, are running happily beside him, restrained by a leash, of course, but bounding with energy. They've really formed a close bond with the piglets, getting along as if they were all the same breed of animal. But it's Fisher that, as always, makes the breath catch in the back of my throat. He's dressed warmly, in a black jacket and a pair of olive green slacks. He's wearing a black beanie, and I can't wait to drag my hand through his curls, loving how they catch on my fingers. He smiles when he sees me, and waves. I wave back. I rush out to help him when he gets to the bottom of the stairs. On the count of 3, I say, getting a good grip on the stroller. 1, 2, 3. We lift it up onto the porch with a practiced ease. He lets the dogs in, and I can hear them yipping happily with the piglets inside. Hi, I greet him. Fisher steps around the stroller so he's standing right in front of me. He places his palms flat against my chest. Hi yourself. Then his eyes flutter shut as he lifts his face, bringing our lips together. I wrap my hands around his waist and pull him into a tight hug. That feels nice, he murmurs. He's not wrong. The feel of his body against mine sends a surge of desire through me. Come on, let's get the girls inside and settled, I say. I don't want anyone catching a cold. We amble in, and since I had to stay back later than expected today, we agree to order food and sit on the couch and talk, while watching over our little menagerie of kidlets, piglets, and pups. We slide into an easy, free-flowing conversation, like we always do, the room filling with happy sounds. And I really don't know why I like this as much as I do. Is it because it gives me a glimpse into the life I always wanted to have? Tried to have with Julie. I always pictured having a big family with kids and animals running around the house. With Fisher, that's what I get. Or is it because I'm afraid to be on my own? All my life I've always been surrounded by family, friends, women. Am I one of those people who can't stand not being around people? Do I need to be with someone because I don't feel good being by myself? I'm overanalyzing things. I know I am. I have a tendency to do that. What I actually need to do is talk to Fisher. After we finish eating and the girls are happily watching Shrek, Fisher cuddles into me on the couch. I give his shoulder a gentle squeeze, and he grimaces. "Turn around," I order lightly, and he does. Boy, is he tight. Even after giving him almost weekly back rubs, my fingers find knots on top of knots in his neck and stretching out across his shoulders. "This good?" I ask after a few minutes. "So good," he moans. A contented feeling washes over me as I continue to massage him. Fisher breaks the silence every few minutes, assuring me I can stop and that I've already done enough, but I plan to keep going until I can feel his muscles loosen under my hands. It takes 10, maybe 15 minutes, but eventually they do soften a little. He turns around and there's a slight flush to his features. "That was amazing. Thank you. How can I ever repay you?" I move closer and lower my voice. "Oh, I can think of a few ways." Fisher's eyes widen, and then he turns to the girls who are enchanted by the movie. I shake my head. "Sorry, that was completely inappropriate. No, it was fine." Was it, though? I can't tell. Kissing is as far as we've ever gone, at least in real life. In my imagination, we've gone a lot further. But again, that's something that only exists in my head. It's pretty clear what I need to say next. "I think we should talk." Fisher balks. "It's nothing bad, I swear." "Right." He narrows his eyes. Because only good conversations start out with one person saying, "I think we should talk." Hey, if it were something bad, I'd tell you. Believe me, it's not. I just want to talk about us. What we're doing here. And if it's working for both of us, that's all. "Oh, okay." Fisher relaxes a little. "What are we doing here?" "Fish chasing?" I offer pathetically. He looks at me intently, drumming his fingers against his thigh. "Can you give me 10 minutes? Sure. What's up?" "Just trust me," is what he says as he stands and walks over to the girls. A few minutes later, I'm helping him get the stroller down my front stairs. "You're right. We do need to talk," he says. "And Gabby owes me a favor, or 500, so I'm calling one in. I'll drop the dogs at home, the girls at Gabby's, and then I'll be back so we can have a proper conversation." "Oh, okay. That sounds petrifying. Great." With a tight smile and a nod, Fisher heads off. I close the door, blowing out a heavy breath as I lean against it. Even though I'm the one who brought up us having a conversation, I'm suddenly overcome by fear about what Fisher might say. What if this arrangement isn't working for him anymore? What if he doesn't have feelings for me? What if he does? What if he wants more? Can I give him that? I really, really want to, but am I actually capable of that? Is Fisher a top? Or a bottom? Or whatever the word is for someone who does both? My pulse ticks up a notch at all of the possibilities. I have no idea what Fisher's bedroom preferences are. All I know is I'd love to find out. I tidy up the living room, take the piglets outside for their nighttime potty, fill up the dishwasher, doing anything and everything I can to keep myself busy while I wait for him to return. There's a knock on my front door a few minutes later. As soon as I open it, Fisher flies into my arms, smashing his mouth into mine. I do my best to grip him, but the surprise of having him launching onto me like a rocket means I stumble back toward the living room. My legs hit the back of the sofa, and we topple over. Fisher's entire body weight covers me. His mouth stays clamped on mine. I sink into the passion pouring out of him, dragging my fingers through his ruffled hair. I've been wanting to do that since the second I saw him tonight. Eventually, the need to breathe kicks in, and we pull apart. His coffee-colored eyes are alive, his lips swollen with redness. "Sorry. I just had to do that, he murmurs. I clear my throat in order to get the words out. Just so you know, you never need to apologize for that. He smirks. Good. I realized I hadn't kissed you goodbye when I left before, and I wanted to make it up to you, that's all. You're forgiven. I slide my tongue over my lips, tasting Fisher on them. I think we should make a pact to never say goodbye without kissing ever again. You got yourself a deal. Good, so, should we talk now? Fisher drops his gaze to my lips. I mean, yeah, we could talk. He traces his fingers down the side of my face. The touch sparks a rush of warmth throughout my entire body. But maybe we could do something else first. And then talk. My cock jerks in response. Oh, yeah? What did you have in mind? This. 12. Fisher. I lower myself, nibbling kisses that start on Chase's cheeks, travel the length of his jaw, crisscross down his neck. My fingers find his shirt buttons and begin to peel them open, one by one. With the last one unclasped, I tug the fabric away, revealing his chest and stomach. God, it's even better than I thought it would be. And believe me, I've been spending a lot of time thinking about what he'd look like underneath his clothes, whether he'd be smooth or hairy, whether his nipples would be dark or light. Turns out Chase shirtless is nothing short of pure perfection. He's not too hairy, with just the right smattering of dusty-colored hairs that line his chest before tapering down into a treasure trail that disappears below his slacks. His chest and pecs are well-defined, without being sculpted. And his stomach? Well, it's nothing short of sublime. Firm, but with a layer of padding that I can't wait to sink my teeth into. For now, my fingers will have to do, though. I trace small circles around his belly button. Chase's eyes flutter shut, and he trembles under my touch. I slide my hands up and down his front, the soft, tickling friction feeling electric. After a few moments, his eyes snap open. For a second, I'm worried I've gone too far. I launched myself into his arms, causing him to topple over with me on top of him. I was meant to come back here to talk, and we will, but just not right now. Still, I need to make sure he's okay. Tell me if you want me to stop, because I will, at any time. You just say the word. Chase braces my upper arms and in one smooth motion tumbles us around so that I'm underneath him, except he must have miscalculated slightly because he ends up toppling over, landing on the floor. Shit, are you okay, Chase? He doesn't say anything, possibly needing a moment to recover. I lean forward, worried that he's hurt when he looks up at me. His stone-gray eyes are flaming with desire. He licks his lips, and when he speaks, his voice is so low and gravelly, it makes me shudder. I'm exactly where I want to be. Oh, okay. That's good, because I realize I kind of came in here like a wrecking ball and... Oh shit, I think I just made a Miley Cyrus reference. Shit, but just to clarify, that was completely unintentional. I didn't mean to. What I wanted to do when I barged into your house like a lunatic was to let you know I've been thinking about you too. A lot. Hell, I even bought a dildo online after the first time we kissed, and I've been imagining it was... Fisher. My name on his lips stops the torrent of words spew flying out of me. Thank God. Sorry. I shake my head, embarrassed. Don't be sorry. I love that about you. You do? He nods, a smile forming on his lips. Yeah. It lets me know what you're thinking. In very real time. I like that. There's no second guessing when you're around. I'd never thought of it like that before. I usually ramble when I'm nervous or uncomfortable, but I guess what does come out of my mouth is the unfiltered truth, and all its messy glory. Chase shuffles so that he's sitting squarely between my legs. It's as if we both realize that at the same time. His eyebrow quirks. Are you, comfortable down there? I ask. Very. He smooths his hand along the inside of my thigh. Are you comfortable with me being down here? Yeah, I can get used to it. Chase chuckles. Good. So what's this about a dildo? Crap. I slapped the side of my face. I did say that out loud. You did. And I liked hearing it. Really? He nods. Got me hard. He looks down. Correction. Got me harder. Oh. I have no idea how to respond. I suck at flirty banter, and given how disastrous my recent round of dating was, I'm way out of practice, too. Is that good? No, it's not. Shit, I'm sorry. I thought we were being all flirty and talking sexy. I always managed to find a way to stuff things, Fisher. My mouth snaps shut. Yes? It's not good. It's great. Oh. Chase has been rubbing the inside of my leg the whole time we've been talking, but now his fingers have made their way to my groin. He gently runs them over it, and I wonder what he's thinking. I'd like to go down on you, he says, staring at his fingers. My eyes widen. I always assumed that if things progressed between us, I'd be the one making the first move. This is a surprising but not unwelcome turn of events. We can make that work, I tell him. He looks up and smiles the widest smile I've ever seen on him. Mind helping me a little here? He motions with his hand, and I get what he means. I unbuckle my slacks, lift my hips off the couch, and together we shuffle them down my legs past my knees. Chase taps his chin. Now, I may be new at this, but I believe I may need slightly better access. I snicker, bringing my hips off the couch. Want to do the honors? Gladly. He hooks his fingers into the waistband of my briefs and slowly drags them down my thighs. His eyes stay trained on me the whole time. He brings his hand to my cock and gives it a gentle squeeze. I hiss. Feel good? Very, I reply. He begins to slowly rub up and down my length. I've had some practice with this part. And then he stops. I glance down and watch as Chase grips the base of my cock in his hand. He's staring at the swollen tip. This is a huge thing he's about to do for the very first time. He gives himself a tiny nod of reassurance before opening his mouth and taking me in. He moves down, swallowing past my head, getting used to the taste and the feel of my cock in his mouth. I say nothing, but I'm watching him like a hawk. I stay perfectly still, aware that any sudden movement might trip him up or worse, make him gag. I want to make his first time doing this the best experience it can be. He takes more of me in his mouth before pulling back up. Am I? He trails off. There's a vulnerability in his eyes. It makes my heart clench with an outpouring of feelings for him. Perfect. I smile. You're perfect. He nods, assuming I'm talking about what he's doing, but I meant him. He's perfect. And when we get around to talking later, that's exactly what I plan on telling him. He gestures for me to strip out of my clothes completely, so with his help I do. He then lifts my legs, studying my calves closely. Chase, my cock's up here. I know, he murmurs. But these calves. I smile, loving that he loves them so much. But seriously, Chase, my cock is getting jealous. He rests my calves that he seems to be so smitten with on his shoulders, and then swoops down to swallow me down again. He's more confident this time, taking more of me each time. That feels incredible. I breathe out. He tries to say something but ends up coughing. He pulls off me, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. I just figured something out. Don't try to talk with a mouth full of dick. Rookie mistake. I smile, brushing my fingers along his cheek. What were you trying to say? That it feels incredible for me, too. My heart swells. I'm glad to hear it. I've waited my whole life to do this. And what, Chase? A devilish smirk curls his lips. It's been worth the wait. Well, in that case, I clamp my legs down harder against his shoulders. Perhaps you should be getting back to it. He grins, giving me a mock salute before engulfing me in his mouth again. He's way more assured now, taking me deeper than before. He increases the pace and pleasure rolls through my entire body. I hook my calves against the back of his neck, even more forcefully. He lets out a deep moan of pleasure at that. God, he really does seem to have a thing for my calves. He continues working his mouth magic on my cock when he makes a move I wasn't expecting. His fingertips gently trail up and down my taint. I clench, and he pulls off me. Everything okay? Yeah, I say. Just didn't think you'd be doing that. Chase has a mischievous glint in his eyes. He runs his fingers closer to my entrance. I've been fantasizing about touching you here again ever since our first bike ride. It's much better without fabric in the way. My hold twitches. Chase looks up at me amazed. Holy shit, I felt that. I felt the way your body moved just then. It wasn't moving, I say breathily. It was responding. To you, Chase. You drive me wild. Like no one ever has. He leans forward, his eyes going dark. Wordlessly, he inhales my entire cock right down to the root. Fuck, I cry out, because just as he swallowed me down all the way, he's also placed a digit over my entrance. He doesn't push in, but the light touches enough to ignite every cell in my body. The dual sensation of having my cock and my hole worked over at the same time brings me to the edge. I'm so freaking close, I gasp. Chase reaches around to my legs that are wrapped around his neck. I think he's about to push them off, but instead he braces them down even tighter around him. The force shoves my cock right to the back of his throat. I cry out, coming so hard my head spins and I forget to breathe. I lose track of everything after that. All I know is that when I next open my eyes and resume breathing, Chase is lying beside me on the couch, resting on his elbow. That was amazing, he says, grazing my jaw with the backs of his fingers. Pretty sure I'm the one who should be saying that. I croak. He smiles and gets up. When he returns a few moments later, he hands me a glass of water. I down it in one go. Better? Much. Thank you. Chase lies down again, and I shuffle into the warmth of his body. He responds by wrapping me up in his arms. With my ear pressed to his chest, I can feel his heart thundering away, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. He strokes my back languidly, and after a few minutes of blissful silence, I ask, "What about you?" "What about me what?" His fingers play with my hair. "You didn't, finish?" I realize you're new to all of this, but Gay Etiquette 101 states that it's impolite not to reciprocate a blowjob. I feel the rumble of laughter deep in his chest. Is that right? He finds a spot on my scalp and circles it with his fingernails a few times. Can I take a rain check? Sure, I say, uncertainty creeping into my tone. I sit up so I'm facing him. All signs of lust and desire have vanished, replaced by a worried strain that lines his face. Did I do something wrong? Oh God, did my cum taste bad? I have been trying to get more fiber in my diet, but I don't know if it's an urban legend that things like asparagus make your cum taste funky, but I'd be willing to cut out all greens and replace them with nothing but coconut water and pineapples if it helps things in the taste department. Chase shakes his head, smiling. You didn't do anything wrong, and your cum tastes fine. A little gluggy, but I guess that's to be expected. I just think we should talk. Remember? That's what we were going to do tonight? Oh, yeah. That thing. All right. Let's talk. So, of course, as soon as we agree to have a conversation, a thick silence envelops us. Neither Chase nor I seem to know where to begin, or which one of us should speak first. Well, this just got awkward, Chase says, scratching the back of his neck. I can start rambling again if that helps. He smiles and reaches for my hand. I'll never say no to a good old Fisher ramble. That makes me smile, and I can feel some of the tension easing. Let's just be honest with each other and see where that leads us. How does that sound? Chase proposes. That sounds really good. I settle back into the couch, getting myself comfortable, but in such a way that still allows us to hold hands. There's no way I'm letting go of Chase if I don't have to. Can I ask a question? Sure, Chase replies. Ask away. Was what we just did really your first time? He beams. It was. The only reason I'm double-checking is because that was shit, I'm speechless. You actually got me speechless. You were that good. Ah, so now I know where your off button is, he quips. At the back of my throat. You shouldn't say things like that. I'll start rambling just so that you have to shut me up. We laugh, and as we do, I'm watching Chase in amazement. Even though I've been fantasizing about having sex with him, the logical part of my brain expected the actual first time we did anything to be, well, different. It'd be perfectly normal for Chase to be nervous, even a little scared about being with a man for the very first time, but he didn't seem all that apprehensive. I guess it's like he's been saying. He's known about his sexuality for a long time, and now he has a chance to explore it. With me. Possibly. Hopefully. Is there anything else you want to know? He asks. Actually, yeah, there is. I suck in a breath of air. How do you feel about me? He nods his head a few times as he considers what to say. I appreciate that he's taking time to collect his thoughts and that he wasn't put off by the forthrightness of my question. His thumb slides over the top of my hand. I like you. A lot. He pauses. I'm attracted to you physically as well. Another short interval. I think we get along great. We're compatible. We share the same values. You're a decent, good-hearted man. His breath catches, and that's when I get a sinking feeling in my gut. I don't know how I know, but I can tell that the next words out of his mouth aren't going to be words I want to hear. I value you a lot. You mean so much to me, and I'm really happy to have you in my life. But, oh dear Lord, there's a but. I'm scared, he whispers. What are you scared of? Chase is swallowing hard, the muscles in his neck flexing, and I can see that stuff is coming up for him. I give him all the time he needs. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know what I want. And most of all, I don't want to dick you around and hurt you like your ex did. We have such a good friendship, Fisher. I'm afraid of damaging it, or worse, doing something to blow it all up. I let out a smile, doing my best to conceal my disappointment. Nothing Chase has said right now is news to me. I know he's in a tricky place in his life. Trying to navigate being both recently divorced and newly out is a lot for anyone to handle. But there are so many things I want to know. I want to ask what happened to fish chasing. Is he suggesting we take a step back? Have we taken things too far? Does he want to keep going through with our weekly dinners? What about sex stuff? He said he wanted to take a rain check, but was he just saying that out of politeness? Obligation? Does he even want to do sex stuff with me again? All these questions barrel through me, but get clogged when they reach my lips. It's cowardly of me, I know, but I'm not able to ask any of them. I don't think I'm ready to hear the answers. I know he'll be honest with me, but can I actually handle the truth? Can I face the fact that Chase may only want me in his life as a friend? I feel terrible for being so selfish and wanting more from him when I can totally understand his reasons for not being ready for a relationship right now. I feel even worse for lacking the courage to speak up. I need to put my own feelings aside and step up for him. He doesn't need to hear me whining and complaining about not getting what I wanted. Chase needs someone, even if it is a friend, in his corner, telling him that what he's doing and saying and feeling is okay. So why can't I? Why are my fucking emotions stopping me from doing the thing I know I should? Hey. Chase squeezes my hand. Talk to me. Where are you? I'm right here, I offer feebly. But where are you in relation to what I just said? I've picked up on a shift. Did I say something wrong? No. I give a firm shake of my head. You were being honest, and that's never wrong. But tell him, Fisher. Tell him you think he's perfect and that you like him and that if it were up to you, you'd want to be with him. He's being honest with you. He deserves the same in return. Tell him the truth and leave it up to him to decide what to do with it. But for fuck's sake, just tell him. I feel tears welling up in my eyes, but I push them back. I have to say something to him. I owe him that much. Even if it means I'm going to make a complete idiot out of myself, I have to do the right thing here. I need to tell him how I'm feeling. You've been nothing but truthful with me, so I want to be just as upfront with you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And just know whatever you say is okay. Being honest is never wrong, remember? I crack a slight smile. Wise words. To be honest with you, I'm disappointed. I can't bear to look at him, my voice reduced to a whisper. I push on. I like you too, but it seems in a different way. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy our friendship and hanging out and doing things together, but the truth is, I like you as more than just a friend. Look at that, it seems you can ramble, even when you're barely whispering. I should probably go, I say much louder, getting to my feet. Chase stands too. He reaches for my hand, but I pull away from him, heading for the door. I can see you're upset, Fisher. Please don't go. Can we keep talking? He's walking right behind me, so close I can feel his breath cascade across the back of my neck. I close my eyes, and without turning around, I say, I just need a minute, Chase. I reach for the door handle. Is that okay? Of course it is. I'm here for you, and I'm sorry if I've done or said something wrong. I look over my shoulder, stealing a final glance at him standing there, his brow furrowed. You haven't done anything wrong. I am disappointed. Yes, what Chase said stings, but I am so much more bitterly disappointed in myself. I'm mortified by my reaction and my inability to push through my own stuff for Chase's sake and offer him the understanding he needs from me at the moment. It's me. My voice breaks as I stare into his confused eyes. I'm the idiot. And with that, I open the door and leave. 13. Chase. And that is why I feel like complete and utter crap. I confessed to Gus and Tyler after I finished telling them what happened with Fisher last night. They dragged me out of the clinic at the end of our shift, saying I looked like I needed a drink. Or 10. Can't say I blame them. Every time I've closed my eyes today, all I see is the hurt on Fisher's face when he stood by my doorway last night calling himself an idiot. I caused him pain. That's the last thing I ever wanted to do, and it makes me feel like shit. So what happened after he left? Tyler asks. I frown. Nothing. He left. That was it. That's the end of my sad little story. Chase. Gus leans forward. All that stuff went down last night. Are you saying you haven't spoken to Fisher all day? I shake my head. No, I mumble quietly. I take a swig of beer and look around. We're sitting in our usual spot in what used to be our usual after-work bar. We don't come here anywhere near as often as we used to. Guess that's what happens when your friends start pairing off. It makes sense they'd rather spend their free time doing things with their partner rather than slumming it at some bar with their pathetic, depressing single friends. Even though I half know what the answer is going to be before even asking, I still say, what should I have done? Tyler picks up his cell phone. You could have tried using one of these. I drag my fingers through my hair. You're right, I should have called him, but I... What? Call? Oh, no. Tyler cuts me off. No one uses their phones to call people anymore. That's like so 2015, not cute. Just send a text, dude. Or better yet, Gus chimes in, pay him a visit. Face-to-face is always better than... Gus waves his hand at Tyler's phone and scrunches his face. That. Tyler rolls his eyes and pushes to his feet. I need to freshen up. It's my round. Same again, Devos? We nod, and Tyler jets off. He's an interesting one, that kid, Gus says with an affectionate smile. Yeah, he's a good egg. Gus turns back to me. How are you feeling about all of this? I have to say, seeing the way you've been today reminds me of how you looked these past few years when you were struggling in your marriage. I'm worried about you. I feel terrible, Gus. Worse than terrible. It's hard to put into words just how bad I felt from the moment Fisher left last night. But I have to try. I can't clam up and hold all my feelings in. These are my friends. I need to open up to them. Tyler returns with drinks, and we sit in silence for a few moments. Knowing that I've let Fisher down hurts me. How have you let him down? Tyler asks thoughtfully. You were just being honest. I take a long pull of beer. That word. Honest. I've been doing a lot of reflecting lately, and as much as it pains me to say it, honesty is one thing in my life I haven't been so great at. Mainly, it's been lying to myself, and I've only made it worse by dragging other people into it and causing them nothing but grief along the way. I actually wasn't being truthful to Fisher, I admit. Not entirely, anyway. I made it sound like we should remain friends because I think that's the best thing for him. I can't be what he wants or needs me to be right now. It's not fair to start something only to disappoint him. He's been through that before, and I don't want to be another asshole in his life that treats him like that. I glance up to see both guys giving me their full attention. Relationships require work, I push on. You need to be in a space where you can do that, and I can't. This is meant to be the time in my life where I figure out who I am. I don't think I can focus on myself and be a good partner at the same time. I didn't think it was possible, but this conversation is only bringing me down even more. Gus rests his hands on the table and speaks calmly. Do you like Fisher? Yes. Do you like him a lot? I sigh. I do. And by the sounds of it, he likes you too. A lot. Right? Yeah. Gus leaves it at that. It's pretty clear the point he's trying to make, that it's just about two people liking each other, nothing more, nothing less. While I agree, in theory, that it shouldn't be any more complicated than that, real life doesn't exactly work like that. Tyler picks up his cell phone and pretends to dial a number very animatedly before bringing it to his ear. He starts speaking. Yeah, hi. Is this God? Oh, sorry, you were the male receptionist. Sure, I'll hold. Gus and I exchange a look. What are you doing? I ask. Tyler covers the phone with one hand. Calling heaven to speak to God, he answers, keeping a remarkably straight face. Tyler moves his hand away. God? Is that you? Oh, hey, girl, it's me. Your favorite super sassy small-town veterinarian, Tyler. Look, I know you're really busy, so I'll cut straight to the... Chase. I groan into my beer. Oh, brother. I'm calling about my friend Chase Higgins. Remember him? Also a vet. Way older than me. Grumbles a lot, but is really a nice guy underneath it all. How would I rate him? Geez, that's a tough one. Tyler eyes me up and down. He's a friend, so I don't really look at him that way, but if I had to, I'd say a gay 7, a straight 9. Yep, that's the one. I see Gus trying to conceal a chuckle behind his drink as Tyler plows ahead. Now look, God, I just want to let you know that Chase really appreciates you bringing him and Fisher together. From what I've heard, this Fisher is a really great guy, and they're super into each other, blah, blah, blah. But see, God, here's the thing. Chase thinks the timing... Tyler doesn't say the word. He whines it out of his mouth in an exaggerated drawl. Is bad. So again, thank you for letting them meet and get on so well and wear lycra together, but Chase is going to have to pass on this one. Okay, I get it. I grumble reluctantly. Point made. That goes for both of you. But Tyler's having too much fun with this to stop straight away. Before you go, God, can I please put in a little request? Well, 2, actually. One is for my friend to get to a good place, because seeing him happy these past few months has been totally awesome. Much better than that whole growly, grumpy bear vibe he had going on. And the second request I'd like to make is, no, not world peace. Nope, not that either. Please, this isn't some Miss Universe pageant. What I was going to ask for is a foundation you can wear to bed that doesn't smear. Is there any chance you can make that happen? I see all these pictures of angels and saints, and their skin is flawless. Meanwhile, I'm 24 and still dealing with acne. I need help. He's not wrong about that. Gus mutters loud enough for only me to hear. I snicker before downing the rest of my drink. They may have taken 2 wildly different routes to get there, but I've received the message loud and clear from my friends. There is something special happening between Fisher and me. I can feel it, and I'm 99% sure Fisher does too. Sure, the timing isn't great. This isn't what I'd planned for this stage in my life, but that's life, right? It's far from perfect. The timing almost always sucks, and somehow we've got to muddle our way through it. Do I want to spend the rest of my life waiting it out for the right moment? What if that time never comes? And if it does, would it be worth anything if Fisher wasn't there with me? I can't let my fear stand in the way of what could be the best thing to happen to me. I should head off. I am beat, I say. Thank you guys for listening. Hey, Gus grabs my hand. Thank you for talking and opening up to us. Do you feel any better? Somehow, between the two of them, they've actually helped me process some of what I'm feeling. I do, I reply with a smile. And I think I know what I need to do next. The next 2 days fly by in a blur. Between the clinic, the piglets, and fixing a burst pipe in my bathroom, I barely had a moment to scratch myself. But today, I actually managed to leave the clinic while the sun was still out. I stopped by the grocery store on the way back and came home to cook Fisher an apology lasagna, even though I didn't lie to him because I am scared and I don't want to do anything to jeopardize our friendship. I also didn't tell him the entire truth either. That's not cool. I need to stop hiding my true feelings because of some misguided notion that it protects the people around me. It doesn't. I've learned that lesson loud and clear, but knowing something and doing something are 2 entirely different things. I realize that now. This lasagna is only the first step. It's not going to be easy to tell Fisher the entire truth, but something inside me tells me it's going to be worth it. Once the dish has cooled and I've showered, changed, and maybe spent a few extra minutes making sure my hair looks decent, I head over to Fisher's place. It's after 7, so he should have put the girls down for the night. I knock lightly on the door, and when he opens it, my breath catches. He's wearing a pair of blue, white, and gray striped pajama bottoms, and nothing else. My eyes drift down to his smooth chest and taut stomach. I see how the drawstring dangles loosely down the front of his pajamas right in front of his... Hey, Chase. I look up. That's when I notice the dark circles under his eyes, the extra messy state of his curls. He's smiling, but he looks about as exhausted as I feel. "Hey, Fisher." I offer him the dish. "I brought you some dinner. Have you eaten?" He gestures for me to come in. "No," he says as I walk past him. "I've had a banana and 2 Red Bulls." "For dinner?" "All day." He leads me to the kitchen, heaving out a massive yawn along the way. "Been super busy with a crazy work deadline. I've had to start working during the day." His eyes meet mine. It feels like he wants to say something else. He hesitates. "And I've been worried. More like obsessing, actually, about you and me and us. This is normally the point where I'd start rambling, but I'm too tired to even do that." "That's serious, huh?" I place the lasagna on the counter. "I'm sorry I haven't called or texted you." "Don't be, I haven't called or texted you either. I just didn't know what to say. I feel like an ass for the way I behaved." I cross the kitchen. I want to reach out and touch him, but I restrain myself. He might not be ready for that yet. "Hey, you did nothing wrong. You had a reaction. You needed some space to deal with it. That's perfectly normal. You didn't storm off without telling me what was going on with you." "It kind of feels like I did." He tips his head to the side and runs his hand over his right shoulder. The grimace on his face tells me he's in pain. "Okay, let's set out some priorities. First, we eat my apology lasagna. Then I give you a 10-minute neck rub. Then we talk. How does that sound?" Fisher doesn't move or say anything for a few painfully long seconds. I hope he doesn't think I'm being bossy or controlling. I'm only taking a more assertive stance because I feel about as awkward as I assume he does, and this is my way of pushing us through this weird patch we're in at the moment. And also, I still feel terrible for what happened. Eventually, he nods and smiles at me, and it makes my stomach swoop. "That sounds pretty amazing. But why are you making me an apology meal? I don't get it." I exhale loudly. "I'll explain everything later," I say. "But let's eat, okay?" Fisher nods and I get to work reheating the lasagna in the oven. While that's happening, I raid his fridge and whip up a small side salad, so he gets some nutrients today. We have dinner, keeping the conversation light and easy. We finish eating, and I quickly clean up the kitchen and get the dishwasher going. Once that's done, we move into the living room. I plunk myself down on the couch and notice the hesitation in Fisher's face, deciding where he should sit. "Come here," I say, patting the cushion next to me. He sits down. Before I ask him to turn around so I can massage his shoulders, he looks at me, his eyes brimming with sadness. "I've missed you." The truth is on the tip of my tongue. I can feel it there, veering so close to coming out. I push through the last remaining block and respond with, "I've missed you too. So much." He blinks a few times, his eyes warming. "Talk?" I shake my head. "I believe I promised you a neck rub first. Turn around, please." He smiles and faces away from me. The second I touch his neck, I can feel the tightness of the strain he's been carrying. I spend the next few minutes doing my best to knead out the stress in his body. I'm treated to a cacophony of sweet-sounding oohs and ahs that, even though it shouldn't, make my dick take notice. Fisher turns around once I'm done. Our eyes meet. Even in the stillness of the room, something swirls between us. I act purely on gut instinct, reaching forward and curling my fingers around his neck. Our mouths crash together in a bruising kiss. A storm of emotion pummels through me as I drag my fingers through his hair. I don't know if it's due to not having had any contact with him for the past few days or because of the physical contact we've just had, but I need him. And fuck, his mouth tastes so good. Fisher yanks my shirt, urging me to take it off. I peel it over my shoulders, and the next thing I know, a jolt of pleasure shoots through me. I look down, and all I can see is the top of Fisher's head. "What are you doing?" He tips his head up, peering at me through his long lashes. "Nipples. Never had them licked before?" "No." I gulp. I had no idea they could feel so good. Fisher smiles mischievously. Yeah? We'll just wait until you see what I can do with your cock. Thankfully, I don't have to wonder for too long, as Fisher not so subtly tugs on my slacks and helps me wriggle out of them, and my briefs. Very nice, he compliments as he glides his fingers up and down my length. Thanks. Are you sure you want to do this? I ask. Of course I owe you one, remember? I'm pretty sure he's kidding, but I still want to tell him he doesn't owe me anything when he adds, besides, I want to do this. If you do. I nod, reaching out and grabbing the sides of his face. I do. Very much. Fisher smiles and licks his lips as he draws his attention back to my cock. He shuffles on the floor to get into a better position, one where he can take me in his mouth while maintaining eye contact. That's hotter than I ever thought it could be. I watch as he slides his fingers from the base of my cock to the head. A bead of pre-cum glistens in the light. Fisher sticks his tongue out and scoops it up. He smacks his lips. You taste good. Fuck, you are so sexy. I babble, probably making myself sound like someone who's never received a blowjob. I've definitely never received one like this before. Every movement he makes, from the way he glides his hand up and down my cock to the slow, measured way he takes me in his mouth, is deliberate, considered. Fisher's taking his time, learning the way my body responds to his touch and calibrating his movements to bring me the most incredible pleasure I've ever experienced. By the time he swallows me whole and starts working my dick in and out of his mouth, I'm embarrassingly close to coming. I don't want this moment to end, but I can't buck against the tide of pleasure rising within me. Fisher cups my balls in his palm, giving them a gentle squeeze, and it drives me over the edge. That's all I manage to get out as my orgasm barrels into me, around me, through me. My entire body shakes as I flood Fisher's mouth with my release. I've never come so hard in my life, or as much, judging by the liquid spilling out of the corners of Fisher's lips. He scoops it up with his fingers, making sure to capture every drop. Come here. They're the last words I remember uttering, as my eyelids grow heavy. 14. Fisher. And then what happened? It's the next morning, and we're sitting in Gabby's living room. The kids are playing as I'm filling her in on all the details of Chase coming over last night, the apology lasagna, the back rub, and, well, okay, maybe not all the details. I said we did some stuff, leaving it at that. And then I mentioned the thing Chase did straight after that. He fell asleep? She shrieks. Oh, I love that. Why? Why does that bring you so much joy? Gabby barks out a laugh. I'm so glad it's not just straight men who zone out straight after sex. Finally, gay guys are just as bad at something as their straight counterparts. I shake my head but can't help smiling. She's only kidding around. I managed to get him into bed, but he was so out of it I doubt he even remembers me moving him. So I take it you never got around to talking, huh? She asks. Nope. I fell asleep not long after Chase, and when I got up this morning, he'd left a note saying he had an early start. I turned my attention away from Gabby for a moment and remember waking up this morning. For the first few seconds after I'd opened my eyes, I knew something was different, but I couldn't quite place what it was. I turned around and saw the crumpled side of the bed Chase had slept on. I could smell his scent on the pillow, still feel his presence around me even though he'd already left. It made me realize two things: how much I've missed having someone to share my bed with, and how much I want that person to be Chase. What are you thinking? That I'm confused. Again. Last time we were talking like this, it was about the first kiss between Chase and me. That was months ago. Since then, so much has happened, but I still don't know where he and I are at, you know? I think he's been giving you some mixed signals, Gabby says candidly. You think so? Yeah, but not in a bad way, she clarifies. I don't get the sense he's doing it deliberately to mess you around or anything. You guys both have a lot going on. You each lead busy lives. His work consumes his. You've got the girls. Very true, I mutter. And then on top of all of that, he's coming off a divorce as well as exploring a new facet of his sexuality. I can completely understand where Chase is coming from, why he may be confused, why you guys are swimming in this sea of friendship or chasing or whatever it is today. I can't keep up. Tell me about it. I curl my legs beneath me. And I feel terrible for wanting to push for something more with him. If he just came right out and said that he doesn't want to be with me, I could deal with it. I'd be crushed, obviously, but I'd manage. It's the unspokenness that's killing me here, the not knowing. We haven't said it in so many words, but there is something special between us. I'm not making this up. Oh, honey, I know. Gabby agrees. You guys have a connection. Based on everything you said, he seems like a great guy. He's smart, successful, attractive, loves animals, handles your constant rambling like a pro. I bark out a laugh. He does. And I love how he loves the girls. I look over at Imogen and Ellie playing happily. Yeah, he really does. He knows I'm a package deal, and that doesn't scare him off. If anything, I think he might even see it as a bonus. As he fucking should. The three of you are the best. There's obviously an attraction, a connection between the two of you. But I hedge closer. But what? But you guys have barely spent any alone time together. I mean, apart from when you're locking lips or whatever else you were locking last night. Stop it. I chide, but I can't help grinning. We have cycled, I offer. We'll usually grab a quick bite or stop somewhere for coffee. We're alone then. It's not the same. Gabs counters with a shake of her head. It's still not a proper official date. You think I should ask Chase out on a date? Gabby pulls out one of her famous hmms. Maybe. She drums her fingers along her leg. A date just seems kind of, I don't know, anticlimactic? My brow furrows. What do you mean? Well, a date is something you go on when you're getting to know someone, she explains. You guys have spent the past few months doing just that. You've clearly moved on from getting to know each other to falling in love, so whoa. Back it up a sec. Who's talking about falling in love? Me. I am, she replies like it's the most obvious thing in the world. I am talking about you, her index finger presses into my chest for added emphasis, falling in love with Chase. Do you need a visual demonstration? What? No, that's crazy, I sputter. That makes no sense. How can I be falling in love with Chase? We're not even dating. We're just friends or chasing or something. Gabs smiles affectionately. Hun, there's a reason why it's called falling in love and not cruising down the freeway of life at a comfortable 50 miles an hour before gently easing to a stop at the intersection of love. I'm stumped. Like, smack me around the head, can't move a muscle, remind me to breathe 'cause I think I've forgotten. Stumped. I stay that way for a few good minutes. Gabs gives me the time I need, joining the kids on the floor and seeing what they're up to, while I just sit there on her couch like a frozen blob of something frozen. Thinking coherently is clearly out of my reach at the moment as I play her words over in my head. Is it true? Can it be? Am I falling in love with Chase? I search inside for the truth. And when Gabby comes back over and sits down next to me a few minutes later, I have my answer. How are you doing over here? She asks delicately. You're right, I find myself saying. I am. I'm falling in love with Chase. How did you spot it? She smiles. Because I have 2 of these? She points at her eyes, which are sparkling with affection. I haven't seen you as happy as you've been lately in a long time, hon. From everything you've told me, Chase sounds like one of the good guys. There aren't too many of those left in the world. You deserve to be with someone like him. someone who you have a lot in common with, someone you enjoy spending time with and can be yourself around, someone who adores the girls and doesn't blink that you're a package deal. Speaking of packages, someone who has a massive... I chuckle. Okay, I get it, Gabs. A tide of emotion surges through me. In amongst the confusion and uncertainty, there's one emotion that glistens brighter than all the others. Hope. It's fragile and wafer-thin, but there's no denying it. I want this. I want to be with Chase, and I have a feeling he wants the same. Now, it's just a matter of working out how to make it happen. So what should I do next? I mean, if you think asking him out on a date is kind of redundant, I don't suppose you have any better ideas? A cheeky grin lifts her lips upward. As a matter of fact, I do. It's kind of wild and out there, but I really think it's the perfect thing for you guys. I spend the rest of the morning back at my place replaying Gabby's plan in my head. She wasn't lying when she said it was out there. My initial reaction was, no way. But as the idea settles in my head, I'm slowly coming around to it. Besides, I want to do something like this. I need to do it. I don't want to spend the rest of my life being Mr. Play It Safe. I'm getting sick and tired of it. Nothing good happens without putting yourself out there. I have to take a risk if I want to have a chance at getting the thing I want more than anything else. A life with Chase. He and I need to talk, and in order to do that, we need some time together. Just the two of us, no distractions, nothing else, just him and me. But a weekend away? Would that scare him off? Is it too much too soon, or would he see it the way I'm starting to? That it's a chance to figure out once and for all what this thing between us is, and more importantly, what we want the future, our future, to look like. I make lunch for the girls and put them down for their afternoon nap. I have a pile of laundry a mile high waiting for me, a kitchen that looks like a hurricane went through it, and a looming work deadline due Wednesday next week. I walk around my house, sighing. I have no idea what the hell I should tackle first. I grab a glass of water in the kitchen, Gabby's plan never straying too far from my thoughts. It's such a big thing to ask someone. The whole weekend away, alone? Just the two of us? As nerve-wracking as asking Chase to go away with me would be, it's not the thing I'm most afraid of, no. The thing I'm even more scared of is, what if he says yes? What if we go away, and when it's just us, with only each other as company for a few days, he realizes that I am, in fact, boring. We haven't exactly been setting the world on fire with how we've spent time together. Most people wouldn't consider dinners with our little gang and the occasional cycle as the most earth-shattering fun they've ever had. But I do. For me, it's been everything. Has it been that way for Chase, too? That's it, I say adamantly to no one else but myself. I need answers. I'm going to do it. I march over to my phone and tap away a message while I still have the courage to do it. My fingers tremble as I see the words fill the screen. Hey, Chase. This is probably going to sound all sorts of weird and crazy to you, and it probably is, but I'm going to write it anyway, so apologies in advance. But I was wondering, do you want to go away for the weekend with me? No kidlets, piglets, or Frenchies, just me and you. So we can spend some time together and finally have a chance to figure some stuff out. I take a breath and reread the message. Holy hell, that is one loaded, rambling text. So, in other words, typically me. I wince, but it's send anyway. It's so long it fills the entire screen of my phone. Oh well, I've done it. I've asked him. The ball's in his court now. All I can do is wait. And wait. And wait. The day comes and the day goes. The evening does the same. I put the girls down for the night and glance up at the time at the top of my computer screen. 7:07 p.m. Still no word back from Chase. I bite my nail nervously. Why did I have to go ahead and send that stupid text? I probably messed things up. Damn it. 15. Chase. Hey. Gus pops his head around the door of the staff lounge. It's Thirsty Thursday. Want to help me grab coffee and drinks for everyone? I was just about to slide a pod into the machine, so I pull it back. A cup of cafe-made brew sounds so much more appealing. Sure, but doesn't Tyler usually go with you? Yeah, but I can't find him. I think he's in the middle of a consult. You ready to go? Sure. It's a short stroll to Mrs. Evans' bakery. Gus has a weekly tradition, Thirsty Thursday. We've all taken turns explaining what Thirsty Thursday actually means, but he doesn't pay it any mind. For him, it's his chance to buy all the staff on shift a drink, because that's just the kind of good guy that he is. You seem a little sprightlier this morning, Gus observes as we stand in line behind two people at the bakery. Do I? I shrug. Maybe I am. My thoughts drift back to last night with Fisher. Okay, so perhaps it wasn't my finest hour to fall asleep right after coming, but I lay the blame squarely on him. You can't possibly give someone the best blowjob of their entire life and expect them to stay awake after that. I only have the vaguest recollection of Fisher ushering me to his bedroom, but it's foggy at best. I did get up once during the night. Fisher was asleep, curled into me. I did a quick pee, and when I came back, I switched sides so that I could little spoon him for the rest of the night. I hated having to get up at 4, but I'm pretty sure I managed to get out without waking him up. He needs his rest. I know how tired he's been lately. You got laid. Gus snaps his fingers as we shuffle forward in the line. Shh, lower your voice. I don't need all Brookhaven knowing. Ah, so it's true. Gus whispers excitedly. Fisher, right? Of course, Fisher, I reply in a hushed tone. Who else would it be? Could be anyone. You're single and a total catch. Any guy would be lucky to have you. I stay quiet. It still sounds a little funny hearing that a guy would be right for me. Guess some things take a while to get used to. I'm the lucky one, I reply as we find ourselves at the front of the queue. Hey, Gus. The barista greets warmly. Gosh, is it Thursday already? I know, right? This week is flying. Have you met Chase? Gus gestures to me and I smile. He's one of the best vets I have the privilege of working with. Hey, Chase. Pleased to meet you. I'm Daly, the new owner. We shake hands. Nice to meet you. I pause for a second. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what happened to Mrs. Evans? I thought this was her place. Daly smiles warmly as he answers. I don't mind at all. Mrs. Evans is my grandma. She's entrusted me to look after this place while she goes traveling and lives her best life. Nice. Where did she go? Florida? I guess. California? Gus takes a stab. You're closer. Daly points to Gus. Las Vegas. The first item on her bucket list was to see the Thunder from Down Under show. Oh, color me surprised, Gus says with a chuckle. And what's the second item on her bucket list? To go down under, Daly says, and we all laugh. Gus hands him a piece of paper with the drink order for the Vet Shop Boys crew. Daly takes it, biting down on his lower lip as he asks, That, other guy who usually comes in with you? He trails off, so Gus prompts, Yes? Nothing. Forget it, it's silly. I could be reading it wrong, but Daly seems to have gotten awfully shy all of a sudden. Gus and I step aside to make room for the customers behind us as Daly gets to work on our order. What was that all about? I ask in a low voice. Was he asking about Tyler? Gus smirks. Yes, he was. And get this, every time I come here with Tyler, he freezes. Can barely get a word out. Tyler? Speechless? I know. Gus looks pleased. I think they could be a great match if they, never got around to talking to each other. Speaking of which, yes? I actually didn't go over to Fisher's place last night for sex. I went over there to talk. Oh, I see. There's an amused expression on Gus's face. And you just accidentally ended up naked, having an orgasm, and spending the night in his bed. I forget you're new to the gay world. Don't worry about it. This sort of thing happens all the time. Nothing to be alarmed about. I'm being serious. I really did want to talk to him. Gus picks up on my demeanor and stops kidding around. What did you want to talk to him about? That I'm ready? Ready for... Gus gently prompts. More? With him? I licked my suddenly very dry lips. That I like him as more than just a friend, and that even though perhaps the timing isn't the best for either one of us, I'd like to give us, a shot. Our order's up, and we take it from Daly and head out. I'm just scared, I confess to Gus as we walk back to the clinic, each holding a tray of hot drinks. Being scared isn't a bad thing, Chase. It means you're alive. You're feeling things. I shut myself off from my emotions for a long time after Andrew died. It doesn't work. We're human. We need to have all the emotions, the good, the bad, and even the scary. You think so? I know so. We step back into the clinic. Go talk to Fisher, properly this time, with clothes on. I will. I have to go back to his place tonight anyway. Gus cocks a brow. Oh? Yeah. I was trying so hard to be quiet and not wake him when I got up this morning that I accidentally left my phone in his bed. We enter the staff lounge. Gus leans in, smirking. Just remember, he adds quietly, clothes stay on this time. I don't even have time to snicker when Tyler comes flying in from out of nowhere. You got coffee without me? He exclaims, his eyes shooting daggers at both of us. I couldn't find you, Gus replies calmly. I can't believe you did this to me. What about Daly? Did he ask about me? What was he wearing? I grab my coffee off the tray to hide my smile behind it. Yep, it's crystal clear our little Tyler has a thing for the sexy barista. I can't seem to remember if he asked about you, Gus replies teasingly. Do you, Chase? I clear my throat and say as innocently as I can, No, I can't remember a single thing, Daly said. I was too mesmerized by those incredible baby blue eyes, and I kept wondering what it would feel like to run my fingers over that perfectly sculpted bald head of his. It looked so smooth and inviting. Tyler's eyes dart between Gus and me. You two are the worst, he pouts before storming off. That was kind of cruel, I say to Gus after Tyler leaves. Serves him right for referring to me as a boomer all this time, Gus quips back. Don't worry, I'll be sure to take him with me next week. That is, if you don't mind, seeing how taken you were with Daly. Hey, I was just playing along. There's only one guy I'm interested in. Good, Gus responds. Now go do something about it. I give a firm nod. That's exactly what I intend to do. I wrap up my shift just after 3 and head downtown to run a few errands. I really wish I had my phone on me. I would have loved nothing more than to text Fisher and thank him for the incredible, if unexpected, treat I received from him last night. I'm beyond denying I'm interested in him, but I can still feel there's something holding me back. It's all me, not him. It's a small twinge pulling at me that I can't quite shake off. I don't like it at all, and I really hate that it's stopping me from opening myself up to Fisher completely. I'm heading back toward my car when I stop dead in my tracks. Oh, Chase. Hi. It's Julie. As in my ex-wife, Julie. Oh, hey, I stammer. What are you doing in Brookhaven? Had a long lunch with some girlfriends. How are you doing? Apart from being surprised to see me. Am I that obvious? She gives a friendly smile. Afraid so. I really don't know what to say or do, or even how I should be reacting right now. I've been so caught up with everything that's been happening between me and Fisher. The last person on my mind was Julie, which makes me feel all sorts of conflicted. Damn, this really is awkward. Hey, I don't need to get back straight away. Do you maybe want to grab a coffee? She asks. Sure. We duck into a nearby coffee shop. Once we're seated, Julie blows across the top of her drink, like she always does. Has the shock of seeing me worn off yet? A little. I scratch the back of my neck. I'm sorry if my reaction was a bit weird before. Don't be. She waves a hand. I've returned to Brookhaven like 4, maybe 5 times since our divorce, and whenever I'm back here, I find myself on high alert, wondering if I'm going to bump into you. I'm actually relieved it's happened and the world hasn't imploded. I let out a grin. No, it hasn't. And look at us, having coffee, talking like civilized adults. I relax a little. Julie's trying her best to make an incredibly awkward situation less so. I should be doing my bit too. So how have you been? I ask, and listen as she tells me about her new apartment in Virginia, her work transfer and how well it's going, and then she casually slips in something about a guy she started seeing. Still very early days, she insists, but I had to move on, and he's a really nice person. Oh, okay. I'm happy for you. She takes a sip of coffee. And what about you? Are you seeing anyone? Now there's a $64 million question right there. There is someone. A guy I like, but it's tricky. Julie doesn't respond, and I can tell she's weighing up whether she should say something. Finally, she does. Look, it's not my place to say anything, but please, let me say this one thing, and then I'll shut up about it. Go on. Remember how we used to fight and make each other miserable? A heavy feeling settles in my stomach. I'm not proud of the role I played in making Julie's life so hard. I withdrew. I didn't communicate. I made things worse by crawling into my feelings and trying to push through my inner turmoil all on my own without sharing what I was going through. Yeah. I'm not bringing this up to make you feel bad, Chase. I'm mentioning it now because I want you to remember how once you told me the truth about what was going on with you, things actually improved between us. That's true, they did. I know you well. You've spent your whole life holding things in, doing everything for everyone else by their rules, trying to meet what you think everyone expects from you. Don't keep doing that. It's not worth it, and it won't make you happy. But I had this plan, I say. This was my time to get my head sorted after what I did to you, to us. I figured I needed to be on my own. Buy a house and fix it up, get some piglets. You got piglets? Julie sounds excited. I smile. Yeah, I did. Did you call them Amy Swinehouse, Jimi Hendrix, and Piggy Smalls? I sure did. Chase, that's wonderful. You've always wanted to do that. Yeah, but then I met Fisher. And, well, I squirm in my seat, suddenly struck by how odd it is to be opening up to my ex-wife about a guy I'd like to be my future boyfriend. Well, I can't be with him and by myself at the same time, can I? I huff out a breath of air. Sorry. I don't mean to be dumping all this on you. Forget it. Let's talk about some... Chase. I stop talking. You're doing it again. I scrunch my nose. Doing what again? Julie looks at me seriously. Following rules and expectations. Only this time, they're your own. Well, damn. Talk about hitting the nail on the head. It takes me a moment before I can speak, but when I do, I say the only thing there is to say. You're absolutely right. Life isn't about living by rules, abiding by what we think other people say we should do, Julie begins. It's about following your heart, moment by moment, day by day. It might not make sense to anyone else, but as long as it feels right inside, that's all that matters. You've been trapped by other people's expectations of you for so long. Now that you're living your truth, don't let yourself become a prisoner of your own making. I get back to my place and I'm still in a daze. Never in a million years would I have thought I'd have a breakthrough moment like that, courtesy of my ex-wife. But it just goes to show that at the heart of our relationship there was a friendship. I'm genuinely happy Julie is taking steps to move on with her life. It's about time I do the same with mine. And one thing I want to change is jerking off in the shower, fantasizing about Fisher. I'd much rather have the real thing instead. But for now, with the hot water sluicing across my shoulders and down my back, and with all these emotions tumbling inside of me, I need a release. I close my eyes and remember the velvety, soft feel of Fisher's tongue sliding up and down my cock, the wet heat of his mouth as he took me in, the way I unleashed inside of him. My legs shake, almost giving way beneath me, as my release spills out of me, splashing against the wall tiles. I finish showering and throw on an old pair of jeans, a shirt, and my favorite gray hoodie. I fix dinner for the piglets, cutting up some romaine lettuce along with a cup of veggies and mixing it with pellets made specifically for pot-bellied pigs. "Come on," I say to them, circling at my feet. I take their food outside and place it in the yard, watching with amazement as they scarf it all down. Once they're done eating and filled with energy, they start running around. After a few minutes, Amy trots over to me. She's super into neck scratches at the moment, so she plops herself at my feet, turns around, and shoots me an over-the-shoulder look that says, "Well, what are you waiting for?" I crouch down and give her long scratches across her neck and the front of her chest. "What do you think, Amy?" I ask. All the signs seem to be pointing to me and Fisher becoming a thing. Do you think it's a good idea? She turns her head, her black eyes meeting mine. I swear to God she can understand what I'm saying sometimes. Because if you say no, I shouldn't pursue it. I won't. I definitely need the Amy Swinehouse seal of approval on this one. She lets out a soft grunt before trotting off to play with Jimmy and Piggy. I take that as a sign. The very last sign I'll ever need in my life. I need to haul my ass over to Fisher's and tell him what's on my heart and what I want. Him. 16. Fisher. There's a low tap on my front door. I immediately know it's Chase. He always knocks quietly anytime he comes over after I've put the girls to sleep. I shut my laptop and place it on the coffee table. As I make my way to the front door, I try to put aside the mild irritation that's been brewing inside of me ever since I sent that stupid rambling text to him this morning. Okay, so maybe suggesting a weekend away wasn't the brightest idea, but it doesn't explain why Chase didn't even so much as bother to respond. I know he was working for most of the day, so obviously he's not always reachable. I have no problem with that, but he's been off work for a few hours now and still nothing. What gives? I open the door. He's standing there in jeans and a gray hoodie, but the best thing he's wearing isn't clothes. No, it's his smile. Wide, beaming, joyous. It takes me a moment to recover just to be able to greet him with a basic, "Hello." "Hi. Mind if I come in?" Not at all. Before I close the door fully behind him, he's already in my space. His arms wrap around my waist, his mouth seeking mine. We kiss, his lips a little chilly from the night air. We keep it chaste, and I motion we should step into the living room. "Oh, one thing," he says, stopping before we sit down. "I think my cell phone is in your bedroom. I forgot to take it with me when I left this morning." "Oh, shit. Well, that explains why I haven't heard from him. I'm such an idiot." "Do you want to go get it?" I ask. Chase shakes his head. "No, actually, would you mind getting it for me?" I must look confused because he goes on to explain, "I'm under strict orders to talk first before any clothes come off, and I just don't trust myself. If I go to your bedroom, there's a good chance you'll end up under me, or vice versa." I snort. Sure. I'm practically floating on air as I retrieve his phone from under the pillow of my still unmade bed. Thank God I had the good sense not to go off and bombard him with a million texts during the day demanding to know why he hasn't gotten back to me. I may not have a lot of it, but whatever chill I do have, I'm determined to hang on to. When I get back to the living room, I hesitate in handing the phone over to Chase. "What is it?" he asks. "There's a message on here." "Yeah, it's a phone, Fisher. They're able to both send and receive text messages." I chuckle. "I know that, but this message is from me. It's a long one. I might have gone on a bit." Chase grins. "I'd expect nothing less." He looks at his phone, which is still firmly in my grip. Guess he's expecting me to give it to him. That's what a normal person would do. Why can't I be a normal person just for once? "Is it a bad text?" Chase asks. his eyes narrowing as he studies my face carefully. No, it's not. Well, maybe. It shouldn't be, but then again, I'm not entirely sure how you'll take it, which is why I'm wavering and waffling and... What's another W word I could use to get a triple alliteration? Here's a W word for you. Why don't you give me the phone, let me read the message, and then I'll be able to make my own mind up about how to react? That sounds good. But wait, what was the W word? Why? He answers, smiling broadly. I'm just curious, I answer. No, why was the W word? He shakes his head. Please don't make me repeat that sentence. It was hard enough to get out the first time. Okay, I finally get it. I hand back his phone and crumple my face into my hands. I'm sorry, I'm so exhausted. My brain isn't functioning properly. Chase takes the phone but doesn't look at it. Instead, he keeps his focus aimed squarely on me. Are you okay, Fish? Yeah, just this stupid deadline. By this time next week, I'll have it done and dusted. That's what I keep reminding myself of. You sure it's nothing else? How is he able to do that? He can read me almost as well as Gabby, and she's got a good few decades of insight into me. I have a bit of a confession to make. Go ahead. I'm listening. I kind of freaked out a little, maybe possibly more than a little, when I hadn't heard back from you. I thought you thought the text I sent you was terrible. Maybe you were even pissed off, but I guess most of all I was bummed that you left me hanging. I dropped my head back. God, I sound pathetic. You are not pathetic. Chase shuffles down the couch and rests his hand on my knee. You're tired and stressed. How about I read this damn message and put you out of your misery? I nod. Please. Chase unlocks his phone. My heart is pounding as I search his face for signs of how he's reacting to it. But Chase, it seems, has got the best poker face in the world because I haven't registered a single muscle movement save for his eyes moving from left to right as he reads the text. When he's done, he looks up at me. Again, his face remains expressionless. The only movement is the occasional blink. I can't tell what he's thinking. He's not smiling or pursing his lips. In fact, the only thing his mouth is doing is looking as deliciously and frustratingly tempting as ever. Talk about annoying. An eternity passes, but then he finally speaks. I'd love to. I think it's a wonderful idea. I squint. You do? Really? You're not just saying that to stop your crazy neighbor from spiraling even further? I do mean it. Chase smiles. In fact, the reason I came over today, as well as last night, was because I think we should talk. We need to. I'm not very good at that. I don't open up easily. And that's not because of you or anything you've said or done. It's all me. It's how I've been my whole life. And it's hard to change a lifetime of habit. But with you, he reaches out and links our fingers together. With you, I want to. He stares at me with hope in his eyes. Spending time with you makes me want to search inside myself so that I know what it is I'm feeling. I've been doing that part for a while now. It's the next bit that's scary. Talking and expressing my emotions. I'm probably going to suck at it pretty badly at first, but I'm committed. I want to do it. And I'm going to give it my everything. The emotions are pouring out of Chase. I don't know what to say. I begin. I think you're being amazing and brave and incredibly self-aware. Yeah, well, I'm done being a prisoner of my own making. I have no reason to feel sorry for myself. I want to live authentically, and to do that, I may have to face some fears and do some things that scare the shit out of me. But I'm willing to do it. And I'd really like it if you were there with me. I don't fully understand what Chase is talking about. It feels like there's some deeper meaning behind his words. But now's not the time to press. Now is the time to say, I would really like to be there with you. I know you're tired. I am too. The clinic has been hectic and I've been working some crazy long days. Your deadline is next Wednesday, right? Yeah, it is. Well then, how about we go away the weekend after that? I have so much leave accumulated, it's not funny, so I'm sure Gus will give me the time off. What about you? Do you think Gabby will be able to take the girls? I am the keeper of Gabby's deepest and darkest secrets. I am sure I'll be able to convince her. I joke, before saying more seriously, obviously I do need to check to make sure she doesn't have any plans. Of course. This whole thing with you has been so unexpected, Chase begins. I mean, you literally walked straight into me. I'm about to argue the point when I flashed back to that midnight stroll and realized that, yeah, he's totally right. I was the one not looking where I was going. I did. And it's been wonderful spending these past few months getting to know you and hanging out and having dinner with our little gang. I look forward to it from pretty much the moment it ends. It's the highlight of my week. Mine too. But, timing. That's the one thing that hasn't been perfect. We're both busy. We both have a ton of responsibilities, and we're both in a sort of transitional phase in our lives. That's very true. You know that apart from our bike rides, we've never spent any time alone, where it's just the two of us. Really? Chase tilts his head, really considering it. Wow. You're absolutely right. Crazy, huh? It's actually Gabby who came up with the idea of a weekend getaway. Really? Yeah. I suggested asking you out on a date, but she nixed that. Said people go on dates to get to know each other, but we already do. Chase smiles warmly, and it makes the skin around his eyes crinkle. We do. So a getaway is a chance for us to have some alone time together and see how we're feeling and where we want this thing to go, I say. I couldn't agree with you more. I think it's a fantastic idea. I squeeze his hand, gripping it tighter. I'm so happy you think that. Is there anywhere in particular you'd like to go? He takes a moment to consider it. Then a massive smile stretches those thick lips of his. I'm happy wherever you're happy. I only have one condition. Oh? And what might that be? Wherever we go, I want one of those massive sprawling beds you see in magazines. You mean a California king? Is that what they're called? Yeah. All right, then that's what I want, a California king. Chase's eyes widen, lighting up his whole face. Oh, there's actually one more thing I want. Yes? You, naked, and a California king. I can feel my cheeks flaming. I think that can be arranged. Good. It's settled then. As much as I'd love for this evening to continue, even morph into a possible repeat of last night, I have a looming deadline, and I know Chase is working early shifts all week. How about I bring my laptop over on Saturday? That gives me a couple of days to do some research, and I can show you a few options. I know Chase said he doesn't mind where we go, but I'd still like for him to be involved in the decision. That sounds great, he replies right before a massive yawn escapes him. Oh, man. I am exhausted, and I should let you get back to your work. Thanks. I really don't want to, but I should. He lifts his hand, strokes my cheek with it. Just think. In a little over a week, you and I will be alone somewhere. I smile, so ridiculously happy it's not funny. I can't wait. Me either. 2 nights later, I'm over at Chase's place for a regular Saturday night family dinner. We've just finished another Mexican feast and we're sitting on the couch. I'm holding Ellie. He's got Imogen bouncing on his knee and there's a laptop between us with about 1,000,000 tabs open. Looks like someone has been doing some serious research, Chase comments, eyeing the computer. Just the thought of getting away is giving me life at the moment, I reply, and he smiles. Yeah, I know the feeling. We're getting smashed at the clinic, more than usual, and that's really saying something. We're both bone tired, and if nothing else, well overdue for a break. I take it you checked with Gabby? Sure did. And yeah, she and Grant are cool to look after the girls. Her mom is free too, so she'll have an extra set of hands to help out, which is good. That worked out well? Chase moves closer to me, squinting as he leans toward the laptop screen. So what am I looking at here? I've narrowed our options down. Basically, my line of thinking went something like this. We only have a few days. Leave Friday, return on Monday. A long weekend, basically. That's right. Chase agrees. So that kind of rules out going anywhere too far away. Damn, I hear Morocco is lovely at this time of year. I shoot him a questioning look. I'm just kidding. He chuckles. Go on, I'm listening. I'm grinning as I say. So in terms of options closer to home, I've narrowed it down to 3 choices. Tell me what tickles your fancy. Do they all have? Yes. I cut him off. I've pre-vetted all of them and can confirm a California King is available whatever we decide. Chase laughs. Imogen notices and laughs along just to join in, clapping her hands together. Like I said, I really don't mind where we go, as long as we're together, he says. I appreciate that, and I feel the same way too, but I also think we should make a joint decision. It feels like the right way to start the right way to approach this. I shake my head, not wanting to get distracted by what almost slipped out. We're not going away to start a relationship. We're simply going away to spend some time together and talk about what the future may hold. Nothing's been decided yet. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself in case things don't turn out the way I hope they do. The 3 options are a city escape like New York, or we can go into the mountains. It's getting too cold to camp out, but we could find a nice cabin somewhere, or a warm, tropical beach. I'm thinking Florida's our best bet since it's only a 2-hour flight away. Chase's eyes light up at that last option, but he answers with a diplomatic, all good choices. Is there anyone that appeals more than the others? I prompt. Or anyone you want to strike off the list? I see him hesitating. It's probably harder for him than it should be to make this decision, or at the very least state a preference. But then I remember what he told me the other night. Chase isn't used to taking the time to feel his emotions. And even though planning a weekend getaway isn't a life-changing thing, it's still something he's probably never had much say on before. There's no rush, I tack on. Just take your time and say whatever's on your mind when you're ready. He looks at me, and I can see his eyes glow in appreciation. After a few moments, he speaks. The words come out quietly, almost tentatively. I think New York is out. For me, it's just a personal preference. I'm not much of a big city person. Great. I shoot him a wide grin. I wasn't really feeling that option either. He reclines on the couch, letting Imogen crawl all over him. Awesome, he says. Now your turn. Which of the 2 remaining options do you prefer? Let's see. I could honestly go either way, but I'm leaning toward somewhere warm. A cabin would be great and cozy, but I'd love to go somewhere we can cycle. Go for a swim on the beach, sip some cocktails in a lounge chair by the pool. The only work we should be doing is on our tans. Chase quirks a brow at me. The only work? I smile. Well, the only work we'll be doing in public. There's a whole bunch of stuff we could be doing on that California King. Right, he agrees. So it's decided, beach it is. Let's talk hotels. I'm pretty sure I know the reason why Chase wants to change the topic. Not really kid-appropriate to be flirting like crazy. Especially since our flirting has a way of leading to other, very non-PG things. I found a great one. I place Ellie onto the sofa as I reach for the laptop. It looks gorgeous. Right on the ocean. It's luxurious, but the prices aren't out of this world crazy. Oh, and it's 100% LGBTQIA plus friendly. I pushed the laptop toward him. Wow. Impressive, Chase says, glancing at the images I brought up on the website's photo gallery. It's called Elysian, I inform. Cool name. Yeah, I thought so too. They have availability for the dates we're looking at. I tapped to the webpage of the suite I found for us. This is the Ocean Deluxe Suite. Just look at those incredible views. It looks amazing. I could stare out into that ocean for days. Let's book it. There's just one problem. Chase looks concerned. What is it? It doesn't have a California King. Oh. His face drops more than I'd expected, so I quickly throw in, it has a Wyoming King. What the hell is that? It's even bigger than a Cali. Chase smiles, his eyebrows waggling of their own accord. You really should have started with that. Had me worried there for a minute. So I take it you approve? In the words of one of my esteemed colleagues, I 100p approve. I laugh. Chase has told me a lot about Tyler and the rest of the gang he works with at the clinic. As I prop the laptop on my thighs to make the booking online, I can't help but wonder if I'll get the chance to meet them all one day. I guess that's what this weekend away is for, isn't it? Creating the time and space Chase and I need with no distractions of the kidlet, piglet, or doglet variety to see whether this thing between us can blossom into something more. 17. Chase. The driver pulls into the cobblestone, palm tree-lined driveway of the Elysian Resort. Once the car comes to a stop, the doors are immediately opened for us. Fisher and I step out and are greeted by two smiling attendants. I lift my head, catching the sunlight and feeling the light, salty mist on my face. I glance over and see Fisher doing the same, soaking in the warm, tropical air around us. I feel relaxed already, Fisher says, breathing it in. Same. Brookhaven was already descending into fall, but I guess Florida only has one season. Beautiful. The attendants start wheeling our luggage on a gold-colored trolley. Gentlemen, if you'd like to follow us. I take Fisher's hand in mine, but before we follow the attendants, I squeeze my fingers tight around his and close my eyes, really taking this moment in. This weekend is about more than just taking a very overdue vacation. It's about us, figuring out who we are to each other and what we want to be. That feels better than I can even describe. Be careful, Fisher teases. You never know who you might run into when you're not looking. We begin walking as I smile at him. I couldn't be that lucky twice, could I? Fisher blushes, and I swear it's the cutest thing I've ever seen. We're led through two automatic glass doors into the resort lobby, which is nothing short of exquisite. Spectacular floor-to-ceiling windows allow light to stream in, the vibrant blue of the ocean providing the perfect backdrop. The place is decorated with elegant, ivy-filled furniture, and as I look up, I notice we're standing beneath a series of glittering chandelier columns. This place is fancy, I muttered to Fisher. Yeah, tell me about it. I feel richer just standing here. I chuckle as we're ushered to a sleek, all-white marble reception desk. The attendants hand us over to a man behind the counter. He's a slightly older guy, maybe in his early 40s, attractive in that classic all-American way with big eyes and a strong jaw. Good morning, gentlemen. His timbre is smooth and deep. My name is Leo. Welcome to Elysian. Can I have your booking name, please? He proceeds to check us in, tapping away at the computer when he looks up and smiles. I've given you a complimentary upgrade to the Platinum Ocean Suite. Oh, wow. Thank you, Fisher says, genuinely surprised. That's so nice of you. Leo smiles. It's my pleasure. It's generally pretty quiet this time of year, and I have a feeling this may be a special occasion for you gentlemen. How can you tell? I ask, curious to know. Leo's smile grows until it reaches his eyes. I have a sixth sense about these things. The two of you have a certain energy. We do? Fisher and I exchange a look. Energy, huh? I'm not entirely sure I know what that means, but we must be putting something out there if people who we've just met are picking up on it. I turn back to Leo. Does the suite have a Wyoming king? He shakes his head. I'm afraid not. I can see Fisher open his mouth to speak when Leo continues. It's got an Alaskan king. What the heck is that? I blurt. It's literally the biggest bed known to humankind, Leo answers brightly. His eyes move between us. I take it that won't be a problem. Nope, I say, adjusting my stance to accommodate the erection I feel pressing against the zipper of my jeans. That won't be a problem at all. Over the past week, Fisher and I talked about sex. While we didn't commit to having it while we were here, we both agreed we'd like to have the option available to us, so we got tested. We both returned negative results, which means that the possibility of sex is firmly on the table, or on the Alaskan king in this case. I do my best to shove thoughts of sex with Fisher on a massive pillowy bed out of my head, but yeah, kind of hard to do when I'm standing beside the most stunning man I've ever laid my eyes on. His hair is getting longer now. He threatened to get it cut a few weeks ago. I didn't say anything. Later, Fisher told me I didn't need to. He said he could tell by my expression that I was disappointed. He was right, and so he ended up getting a light trim and a clean-up instead. Today he's got on a white linen button-up shirt, a pair of khaki shorts, and slip-on boat shoes. My eyes snag on his calves. As he adjusts his stance ever so subtly as we're standing, I can see the muscles flex and move. God, how I want to run my tongue up and down the length of them, as well as if there's anything I can do to make your stay even more enjoyable, please let me know. Leo's words cut into my daydream/fantasy/weekend to-do list. I'm the owner of Elysian, and let me assure you, nothing is too much trouble to ensure my guests have an unforgettable time here. Thank you, Leo, we reply in unison. He gives us another all-knowing look. Okay, I think I might be starting to get this whole energy thing. Fisher and I are pretty much on the same wavelength most of the time. It's a nice, reassuring feeling to be so in sync with someone. Another attendant escorts us to our suite via a series of narrow cobblestone pathways framed by the resort's lush, dense, and fragrant gardens. How are you feeling? I ask, reaching for Fisher's hand again. Relaxed already, he replies, although every few minutes I get this feeling that something's missing. Then I realize it's the girls. I haven't been away from them for more than a few hours since they were born. Oh, wow. I feel bad that I didn't even think of that or the understandable impact that would have on him. Do you want to call Gabby and we can do a video call to see the girls once we're in our suite? Fisher shakes his head. I am under strict Gabby orders not to call. She said she'll text me twice a day to provide an update and obviously in case of an emergency, but other than that, my goal is to relax and leave the world behind. I squeeze down on his hand. I'm liking Gabby more and more. Have you ever met her? Briefly, I say. Mainly we just give a neighborly wave whenever we happen to see each other in the street. But I'd like to meet her properly. Same. I mean, I'd like to meet your friends too. They seem like great guys. Yeah, they are. We enter the suite. My eyes are immediately drawn to the view of the ocean, the waves, the cloudless sky. It's nothing short of stunning. The space itself is pretty spectacular, too. All white, modern, sleek, and with amazing beach-themed artwork hanging on the walls. There are 2 rooms, one on each side, coming off an open-plan kitchen, lounge, and dining area. I slip the attendant a 20, and then it's just Fisher and I, alone. Well, not exactly alone. There is an Alaskan king I can practically hear calling our names. Fisher staring out into the endless turquoise ocean, lost in his thoughts when I walk up behind him. I wrap my arms around his front and prop my head against the crook of his neck. What you thinking? About you. And me. And this weekend. This long weekend, I point out. Are you looking forward to it? He doesn't answer straight away. Yeah, I am. I let go of him and stand beside him. I look out into the distance, too, as I ask, but... Another pause. But... I guess I'm a little scared. I shoot him a quick glance. He looks tense. I reach for his hand. What are you scared of? What if you think I'm boring? This is the second time he's brought this up. Fisher is one of the most interesting, captivating, charming people I've ever met. I don't know where this idea that he's boring came from. I school my features, keeping my tone neutral as I ask, why would I think that? There's no break this time as he launches into another one of his Fisher rambles. All this time we've had distractions around us. The girls, the animals, our jobs, and while I agree it's good for us to get away from that, believe me, I am so excited. I've been looking forward to it like you wouldn't believe for the past week. What happens when once it's just you and me? You see me for the first time and I'm not what you want, because the truth is, Chase, I probably am a boring guy. I love what we've been doing. Dinners, bike rides, hanging out with our little gang. For me, that's my idea of a good time. I don't really need much more than that to feel happy and fulfilled. What if while we're here you think I'm no fun? I wait until he literally runs out of oxygen, sucking in a few deep breaths after releasing all of that, which had obviously been building up inside him for a while now. Anything else? He shakes his head, and I can see the pain written all over his face. No, he mutters quietly. That's all the crazy I got in me for now. I step in front of him and lift his chin so that he's looking straight at me. You are the least boring man I have ever met, Fisher West. I've loved literally every moment I've spent with you, starting from when you bumped into me. He smiles a little at that. I go on. And if you think you're boring, then I'm happy being just as boring as you are. I love the way we've been spending time together. My house is filled with nothing but laughter and happy sounds and so much messiness when you and the girls are over. I love it. I hesitate but persevere. I've never told you this before, but I miss it so much when you're not there. You do? Absolutely. I wouldn't change anything about what we've been doing these past few months. Well, apart from maybe seeing you more often. I don't think I can ever get too much of that. He pulls me in for a hug. Thank you. He whispers into my hair. I really needed to hear that. I hold on to him for a long while, sinking my fingers into his long curls, never wanting to let this incredible man go. I'll keep telling him that over and over again for as long as he needs to hear it. When we finally pull apart, Fisher suggests a bike ride. It's not even lunchtime yet, and I found a beautiful track that has the most incredible views. That sounds great, I reply, but we don't have bikes. No, we don't, but the resort does. Okay, great, let's do it. We haul our luggage into the massive bedroom. I check out the ginormous bed and gnash my teeth into my lip. I wonder if that will be the spot where Fisher and I make love for the first time. I really hope it is. We start getting changed, and as I strip out of my clothes, I realize I forgot to bring any cycling gear with me. As if reading my mind, Fisher hands me some Lycra. I pre-planned, he says, grinning. Thank you. Cycling naked would not have been an attractive option. Oh, I don't know about that, he teases, waggling his eyebrows at me. We head out after picking up our bikes at reception. Fisher got directions, and we find the bike trail easily. It's beautiful, hugging the coastline with gentle swerves that require some degree of concentration, but also let my mind drift as I soak up the warm sunshine and ocean air. This weekend is about what Fisher and I want to do, and whether we have a future together. But honestly, I didn't need to jump on a plane and land in a tropical paradise to figure that out. I know I've known for some time. For me, this weekend is about saying all of this to him. Opening up to Fisher in a way I haven't had the courage to open up to anyone before. Yes, that means talking, and it also means sex. I'm equally ready for both. Technically, Fisher and I have already had sex. What we've done sexually so far not only counts, but it's been special. It means a lot to me. But all this talk of bed sizes masks a greater truth. I want to make love to him. I want to know what he feels like inside. And I want him inside of me, too, to give myself to him in the purest and most sacred of ways possible. Fisher's riding slightly ahead of me. When he comes to a sudden stop, I pull up beside him. I assume he's taking a break to admire the view, so I'm surprised when he gets off his bike, rests it against the granite fence, and steps closer to me. There's a fire burning in his eyes. Get off the bike, he instructs, his voice unusually hoarse. I do. Is everything okay? I don't get the chance to finish asking my question because Fisher's lips blast over my mouth. His fingers charge through my hair, the heat of his body pressing against me. He dips lower, hungrily kissing across my jaw. He nibbles down my neck, the buzz of his little bites sending an electric jolt straight to the base of my cock. And then he dips lower still, kissing my chest through the Lycra, pinching my nipples, nibbling lower and lower down my abdomen. He drops to his knees and looks up, sunlight catching on his face, lighting him up beautifully. He looks angelic. What are you doing, Fish? Isn't it obvious? He throws me a wicked smirk. I'm going to blow you. What? Here? I glance around. We haven't encountered anyone else on the ride so far, but that doesn't mean that we won't. At any second, someone could come around the corner and bust us. Yeah, right here. Unless you object. I think about it for approximately 0.3 seconds. Fuck it. No, not at all. I'm thinking Fisher might be feeling like he's got something to prove when it comes to this crazy notion he's somehow boring. It's bullshit, and I'll keep reminding him of that, and if blowing me in public is one of the things he needs from me to help him with that, what can I say? I'm all in. He tugs my lycra halfway down my legs. It's the type that comes with built-in briefs, which means that once they're off, my cock is out too. Fisher runs his tongue along the underside. I'm almost fully hard already, the silvery touch of his tongue getting me the rest of the way there. My fingers thread through his curls as Fisher lavishes the tip with a series of licks. Take me, I murmur. I want you to make me feel good. Fisher does just that. In one smooth movement, he engulfs my cock. The wetness and tightness of his mouth releases a surge of pleasure to every nerve ending in my body. I cast one final look around to make sure the coast is clear before surrendering entirely to this. To him. I look down and can see he's freed his own cock, jacking himself off while he bobs up and down on mine. The sight makes my balls clench against my body, and I can tell I'm not going to be able to last much longer. I'm getting close, I announce. It spurs him on. He speeds up, taking me all the way to the base, then all the way out, leaving my rock-hard, saliva-slicked cock out in the sun, before he inhales it again. He continues doing this over and over again. It's the most erotic thing I've ever seen in my life. My legs start to shake, so I reach behind me, grabbing onto the bike to save myself from toppling over. I don't think I'm going to be able to last much Oh, fuck. And with that, I come down his throat, the release rushing through me, leaving me heaving and gasping for air. Fisher takes his time, draining every last drop out of me. When he pries his lips from my cock with a self-satisfied smack, I can see he's come too, his release coating his calf muscles. The same calf muscles I've fantasized about munching down on a time or two. He gets to his feet right as I drop to my knees. What are you doing? He asks. Tasting you, I reply. But I already... He stops talking when I lift his leg up, his hands landing on my shoulders for support. What are you? I take in the sight of his cum-covered calf. It looks like someone squeezed an Elmer's glue bottle all over his leg. I stick my tongue out, feeling the gooey texture of his release over the hard, strained muscle underneath it. I lap up every last drop until there's nothing left. You taste so good. I peer up at him when I'm done. I think I might be addicted. I stand up in front of him. We must be quite the sight, the two of us with our cocks still hanging out the front of our lycra shorts in the middle of a cycling path with the endless blue of the sky and ocean behind us. He runs a finger down the side of my face. You know what tastes even better than me? He asks softly. Tell me. His fingers curl around the back of my neck, and he leans me in closer to him. His eyes flash with something dark and deep. Us. He brings me in for a kiss. I close my eyes as he slides into my mouth. I can taste my cum on his tongue, and I'm sure he can taste his on mine. Think you might be right about that, I murmur as our salty flavors mingle in our mouths. He breaks away so he can see my face, his eyes bursting with color, sparkling brighter than the sea. My heart swells, and with the sun beating down on us, certainty fills every fiber of my being. I can't believe it's taken me this long to figure it out. It's the most frickin' obvious thing in the world. I, Chase Higgins, am madly in love with Fisher West. 18. Fisher. By the time we return to the resort after our bike ride, I know two things for sure. One, going down on Chase in the middle of the day out in public is hands down the craziest, most out there thing I have ever done in my entire life. And two, now that I've got a taste for it, I'm dying to see what I come up with next. It's not like I have a weekend of adrenaline-pumping activities in mind for us, well, Alaskan king beds aside. No, it's something else. After opening up to Chase about my fear of being, boring, something shifted in me. A voice from deep inside welled up and told me to let go of everything that's happened in the past and just embrace the moment. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm not going to change everything about myself because deep down I actually like who I am. But for the next few days, the reality is I don't have my girls. We're miles away from home and it's just Chase and me. Alone. Together. I want to let my hair down and go a little crazy, damn it. I want to have fun moment by moment and be open to whatever lies ahead. I don't know whether this approach will work or whether it's a sign I've been out in the sun too long. Either way, it feels right, and I'm going to trust it. At least for the next few days. Once we return the bikes at the resort, Chase suggests a dip in the pool to cool down. I can't think of anything better. We quickly get changed in our suite before heading down to the impressively large pool area. The place is pretty quiet. I can see a group of guys playing volleyball down one end of the giant pool. We dive into the other side, the cool water feeling like icy magic on my muscles after the exercise. Chase has swum ahead, so I make my way to him, admiring the view as I get closer. He slicks his hair back, the muscles in his arms bulging, droplets of water dotting his broad shoulders and chest. "This feels amazing," he says as I float next to him. "It is," I agree with a relaxed smile. "Want to change our booking so that we never have to leave?" He looks at me, the gray in his eyes sparkling, reflecting off the water. "Nah, I kind of like the life we have back home too much." My whole body feels lighter. I do too. "I could do with a drink, though," he suggests. "But we just got in. I don't want to get out just yet." He taps me on the shoulder. "We don't have to," he says with a smirk. I follow his gaze, and smack bang in the middle of the pool is what looks like a bar? That isn't what I think it is it? "Only one way to find out," he responds. "Come on, I'll race you over." Chase lets me get a head start and possibly lets me win. Either that or he's checking out my calves underwater. Who knew you could be so into calves? I tell myself to stop picturing the way he hungrily cleaned them up earlier. Getting a boner in a public pool with people around us isn't on my to-do list for the day. Once we reach the middle of the pool, we slide into a couple of submerged seats. The area behind the bar isn't underwater. It's essentially a caged-in version of a typical normal-looking bar, with a wall of alcohol-lined white shelving and glasses of all shapes and sizes. "This is the best invention ever," I say, picking up 2 laminated drink menus and handing one to Chase. "I agree. Whoever came up with it deserves a Nobel Peace Prize or something." I start to smile, but stop when I take a proper look at the drink menu I'm holding. I glance over at Chase, and yep, his expression is set to stunned, too. "What can I get you boys?" the bartender asks. His eyes dart between us. "First-timers, I take it?" he snickers. "Are we that obvious?" Chase asks. The bartender nods. "A little. Your reaction to the drink menu kind of gave you away." I scroll back down the list of drinks. They've all been given an X-rated name over. I'm seeing a cock-sucking cowboy, slippery nipple, rim my freshly shaved hole, and it goes on. "I might have, my sexy neighbor's cock?" Chase requests, lifting an amused eyebrow in my direction as he says it. "Do you have anything that's sweet?" I ask the bartender. "Try the cum-covering geyser. It's got pina colada in it and isn't salty in the slightest," he shoots back. I eye Chase, and he's smiling widely. "Sounds good," I say. "I'll have one of those, please." A few moments later, we're handed our drinks. "Well, cheers," Chase says, lifting his. "I'm already having the best time ever, and we've only been here a few hours. I'm so happy to be here with you, and that we're doing this." "I'm happy to be here with you, too." Our glasses clink. Here's to a great weekend. We while away a few hours at the bar, making sure to alternate alcoholic drinks with water so that we get a nice buzz but don't end up drunk. Waking up with a hangover in your 30s is a bitch. Just like at home, the conversation is easy and free-flowing. It doesn't feel any different, save for the fact we're not keeping close watch over our brood as we talk. Once we're good and ready, we swim back across the pool and decide to catch some rays. The Floridian sun's beating down hard. As we get to our lounge chairs, I see a bunch of guys hanging out just a few chairs down from us. "Hey," one of them says, giving a friendly wave. "I'm Emery." "I'm Fisher, and this is Chase." He introduces his friends, Cassius and Spencer, as well as his boyfriend, Miguel. "Are you guys here on your honeymoon?" Emery asks. Chase and I look at each other. No. Why would you think that?" "Vibes," Emery replies. "You guys have that whole madly in love thing going on." "Funny," Chase says, adjusting in his lounge. "You're the second person to pick up on something."
"Let me guess,"
Cassius chips in.
"The owner, Leo, was the first?"
"Yeah." I'm genuinely surprised. "How did you know?" All four guys exchange looks.
"This place is known for bringing people together,"
Spencer explains with a smile.
"Cass and I were childhood best friends until a weekend here changed everything. Emery and Miguel grew up together, lost touch with each other until they ran into each other. Here."
"If you guys are figuring things out," Emery adds, "this is the place to do it." "Seems like we picked the right place then," I say, leaning over to Chase. He's beaming as he replies, "Yeah, I think we did." After hanging out with the guys for a while, Chase and I head back to the suite.
"Don't know about you, Fish, but I am exhausted."
"Same." I look at the time. It's just gone 4. How about we have a nap before dinner? Chase nods his head and smiles. That sounds perfect. We strip down, but before I join Chase on the massive pontoon of a bed, I crank the aircon down as low as it can go. "Nice," he says when he notices what I'm doing. I set the alarm for 6 so that we don't miss our dinner reservation and snuggle in right beside him. He covers us both with the thick bedspread before pressing the front of his body against the back of mine. I wriggle a bit to get us as close as possible. I can't help but notice the way his cock moves in response. I ignore it for the moment, enjoying the feel of it thickening against my ass. If this trip continues the way it's been going, I'll hopefully get to experience what it's like to have Chase deep inside me. But for now, sleep beckons. I peer over my shoulder. Chase is already out, breathing heavily with the most beautiful smile on his lips. Sleep can be a lot of things. Frustrating and elusive when it doesn't come, nothing short of pure torture when it's not deep enough, but also the most incredible and restorative thing in the world. We only nap for 2 hours, but as I get up and make my way to the bathroom, I feel like I've been asleep for a whole night. I feel refreshed, rested, revitalized, and more than ready for our first proper date night alone. I smile to myself as I glance over my shoulder. Chase is dead to the world on the bed, his face smooshed into the pillow. Good thing the alarm I set didn't disturb him. We have dinner reservations at the on-site restaurant soon, but if things go the way I hope they do, we'll be spending a lot more time on that Alaskan king over the coming days. I take care of my business, and when I step back into the room, Chase is awake, lazily scrubbing a hand over his face.
"What time is it?"
he asks groggily. I've never seen Chase first thing after waking up, and he is utterly adorable. Just after 6. Dinner's at 7. I sit down at the foot of the bed, but we don't have to go if you don't feel like it. We can order room service and stay in if you prefer.
No, I want to go out.
You've been raving about this restaurant for days. He peels the bed cover off himself, and my eyes widen. I don't know if evening wood is a thing, but Chase's cock is granite hard. He notices where I'm looking and chuckles. Sorry about that, but it's your fault entirely. You've got nothing to apologize for. I gaze at him with a smirk and a warm feeling in my chest that I'm able to elicit such a response in his body. Believe me, Chase smiles. "Let me wash up. I won't be long," he says before disappearing into the bathroom. I'm tempted to tell him to stay in the room with me, to push him back down onto the bed and make love right here, right now. But I don't. It feels like we're heading there naturally. I don't want to push it. Besides, I'm all about enjoying each moment as it comes. Dinner will be great if the online reviews are anything to go by, and I'm looking forward to having the chance to sit down and talk with Chase, check in with how he's feeling. If anything, not jumping his bones right now only adds to the anticipation of what's to come, and there's something really sexy about that. We get ready and head out of our suite, walking hand in hand through the lush tropical gardens to the restaurant nestled at the far end of the resort, overlooking the Gulf of Mexico. I like how Chase feels comfortable enough to reach for my hand. He's been doing it from the moment we arrived. I'm not huge on public displays of affection, but I do enjoy close contact, and that's exactly what Chase does so well, touching me without making a big deal about it. We get ushered to a table right on the water's edge. The sun has already dipped below the horizon line, but gentle embers of orange and pink still flicker in the darkening sky. The restaurant is nothing short of breathtaking, and as expected, the food is out of this world. But truth be told, the breathtaking view, the beautiful restaurant, or the delicious food aren't the highlights of the evening for me. That honor would go to the incredible conversation Chase and I have been having. Even though it's our first proper official date, whatever that means, because we know each other so well already, we've been able to talk about everything and nothing. When he tells me about a funny shirt that Fulton wore the day before we left, I know who he's talking about, even though I've never met the guy. When he thanks me for the bike ride we went on today, I can see the spark of joy in his eye, and I know the reason behind it, without having to ask. Chase has been feeling a little self-conscious about his weight, and seeing him in Lycra today, I could see he's lost a few pounds. That must make him feel good, which in turn makes me feel great. Not because he lost weight. Hell, if I had my way, I'd be happy if he added a few pounds. It makes me feel connected to Chase, realizing I'm at a point where I know him without having to say things aloud. But then, there are some things we haven't talked about yet, that we very much do need to use words for. As if sensing what I'm thinking, Chase rests his forearms against the table, steeples his fingers, and pins me with a serious look. "I'd like to talk, Fisher. About us. Is that okay with you?" I clear the corners of my mouth with a napkin. "Yeah, it is. We do need to talk." I study his face, but man, it's poker all the way with him. He doesn't give anything away. I wait for him to start talking. "Firstly, I'd like to start with an apology." I wasn't expecting that. An apology? For what? He reaches across the table and takes my hand in his. "For giving you some mixed signals these past few months. For retreating into myself. For not stepping up and doing what we're doing right now a long time ago. It's hard for me to communicate." He blows out a breath, shakes his head, and presses on. "But that's a pathetic excuse, and one I plan on never having to use again." Our eyes lock. His are overflowing with genuine emotion. I rub the inside of his palms. Apology not needed, but accepted, and very much appreciated. "Thank you," Chase whispers softly. "That means a lot to me, Fisher." I can see he means every word. I can also see his throat bobbing wildly, as if he's pushing himself mentally to say whatever it is he's about to say next. "I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and I'd like to share some of that with you." "Go ahead, I'm listening." I smile. "Take your time," I add so that he doesn't feel any pressure. I'll wait as long as he needs me to. I can see how much he's trying here. I thought I knew what I wanted my life to look like. I thought I'd be happy with my job, my house, and my piglets. And in some ways I am. That would have been enough for me. Had I not met you. I nod, listening keenly to every word coming out of his mouth.
Meeting you was unexpected, obviously, but also one of the most amazing things that's ever happened to me." I see his eyes glisten, and I feel mine doing the same. "I've lived my whole life doing what I think I should do, what's expected of me, what the right thing is." He shakes his head. "I'm done with that. From now on, I'm going to follow one thing and one thing only." He taps his chest. "This." A single tear streams down his cheek. "I'm scared. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm probably not good enough to deserve a guy like you, but..." His voice cracks, and it breaks me. "If you'll have me, I'd like us to be together. I guess what I'm saying, or rather rambling." "Nothing wrong with a good old ramble," I say. We share a tear-stained smile. "No, there isn't. What I'm getting to, Fisher, is, would you like to be my boyfriend?" "Yes." I don't even wait for him to finish. "Wait, you were going to say boyfriend, right?" I check. He lets out a hearty chuckle. "Of course, that's what I was going to say." My chest explodes with emotion. This man is incredible. I saw him, literally witnessed him pushing himself to work past his stuff and talk honestly, openly, and from his heart, possibly for the first time in his life, that he was willing to do that so that we could get to this place where we're together, boyfriends. That's more than I could have ever expected or hoped for, and goddamn it, if Chase is prepared to do something like that for me, something so far out of his comfort zone, then it's only right that I do the same. "Should we get out of here?" I suggest. A bright smile lights up his face, his brows waggling as he responds with, "I thought you'd never Alaskan." Heat ripples through me at his cheeky word slip, and if this restaurant weren't so fancy, I'd be lunging across the table and ravishing Chase right about now. Instead, I have an even better plan. I need to use the bathroom real quick. Meet you outside? Sure. Once I'm done, I sidle up next to Chase, who's admiring the incredible view of the now dark ocean. Our ears fill with the sounds of waves crashing onto the shore. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he asks. "It is," I say, reaching for his hand. "Come on." We make our way back through the resort, but I have no intention of going back to our suite just yet. "Where are we going? The room is that way," Chase says as I lead him away from the resort. "Who says we're going to the room?" I try to sound as innocent as I can, even though there's nothing innocent about what I have in mind for us. I've been buzzing ever since Chase spilled his heart out to me over dinner. Oops, sorry, not Chase. My boyfriend, Chase. It's like an electric pulse has been unleashed in me. It's why I excused myself to go to the bathroom. Spoiler, I didn't go to the bathroom. I went to the kitchen instead, and they were very accommodating with my special request, and it's why we're heading to the beach now. We take off our shoes in silence. Chase glances over at me every once in a while, still completely clueless. Perfect. Soft sand squelches under our feet as we make our way toward the water. "This is nice," Chase says. The moon lights up his face, and I can see the wide smile on it. "What's nice?" "This," he replies. "A romantic walk on the beach." I stop walking, and he does the same. "Is that what you think we're doing? Going for a walk?" He cocks his head. Yeah? I mean, isn't it?" "Nuh-uh." I peel off my shirt. "You ever been skinny dipping before?" It might be kind of dark, but I can clearly make out just how wide Chase's eyes bulge. "Seriously?" "100%. I whip back with the smirk. I pull down my pants and step out of them. What, are you shy or something? Chase looks around, and for a moment I worry that maybe he is. Shit, just because I'm on a bit of a mission to push myself and do some wild things I've never done before, maybe I should have thought twice before dragging Chase into it. I'm just about to say this to him when he strips out of his clothes. Out of all of his clothes. He wanders over to me, a full smile on his thick lips and his cock hanging long and heavy between his legs. Not shy at all. He winks, and before I know what's happening, he's tugging my briefs down my legs. I step out of them, or rather, I try stepping out of them, but somehow end up losing my balance and toppling over onto Chase. We land on the soft sand in a fit of laughter. I never knew you had this side to you, he says, looking up at me as he hooks a curl behind my ear. Do you like it? I ask teasingly. He thinks about it for a moment. I like all of you, Fisher. The good, the rambling, the wild, and the boring. I wouldn't change a single thing about you. My chest swells at his words, and at the trust I have in Chase to know that he's not just saying it, but that he means it too. I had planned on us going for a swim, but we're here now, me lying on top of him, feeling so many emotions whirling through me. I don't want to break the moment. I feel Chase's hands on the side of my face. He leans up as he brings me down, and we kiss. I can taste the saltiness of the air on his lips. He lets out a soft moan. What is it? I murmur. Fisher, he asks, blinking up at me. I have a question for you. Yeah? Will you fuck me right now? Please. 19. Chase. I'd been wondering when the right time would be. I assumed it would involve an Alaskan king, but as I'm lying here naked on the beach with Fisher equally naked and right on top of me, I've discovered my answer. Now. The first time Fisher and I will make love is going to be right now. On the beach, under the moonlight, with the waves lapping only a few feet away from us. Fisher's been staring at me ever since the question slipped out of me. Are you sure? I smile, caressing his cheek with the backs of my fingers. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Are you? His head starts nodding straight away. God, yes. He tugs his lips between his teeth. I know what he's stopping himself from doing, so I encourage him with, just do it. You need to ramble. Go ahead, get it out of your system. His eyes glisten, and then, as expected, the torrent of words pours out of him. It's just that if we do this, and believe me, I really want to, it's going to mean something to me. I might be experimenting a little on this vacation by bringing out my wilder side, but sex means something to me. It's special. I've never been a wham, bam, thank you, Sam kind of guy. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I don't mean to shame anyone for anything they do sexually. It's just that I don't see sex and love as two separate things. He pauses only long enough to inhale a few gulps of salty night air. He resumes. For me, sex and love are one and the same. That's just how I feel. It's probably dorky and stupid, but I can't help it. Hey, Fisher? He drops his gaze to meet mine. Yeah. I feel exactly the same way. You do? I nod. Yes, I do. I wouldn't be able to do what we're about to if I didn't have strong feelings for you. I stop short of saying those 3 words. I'm not sure he's ready to hear them right at this very minute, but after, oh yeah, I'll be saying them over and over again until he's the one telling me to stop rambling. You're incredible, Chase. He leans down and plants a kiss on the tip of my nose. I clasp my hands on his shoulders, look Fisher straight in the eye, and say, Is my boyfriend ready to make love to me now? A tear splashes down his cheek and lands on my face. He brushes it away delicately with his thumb. Yes. Yes, I am. And with that, we kiss. My fingers tangle through his thick curls. His hands slide over my shoulders, across my chest, down to my nipples. They stay there for a while, tweaking and pinching my sensitive nubs. It feels so good, I murmur as our bodies press together. I'm lost in the moment. This pleasure, his body, his fingers, his mouth is able to draw out of me. My heart hammers against my ribcage as the reality of the moment washes over me. I'm about to have sex with a man, but not just any man, someone I've gotten to know so well over these past few months, someone who's funny and unique and clever and such a dedicated dad, a man I've fallen in love with. That thought blooms until it fills up every part of me. There's no space for anything else, no worry, no nerves, no tension. Everything is going to be okay if I just let go and trust in Fisher and me. He won't hurt me. I'm more sure of that than I've ever been of anything in my life. Fisher lowers his hand over my stomach. My breath hitches. You're beautiful, he reassures. I love your body so much, especially this part. He gently squeezes my middle. I let go, surrender to the touch, to his words. I exhale long and deep, allowing myself to believe him. I've lost some weight recently and it feels good. I may never get my six-pack back, and I'm okay with that. It wasn't about looking a certain way, it was about me getting some control back over my life. And that's what I've been doing with Fisher, taking charge of my life. No longer playing the game by everyone else's rules, no longer being a victim either. I'm a strong, grown man, and this is my one shot at life. I intend on making the most out of each and every moment. You like my stomach, huh? Fisher licks his lips. Yeah, he says, voice gravelly. What about my cock? Fisher snickers. That's another one of my favorite parts of your body. Good, I whip back, because he gets awfully jealous. We wouldn't want that now, would we? He asks as he grips the base of my length. My cock knows a thing or two about getting jealous. Oh? Yeah. Let's just say relations between him and my calves have been a little strained lately. We laugh, but I stop when I feel Fisher's smooth fingers glide down past my cock. A second later, he's pressing against me. I let out as Fisher's fingers graze the soft flesh beneath my balls. He traces his fingertips along my taint. When he gets to my entrance, he gently circles it. I close my eyes. I've always wondered what this would feel like. I know fingering myself won't hold a candle to having someone inside of me, but I'm not scared. As Fisher applies a bit more pressure, I breathe and relax into it. He'll look after me. He'll make sure my first time is the most incredible experience of my life. That's when I hear the sound of a bottle cap being twisted open. My eyes snap open. What are you doing? I ask. I, lied to you when I said I had to use the bathroom. Fisher lifts a small bottle in front of me. I went into the kitchen and asked for a small sample of their olive oil. Huh? It makes for great lube, apparently. I was hoping we might have the chance to use it on the beach. Understanding dawns on me. I smile. Right. Got it. The chef told me they only use organic triple distilled olive oil from Italy. That's a good thing. If it had only been double distilled, we would have had to stop. I joke. Fisher flicks his gaze to mine. His eyes smolder, and I can see how much he wants me. It's almost as much as I want him. Still, he says, if at any time you want to stop, for whatever reason, tell me, I will, instantly. The first time can be a little, overwhelming. I trust you, Fish. But thank you. I'll tell you if I need a break or anything. Good. His lips find mine as an olive oil-slicked finger pushes into me. I gasp into Fisher's mouth. He keeps both the kiss and his finger movements soft, gentle, affording me the time I need to get used to the sensation. I spread my legs a little wider, and his finger slides deeper into me. Okay, he checks. Feels so good, I whisper. More, please, but slowly. Of course. Fisher deepens the kiss as another finger stretches me. I keep breathing, keep feeling the familiar taste of his mouth against mine. I play with his hair. Fisher roams his free hand over my body, but it's a swell of pleasure rising from inside of me that is blowing my mind at the moment. I've never felt anything like it before. My pleasure has always come from my cock, never anywhere else. Parts of me are being touched for the very first time, gently stirred to life by a man I've fallen in love with. More, I say louder this time. An urgency rises within me. These new parts of myself are waking up, coming into their own, realizing they've been dormant for way too long. Fisher adds a third finger, and I hiss. You okay? I bite into my lower lip, my body getting used to the fullness. Yes, I pant. Slowly, and with all the care in the world, Fisher slides his fingers in deeper, before withdrawing, building up momentum, getting me ready. For him. After a while he stops, pulling his fingers out of me. Immediately I feel the longing for that feeling again, the fullness and the friction. I need it again. Now. I glance down to see Fisher drizzling the oil over his cock, lathering it with the stuff. And as good as it looks all slicked up in the moonlight, I need it inside of me, like right freaking now. I'm ready, I assure Fisher as he lines himself up with my cock. He leans down and we kiss. I can feel the head of his cock pressing against me. It's barely more than a tease of what's to come, but I don't think I've ever been this excited for something. You're trembling, he notices. Kind of a big deal, I say lightly before amending. I'm so ready for this. I'm ready for you, Fisher. His eyes darken with emotion. I'm ready too. And with that, he enters me. There's a sharp sting I wasn't expecting, the pain a sudden reminder of how new I am to all of this. Chase, talk to me. Fisher pulls back. Is this too much? No. I just... And then the most blinding, blissful feeling erupts inside of me. It's impossible to describe, but I feel like I'm awash with pleasure coming at me from every angle. Move, please. Give me this. Fisher rocks his hips against me. Yes, holy shit! I cry out. How is this even possible? Fisher's beaming face looks down on me as he thrusts in and out of me. I can assure you that this is very real. His voice is low, but I can pinch you if you want to make sure. I grip the sides of his face. Go on, then. The next thing I know, Fisher's fingers are pinching my nipples, my chest, my stomach, and holy mother of fuck, my whole body is ablaze. He sweeps down to kiss me. His hands continue to explore every square inch of my body. Fisher's cock drives into me, harder, faster, deeper. I'm floating and on the verge of exploding at the same time. I feel his fingers grip the base of my cock. I'm leaking shamelessly. He uses it as lube, smearing it over my cock as he begins to jerk me off. The timing is perfect, each charge into me matching perfectly with the rhythm of his hand gliding up and down my shaft. I close my eyes. The pearly, soft sand underneath, wind dancing around me, Fisher inside of me. I don't think I've ever lived a more beautiful moment. Fisher picks up the pace. I squeeze down, clamping my channel around his cock. He growls, literally growls like a bear. I love this side of him. It's so primal and raw. I'm gonna come, he rasps. Same, I bellow. My eyes snap open. My entire vision is filled with Fisher leaning over me, screaming out as his body is ravaged by the intensity of his release. His body shakes and spasms as he fills me up. His body drops onto mine. The starry canvas falls into view for a few fleeting seconds before dark spots take over. I yell out, the sound carrying on the waves crashing onto the shore as I coat myself with stream after stream of cum. Fisher's body droops, but he makes a determined effort to stay inside of me for as long as he can. That was the best feeling ever, I tell him. For me too. I don't want it to end. Who says it has to? I smile. So far we've had sex on a bike trail and on the beach. Yeah? I think there's an Alaskan king that's getting a bit jealous. Well, Fisher's eyes sparkle. We wouldn't want that now, would we? 20. Fisher. The second the door to our suite snicks shut behind us, it is on like Donkey Kong. Traipsing through the resort from the beach like two naughty school kids was fun and all, but a fire has been lit inside of me, and there's only one thing I need right now. Chase. Right freaking now. I still can't believe he let me top him first. I was sure it'd be the other way around. I don't know why I keep expecting things to be a certain way, but this whole living life moment by moment thing is throwing everything I thought I knew out the window. Sliding into Chase's warm body was unbelievable. It wasn't just a physical thing. We weren't just having sex, we were making love in the truest sense of that. We talked over dinner, we decided on our future direction. What we did at the beach was our body's way of cementing that connection and commitment. And now, it's my turn to let Chase inside. To a part of me I've only ever reserved for people who mean something to me at the time. I'm glad he let me spew out my mush fest about how I feel about sex, but it's true. I can't help it. It's the most sacred thing you can do with someone, and I can't wait to experience it with him. And I'm ready. I have the olive-oiled cock to prove it. I guess in typical me style, I had to have a mini freak-out right before it happened. The hugeness of the moment of what we were about to do really crashed into me, but now I am ready, fully and completely, for Chase to make love to me. We claw our clothes off each other's bodies. Sand flies everywhere as we get naked, but I couldn't care less, although I do make a mental note to leave an extra-large tip for housekeeping. Bed. Now. Chase grunts, and it sends a fiery tingle down my spine straight to the core of me. I could get used to this bossy side of him. He grabs my hand and starts to lead the way, but I pull back. Chase spins around to look at me. What's wrong? I want you to carry me into that room, throw me onto the bed, and then fuck the living daylights out of me. I bat my eyelashes sweetly. If that's all right with you, of course. Chase's eyes burn with passion as he closes the space between us and whisks me into his massive arms. My feet fly off the floor as he trudges with me bridal style into the master bedroom. As requested, he flings me onto the bed. My body is still bouncing against the mattress when his solid mass crashes over the top of me. He grunts into my ear. You want to rough? Normally I'd say no. How we made love on the beach just before is my idea of absolute perfection. Sweet, sensual. I could set that to repeat for the rest of my life and die a happy man. But this weekend is about me breaking free a little, doing things I've never done before. Maybe I'll never do them again. So as I cross my arms around his neck, I let out a hoarse, fuck yeah. Raw desire floods me as Chase claims my mouth in a hungry kiss. His hands busy themselves exploring every part of my body he can grab. They work their way down my chest, but he deliberately avoids my cock. I let out a frustrated moan. I need him to touch me. I'm craving it. But Chase has other ideas. Softly but firmly, he slaps the insides of my thighs. My legs fall open for him. He pulls his lips off me, biting his way down my front until he's lowered himself to my groin. As he glances up at me, he lifts my balls out of the way and dives in, lavishing my entrance with a tongue lapping like I've never had before. He's making out with my ass as if his life depended on it. Again, not something I expected from him. Again, not something I'm complaining about one little bit. I fall into an eternal abyss of pleasure, my nerve endings raw and on fire and at the mercy of Chase's ridiculously talented tongue as he drives it as far into me as it will go. Stop, I pant. Please. Chase doesn't hesitate, lifting his tongue off me immediately. What is it? I'm too close. I don't want to come until you're inside of me. I've never spoken so honestly about what I want and need in bed. I swallow as our eyes meet. Please, fuck me now. He proffers a smirk. Your wish is my command. You still want it rough? God, yes. I do. What about lube? He asks. I think about it for a moment before doing something I'll probably never do again in my life. I flip over onto my hands and knees. Chase's massive cock is right in front of me. I spit on it, slobbering it up with my saliva until it's nice and wet. I shoot him a look. That's your lube. I flip around onto my back, hook my elbows over the back of my knees. Now fuck me. Please. My heart is racing as Chase's cock brushes against me. I wonder if this is all too much for him. I'm never this uninhibited, this shameless. But something's been unleashed inside of me. I don't plan on questioning it. I just want to hold on for the ride and see where it takes me. Oh, holy fuck, I cry out as Chase plunges into me in one deep, thrusting motion. My body ignites from the fullness emanating from my ass and reaching every last corner of my body. Endorphins kick in right before reaching the point of it feeling like it's too much, and I'm awash in nothing but blissful waves of pleasure rolling through me. I grip the sides of Chase's ass as he drills into me, each thrust reaching the deepest parts of me. Fuck! I holler, losing myself in the wild abandon of it all. My legs flail. Take me. I'm yours, I cry out. I don't know how it's possible, but Chase speeds up, whipping me into a frenzy with the thundering rhythm he's setting. His cock driving into me, his whole body canting and rutting against mine. I'm close, he grunts. He barely has a chance to touch my cock before it erupts. Dark spots dance in my vision as my orgasm shudders through me. Chase's body continues to slam into me, each thrust lifting me higher and higher. I can feel his entire body throb as his cock spills inside me. Chase collapses onto the bed beside me. So, does the Alaskan King live up to your expectations? I huff out. Chase lies on his back, looking like he's barely able to breathe. Finally, he says, It blew them out of the water. Man, he is spent. I am too, although I seem to be catching a second wind. Let's go have a shower and get cleaned up, I suggest. Then we can snuggle and talk for the rest of the night. So, we do. I make sure to crank the aircon down to the lowest temperature setting it will go to before jumping under the covers with Chase. I feel amazing, my whole body pulsing with love. It's been a long day, and I mean that in the best possible way. So much has happened. Arriving at this tropical paradise, the bike ride, the incredible dinner, and the way Chase opened up to me, the beach, the bed. I'm sure I'll be feeling it all tomorrow. Okay, my second wind is officially dead in the water. I'm now officially spent. Chase wraps his arms around me, and I nestle into the touch. I turn over my shoulder. His eyes are drifting shut. Thank you for the best day, I whisper. Thank you, too, he mutters back, sleep taking over. I fall asleep with the biggest smile on my face, feeling happier, safer, and more peaceful than I have in years. 21. Chase. My eyelids flutter as a ray of sunshine sneaks past the tiny crack left open in one of the blackout curtains. I shuffle slightly, wrapping my arms around my boyfriend, snuggling him even closer to me. Geez, it looks like we didn't move at all after collapsing after last night's 2-part marathon. Fisher stirs, but doesn't wake. I'm content to lie still, our warm bodies flush, the room filled with the scent of us. God, waking up with him feels so damn good. My head's still spinning. The events of yesterday are a lot to process. On the surface, it looks like we went from 0 to 60 in the past 24 hours, but that's not the entire picture. Something has been brewing between Fisher and me since the moment we met on that fateful midnight stroll. Coming here, being with each other, talking, I knew it was necessary and would be good. I just had no idea how good it would be. I slip out of bed to make us a cup of coffee. It's a nice, if somewhat strange feeling to not have to immediately jump into action mode. I don't have to dash off to work or look after the piglets. I get to just relax. I make my way to the kitchen. Something's felt a little off since the moment I got up. I finally get what it is. My ass is sore, in the best way possible. I eyeball the coffee machine. It looks expensive and overly complicated. I chuckle to myself when I see it is, in fact, a European brand. As it starts percolating, I throw in a coffee pot and wait. I haven't just had sex with a man. I've now had all the different kinds of sex you can have with a man. It's hard to describe the feelings that have settled in me knowing that. It's an awakening and a coming home at the same time, an exploration of new terrain coupled with a deep familiarity. Like, this is who I'm meant to be. No, wait. Like, this is who I am. It's mind-blowing to think that today could be the first day that I wake up and am fully, 100% entirely me. I pour the coffee into a couple of mugs and make my way back to the bedroom. I rest against the door jamb, watching as Fisher lets out a massive yawn. He turns around, searching me out. I'm over here. I step into the room, lifting the 2 coffee cups I'm holding. Thought you might like some caffeine. 2 sleepy brown eyes blink at me. I need it like you wouldn't believe. I wait until he scoots up, leaning against the headboard before I hand him a cup. Thank you. My pleasure. I walk around to my side of the bed and get in. We sit like that, side by side with our legs stretched out in front of us, just sipping our coffees. It's such a small moment. Such a big contrast to everything we did last night. Should we... he asks, shifting to face me just as I turn toward him and start to say, I think we should... He chuckles. Great minds, eh? Exactly. Do you want to go first? He asks, peering at me over his mug. Actually, you know what? Yes. I would like to go first. I can't believe I actually feel like talking. Last night was incredible, Fisher. I've been waiting and wanting to do that for so long. This might sound a little sappy. I can work with sappy. Fisher grins at me after I trail off. There's nothing but warmth in his eyes. We place our mugs on the nightstand, as if we both silently understand we're heading toward a moment here. I thread my fingers through his and place them on my leg. It's hard to make sense of life when you're in it, you know? Things are busy, and it's almost like we just go into this autopilot mode. Or at least that's what I did. I take a breath. Even though this is only our 2nd day away, I feel rejuvenated. Like a new person, but also more of me at the same time, too. Does that make sense? It does, Fisher replies. I feel the same way, too. Screw chicken soup. I hear public blowjobs and sex on the beach are good for the soul. I chuckle. If that's a religion, please tell me the name because I'm going to sign up. It's called fish chasing, version 2.0. I smile so hard it feels like my cheeks are on the verge of exploding. God, you're incredible. My breath catches and my stomach clenches, but I push through it, determined to share with him what's on my mind and in my heart. I love you, Fisher. The words hang heavy in the room. For a moment I feel his fingers loosen their grip on me. Blood races to my ears, the silence in the room splitting my head open with nerves. I love you too. The words come out of him, but they sound more like a question. He untangles our fingers and sets up taller, his gaze locked on something in front of him. His eyebrows stitched together, and I can see a world of thought and emotion coursing through him. I love you, he repeats, still looking straight ahead. He doesn't say it to me, but mostly to himself, as if it's a revelation he's having for the first time. He shakes his head, letting out a breath I suspect he's been holding in for a long time. His eyes shift to meet mine. I love you. This time it's not a question, it's a statement, a fact, one aimed directly at me. And boy, does it pack a punch. I'm hit right in the feels in a way I didn't think was possible. Yeah? You sure about that? I grin so he knows I'm only toying with him. Fisher's face remains serious as he says, Yeah, I am. Sorry about that weird little thing I just did. That wasn't about you. And it's not that I was questioning my feelings for you, because that's not it. I guess I was just catching up to everything. The enormity of what I feel and saying it out loud. Because this is freaking huge for me, Chase. I lift our linked hands and plant a kiss on his. It's huge for me, too. But I am so ready. I know you are. How? I lick my lips. Because you're rambling, that's always a good sign. He smirks. Well, if you want to shut me up, I believe the off switch is somewhere in the back of your throat. My heart swells. I peel the bedspread off us and notice that something else has swelled too. I can definitely offer some assistance with that, Mr. West, I say. But just to be clear, I'm not doing this because I want you to shut up. I'm doing this because I've discovered how good having a cock in my mouth feels. We spend the rest of the morning and the afternoon and, well, into the evening taking filthy advantage of every square inch of that Alaskan king. The only time either one of us has left the room was to use the bathroom or to answer the door for room service. We're lying in bed, watching the sun set, absolutely spent. I elbow Fisher gently and point toward the other end of the room, where 5 room service trays are lined up against the wall. He shrugs. Sex burns calories. We've been burning a lot of calories, he observes matter-of-factly. We sure have, I say, sliding my hand under the covers. His cock isn't hard. Neither is mine. I've lost count how many times we've come today, sometime after we hit double digits. I doubt our bodies are even capable of having sex at this point. Our cocks, asses, lips, and tongues are probably conspiring, planning a mutiny against us if we so much as dare to attempt another erection. I feel a little bad, Fisher admits. I stop staring at the setting sun and look at him instead. Why? We spent the whole day in here. So? We didn't do any sightseeing. We didn't work on our tans. We didn't hang out with the guys we met yesterday. They were really nice. I agree, I reply. They seem great, but, Fish, these few days are about us doing whatever the hell it is that we want. That's not something we get to do back home. We should enjoy it while we can. He nods and smiles, but I can tell there's something else on his mind. Is there anything else? A frown wrinkles his forehead. Yeah, there is. He's speaking like he's carefully considering each word. After a short silence, he announces, I'm not a sex machine. I have to swallow back a laugh, because I was not expecting that. His face remains serious, so I school my lips to ask, What exactly do you mean? He sighs. I don't normally do what we've done here. When we get home, I probably won't blow you in public. We won't have sex on the beach. I won't spit on your cock and ask you to fuck me roughly with it. And we definitely won't get to spend all day in bed making love in every single position known to humankind. I run my fingers up and down his forearm. So, he tilts his head to the ceiling. If that's what you expect from me, you'll be disappointed. I love you, Chase, and the last thing I want to do is disappoint you. Keep saying you love me, and you'll never have to worry about that. I reassure him. He smiles, but I can tell he doesn't believe me, so I add, we're in a getaway bubble. I get that. Believe me, I do. A newsflash, I'm not a sex machine either. I'm 36 years old and seriously amazed at myself that I've been able to have this much sex and still somehow be alive. Admittedly, I can feel you with every step I take when I walk, but that's a good thing. Is it? Oh God, yes. It's amazing. I feel like I've been ravished and sewn back together at the same time, but this isn't our life, Fish. And that's okay because I love the life we have back home. It's perfect. It's more than perfect. And no, we won't be having sex like rabbits all the time, but every single day that I get to spend with you and the girls, I'm going to treasure and value because I see how special that is. I love you so much. And I love the girls, too. Really? You mean that? I nod. Of course. I knew from the moment I met you that you're a package deal. And I love all damn three of you. Fisher reaches out and I wrap him up in my arms. We kiss as the sun sets, and I know without a doubt that our new life together, even without all the crazy sex, is going to be bigger, brighter, and better than anything I could have ever dreamed of. 22. Fisher. Tell me everything that happened, otherwise I am keeping the girls with me forever. I let out a laugh. I don't think that's quite the threat you intend it to be. And of course I'll tell you, but can you let me in? I rub my hands together. It's freezing out here. Gabby pushes the front door fully open, and Imogen and Ellie rush toward me. I crouch down and scoop them into my arms, peppering their faces with kisses. I missed you guys so much. I glance up at Gabby, who's smiling down on us. I hope they weren't too much trouble. Not at all, they were angels. We had fun, didn't we, girls? Imogen starts clapping her hands together as Ellie lets out a cheery chorus of, yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you, I say, pushing to my feet and giving Gabs a proper hug. So? Gabby taps me excitedly on the arm as we sit down on the couch. How was it? I want to know every last detail. I sink into the sofa, unable to contain the smile filling my face. It was nothing short of amazing. The weather was great, everyone was so friendly. The resort is beautiful, so luxurious. You would love it. It's like paradise for gay dudes and their besties. We met some nice people. I glance over at Gabs and am met with a very unimpressed look. She leans forward, keeping her voice low so the kids can't hear. As great as all of that is, and I love your tan, by the way, you know that's not what I'm asking about. How did things go with Chase? I'm not done playing with her yet, though. I tap my fingers on my chin like I'm trying to recall something. Chase. You mean that hot neighbor dude of ours? The one who works with animals or something? I come into very close contact with a pillow as it whizzes past my head. Next time I'll sharpen my aim. Spill! Now! I laugh. Or are you asking about Chase as in my boyfriend? Holy shit! Gabs squeals before covering her mouth and checking none of the kids heard. They didn't. She turns back to me with bright eyes. Start at the beginning, leave nothing out. I proceed to give her the update, skimming over the sexy bits, of course, which did take up quite a large portion of the getaway, now that I think about it. I tell her about how great it felt to spend time together, that we really talked and opened up to one another, and that by having some distance and taking some time out from our lives, it's helped us to sharpen our focus and see what we want in life, which is to be together. I also went a little wild, Gabs, I proudly declare. You would have been proud of me. She smiles. Anything PG rated and suitable to be shared with your bestie? Come to think of it, no. We both laugh. Well, we were about to go skinny dipping on our first night there, but we, didn't make it into the water. Gabby's eyes go wide and she covers her gaping mouth with her hand. Oh my God. I have to say, I'm having a proud mama bear moment right now. It's only taken how many years for my influence to rub off on you? I laugh again, then go on to tell her about some of the other activities Chase and I did once we were finally ready to leave our suite. The hiking, the snorkeling. Recounting it all to Gabs now makes me see how much non-sex stuff we also managed to fit in. Guess that explains why I'm feeling more relaxed than I have in years. Once I'm done, Gabby goes quiet. Her eyes have become glassy, and I can see her fighting back emotions. I'm so happy for you, hun. You deserve this. You're such a terrific guy, and it looks like after kissing a few frogs, you've finally found your prince. My chest brims with joy. I agree. Although technically I only kissed one frog, who gave me feedback about it in real time. Gabby groans. What a jerkhole. Totally. But that's behind me now. It is. So, what happens next? Well, Chase is throwing a lunch at his place this weekend. It'll be our official We're Together celebration party. I'll get to meet his friends, and I'd love it if you and Grant and the kids came along. Chase really wants to meet you properly. Honey, I wouldn't miss it for the world. I am so happy for you. We hug, and now my eyes are starting to get a little misty. I'm happy for me, too. 23. Chase. Hey, Tyler, what's your deal? Noah asks out of the blue as he, Fulton, Gus, Tyler, and I are having lunch the day I get back to work after my weekend getaway with Fisher. Tyler glances up from his phone and, without missing a beat, replies, I'm a Virgo on the streets and a Scorpio in the sheets. Is that what you mean? No. Noah's cheeks start to redden. I mean, are you seeing anyone at the moment? I take a bite of my sandwich. Come to think of it, that's a good question. For all his talk and bluster, I don't really know a whole bunch about Tyler's love life. Devos, Tyler declares, raising his arms in a dramatic flourish, because of course he does. I am single and ready to mingle. He smacks his palms down onto the table, making us all jolt. And by mingle, I mean meet interesting new gay lovers every day. No one knows what to say in response to that, or the sassy little finger snap he adds right at the end. We're all a little stunned. But I'm not the one we should be focusing on right now. Tyler continues as he angles his head my way. How's Mr. Loverboy doing? Did you, seal the deal in Florida? A gentleman doesn't kiss and tell, I say, and take another bite of my sandwich. Shouldn't be a problem for you to answer in that case, Fulton mutters cheekily. He's wearing an Any Cock Will Do t-shirt with a picture of a rooster on it, so how seriously can I take the guy, really? Seeing as it's just us in the staff lounge, I decide it's okay to plow ahead with this whole talking thing and fill them in. Florida was life-changing. That gets their attention. They all lean in closer. I can feel myself getting flushed, the emotion of the weekend away with Fisher still too big for my brain to fully process just yet. So, I just say the first thing that's on my heart. I asked Fisher to be my boyfriend. O to the M to the G! Tyler shrieks in joy. I look around to see Gus beaming at me, Fulton with his hand clasped to his chest, and Noah brimming with joy. That's so romantic, Fulton coos. Is it? I shrug. Of course it is. It's old school and beautiful and just so fucking sweet, he replies. I guess it is. I never thought of it like that, I say. I just felt the need to ask, and so I did. I wanted Fisher to know I was serious, and asking him felt like the right way to show that. See? Romantic, Fulton points out. I snicker. I suppose it is. And he said yes, right? Gus checks. Yes. He said yes. That's met with a mini round of applause. Heat rises in my cheeks. I'm not used to being the center of attention like this, but I push past any awkwardness and focus on what's happening here.
I'm sharing a part of myself with my friends, and they're celebrating my happiness with me. Which brings me nicely to the thing I'd like to talk to them about. I want to invite you guys to lunch at my place this weekend, I announce. I'd like you guys to meet Fisher. Will there be lycra? Tyler asks, jokingly. At least, I assume he's joking. No lycra, I reply with a smile. But please bring partners and your pet. Pet? Fulton quirks a brow. Dude, I have 11 cats. I thought it was 8, Gus queries. What can I say? Strays keep getting left at the shelter, and there are 2 things in this world I can't say no to. My beautiful partner, Bishop, and literally any cat in the world. Bring 'em, I say. Fisher's girls love animals, and it'll be fun. And with that said, lunch at my place is a go. Okay, so yeah, maybe I didn't think this through properly. I mutter to Fisher as we stand to the side, taking in what used to be my living room, but has now been transformed into a zoo. It's a little hard to keep count since there's so much movement happening, but I believe the scorecard reads something like this. 12 adults. In addition to me and Fish, there's Gus and Tate, Noah and Hayes, Fulton and Bishop, Tyler, and Harmony managed to come too. There's also Gabby and her husband, Grant, that I'm looking forward to getting to know. 4 children, Imogen and Ellie, plus Gabby and Grant's kids. 3 piglets, Amy, Jimmy, and Piggy, who the girls are chasing after. 3 dogs. Fish brought his 2 Frenchies, Ralphie and Lily. Noah and Hayes brought Buddy. They're having to keep him restrained on a leash because the poor guy's eyesight is deteriorating pretty badly. 12 cats. In addition to Fulton's 11, Harmony brought along her beautiful snow-white Persian, Mitzi. How are you feeling? Fisher checks. I wrap my arm around his waist, bringing our bodies close. Like this is exactly where I want to be. It's noisy, crazy, and out of control, but look at everyone. They're happy. I turn my head to face Fisher. I'm happy. This is perfect. And the best news is it's only the beginning. He smiles. Yeah, it is. I can't believe it's happening, that it's real. Believe me, it is. Now, come on. Let me introduce you to my friends. We approach the gang, and I make the round of introductions. Fisher joins in a conversation Bishop and Hayes are having about his animal shelter, and I love how seamlessly he blends in with them. I take the opportunity to excuse myself. I spot Gabby getting a drink by the punch bowl, so I walk up to her. Thank you so much for coming, I say. It's nice to finally see you close up. Normally we just wave to each other from across the street. Same, she smiles warmly. Can I get you one? Yeah, thanks. She hands me a glass of punch and we turn around, taking in the crazy scene in front of us. Fisher is having his head talked off by Fulton. I'm guessing it's cat-related, given how animated Fulton's arm flapping is. So I take this moment to talk to his best friend. I'm going to treat Fisher well, I tell her. Gabby takes a sip of her drink, eyeing me as she does. I know you will. You're a good person, and Fisher is one of a kind. He is. He looks over right at that moment across the crowded, crazy room, and my stomach flutters like I'm a teenager all over again. And don't worry, I assure Gabby. I know how lucky I am. You have no idea how happy I am to hear that, Chase. I wish you and Fisher nothing but the best. We talk for a while longer before I have to duck into the kitchen. The food's not far off. As I return to the living room, I do a quick scan. Fulton is still talking Fisher's head off, but it's Tyler who grabs my attention. He's off to the side, looking a little out of sorts. So I go up to him. Hey, everything okay? Yeah, he shrugs. Kinda. Sorta. I place a tentative hand on his shoulder. His somber eyes meet mine. No. Is it work? Has something bad happened again? He shakes his head. No. Okay then, that's good. Talk to me, what is it? There's a long silence between us. I can see Tyler weighing it up in his mind. There was one time a few months ago where he came close to opening up to me about whatever it is that he's holding inside. We got interrupted that time. I pull out my phone, determined not to have that happen again. What are you doing? He asks. Checking the weather app for any incoming hurricanes. And then I'm turning this thing off. Tyler looks at me like I'm crazy. Why? This damn thing has interrupted too many important moments. I don't want it to disturb us. Tyler gives a soft smile. Thank you. I appreciate that. He huffs out a heavy breath. You cannot tell anyone what I'm about to tell you. Of course I won't, I say. I'll put it straight in the vault. He scrunches his face. Is that like a 90s reference? Because I don't get it. Is it? Geez, I forget how young Tyler is sometimes. Yeah, I think it might be. It means that whatever you tell me is as safe as being locked away in a bank vault and only I have the key. Uh-huh. You can trust me. I'm here for you, man. And I'll be here for as long as you deflect and hesitate and try to avoid telling me about the thing that's on your mind. Take your time. There's no pressure. 3 little words spill out of Tyler. I'm a virgin. I didn't know what I'd been expecting, but it certainly wasn't that, especially since Tyler always made it sound like he had a very active dating life. Mindful of not staying silent for too long, I respond with, There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. He turns to face me, disagreement written all over his face. I turned 25 in a few months. So? Still nothing wrong with that. He shakes his head, and for the first time I'm picking up that there's more to this story than Tyler has shared. Specifically the reason why he's still a virgin. I choose not to ask about that. What Tyler's just told me is a big enough deal for him. I'm not sure he can handle delving into anything deeper right now. Has anything happened with you and that cafe guy? Tyler shakes his head. You mean Daly? No. Every time I go in there with Gus, I get all nervous and can barely manage to string a few words together. He probably thinks I'm an idiot. And that's before he finds out I'm a virgin. I remember the way he looked when he asked about you, Tyler. He's definitely keen. And if he's a decent guy, he won't have an issue with you being a virgin. You really think so? Yeah, I do. One thing I've learned recently is that there's no right or wrong way to live life. Only the way that feels right. Being a virgin isn't wrong. That's not a bad thing. I assume you have your reasons? He chews on his lower lip. I do, he whispers. Do you want to tell me about them? Now? He gives a small shake of his head. I can't. I notice he's trembling, so I wrap an arm around him. It's okay, you don't have to say anything, I won't push. Just please know I'm here for you if, or when, you're ready. Okay? He nods. I have to get lunch ready, I tell him, but I'm more than happy to stay here with you a while longer if you need me to. No, it's okay, he says, straightening up. Let me help you. We head into the kitchen and start lining the countertop with food. I opted for a buffet-style meal. People can help themselves, and then we'll eat in the dining room. If I thought our Saturday night dinners were a rambunctious affair, it's got nothing on this lunch. I don't think my house has ever been this noisy or filled with more life and laughter than it is right now. Everyone plates up, and somehow we manage to squish into the dining room and around the 2 tables I've cobbled together. How are you feeling? I ask Fisher, who's sitting beside me. Good. I love your friends. They're exactly how I pictured them. Even Fulton? Especially Fulton, he says, grinning. He's a great guy. He is, I agree. But if you ever need to be rescued from his never-ending cat stories, and believe me, they are never-ending, just let me know, okay? Okay, I will. Fisher squeezes my leg under the table, and it sends a zip of warmth through me. Hey, I love you, I say casually as I reach for some salad. Hey, I love you too, he replies just as casually as he puts some mashed potatoes on 2 plates for the girls sitting on his other side. We share a glance and a smile. My heart blooms. What did I do to deserve this? I have friends who are more like family and an incredible partner I get to share this next chapter of my life with. It really doesn't get any better than this. Seems like the perfect time to do it. I tap my knife against my beer bottle as I push to my feet. The room falls silent as everyone turns my way. I'm not really much of a toast giver, but I would just like to say a few words. I take a deep breath. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge my wonderful group of friends. You've been with me through all the highs and lows of the past few years. I know I may have been a little grumpy, moody, withdrawn, grouch. Yes, thank you, Mr. Walking Thesaurus Fulton. I think everyone gets the idea. He smiles at me, and I know he's just teasing. But yeah, I haven't been doing too great. It's a struggle when you create a life for yourself that doesn't reflect who you really are inside. It sounds so simple. Live your truth. But when other people are involved that you don't want to hurt, it's actually one of the hardest things to do. I look around the room and see people nodding their agreement. And then I reached a point where I did live my truth. I came out. I made some difficult, heartbreaking decisions. And I thought that my life would go a certain way. And then one night, I decided to take the piglets out for a walk, and, well, life changed things up for me yet again. I glanced down at Fisher. He's smiling up at me, and boy, does it hit me right in the chest. I didn't want a relationship. I didn't think I was ready to give someone else what they wanted and needed while I was still figuring out what I wanted and needed, but then some friends sat me down and chatted to me about timing. Gus and Tyler both smile at me. And I realized something. Life isn't just about following rules, it's about following your heart. And Fisher, being with you is me doing just that. I still have a lot to figure out, but I know that I will. You help me be more of myself in ways I didn't think were possible. You lift me up and make me want to work hard every day to be a better man. My only hope is that I can give you everything you need. You do, he says, rubbing his hand down the back of my leg. I know I'm in the middle of a toast, but screw it. I duck down and plant a big kiss right on his lips. Get a room, you two. I couldn't even say who yelled that out, but someone else bellows, Cheers! And then the sounds of applause, woots, and happiness fill the room. I sit back down. I know that there are people all around us, but I don't pay the slightest bit of attention to any of that. All I'm focused on is the man sitting right next to me. The man who's staring at me with the most loving, beautiful eyes. The man who I know in my heart I will be with forever. That was a beautiful toast, Fisher says, his voice a little wobbly. I trace my fingers down his cheek. Meant every single word. I want you to know that, yes, you give me everything I need. You've unlocked a part of me that, to be honest, I didn't even know if I had in me. I lean in so that our cheeks touch, his beard gently caressing my skin. Unlocking those parts of you wouldn't involve doing more sexy things in public, would it? I can feel his cheeks stretching out as he smiles. Oh, you know that it does. We pull back just enough to see each other's faces. I cradle his in my hands. I love you so much, Fisher West. I love you too, Chase Higgins. More than words can ever say. Epilogue. 19 years later. Chase. Daddy, are you ready? Fisher and I look up at Imogen, standing in the doorway to our bedroom, her auburn hair cascading around her beautiful face, her brown eyes sparkling with anticipation. My heart catches in my throat at her words, because she's not talking to Fisher. He's her dad. No, her question is aimed squarely at me. I'm her daddy. What's wrong? She asks, stepping into our bedroom. Fisher glances over at me, then at Imogen, and offers, Nothing's wrong, sweetie. Today's just a big day for Daddy. Imogen crosses the room and scoops me up into a massive hug. I need it. Fisher's right, today is a big day. My baby girl is graduating from vet school. As we hug, I think back to how hard Fish and I had to fight for me to legally become the girl's parents. His ex, Floyd, chose to be a dick about it. The whole process dragged out for way too long and cost us way more than I care to remember, but in the end, none of that matters. Not when it means the girls grew up with two parents who loved them with all of their hearts. Because I do. I love these two girls the only way I know how. As if they were my own. I've watched them grow up, been there on their first day of school, when Ellie sprained her ankle playing softball, when Imogen scored her first and only, unfortunately, A in math, when the girls and I surprised Fisher with a family vacation for his 50th birthday, when we had to sit them both down and talk about the birds and the bees. Yep, parents still do that, and yep, it's still awkward as hell. Last week, Ellie graduated from NYU with a double degree in marketing and business. This week, it's Imogen's turn, and I couldn't be prouder if I tried. I still can't believe you're graduating from vet school today, I say to Imogen, my voice cracking. Why not, Daddy? I got my love of animals from you. One of my earliest memories from childhood was Ellie and me playing with Amy, Jimmy, and Piggy. I love those guys. Me too. I'm sad they're gone, but they lived a good life. You looked after them so well. She smiles. Looking after animals is the best. I can't believe I'm going to spend my whole life doing it. And be paid for it. Seriously, is there any better job in the world? And just as I was starting to feel better, I burst into tears again. I'm not keeping count, but it's got to be at least the third or fourth time this morning. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so emotional. Hey. Fisher steps in and swaps positions with Imogen. There's nothing wrong with being emotional. I was a wreck last week when Ellie graduated from college. You were, Imogen agrees with a chuckle. And I have the photos to prove it. Exactly. Fisher turns to me. At least you're keeping your babbling private. For now. The three of us exchange a look. I'll do my best, but I can't make any guarantees I won't publicly humiliate you today, sweetie. Imogen rolls her eyes. It's fine, Daddy. I'm used to you two being tacky-wacky. Now hurry up. We have a ceremony to get to, and then I'm driving you to the airport. And with that, she sets off. What the hell does tacky-wacky mean again? I don't know. Fisher shakes his head. I stopped paying attention to what was cool and all the latest expressions sometime during the girls being in grade school. I'm perfectly content being a boring old dad. I wrap my arms around Fisher's waist. You are a lot of things, baby, but boring ain't one of them. We're closing in on 20 years together, and you still surprise me. Still make my heart race like crazy. Like when I rambled like an idiot last week at Olive Garden about how excited I am about going on this trip with you. Oh, yeah. I lean in closer to whisper in Fisher's ear. You should have seen how hard I got under the table. Why do you think it took me so long to finish dessert? He barks out a laugh. I knew something was up. Uh-huh. Something was definitely up. We're both laughing now, and as we share this one small moment in a lifetime of countless moments, I'm struck by how my love for Fisher was such a huge turning point in my life. Prior to meeting Fisher, I was closeted, closed off, and getting me to talk, not a chance. I hated it. Not because there's anything inherently wrong with communicating, but because I was so detached from my own feelings. When people would ask me, "How are you?" the reason I didn't like to respond was because I genuinely didn't know. I met Fisher at a time in my life when I was determined to change all that. It was the first time that, as an adult, I would focus on me, who I was, what I wanted. Initially, I thought I had to do that alone, that being in a relationship wouldn't work, that it wouldn't give me what I was looking for. Boy, was I wrong about that. Relationships are like a mirror. They hold up and reflect every single part of you. Being with Fisher has helped me to discover who I am on a deeper level than I could have ever done alone. He's supported me, given me space when I needed it, asked the right questions at the right time, been patient with me when I was faltering, guided me when I asked for advice. In other words, Fisher West Higgins is the best man I've ever known. Oh yeah, we got married. We waited until the girls were 10 so they'd be able to remember the day too. All our friends and family flew in for the occasion. The entire Vet Shop Boys crew was there, of course. There were a few more than the original 4 of us, but is there anything better in life than a growing family?
The reception was absolute chaos. In addition to partners and children, we also invited pets. Let's just say the photos from that day are absolutely wild. It made our "we're together" lunch seem subdued, but I wouldn't have had it any other way. Love is amazing, because it puts you in positions you would never have conceived on your own. How you react to those situations is a chance to learn and grow. I never thought I'd have a life filled with so much messiness and laughter and sheer noise, but I do. And I love every single thing about it, including, most of all, the beautiful man staring back at me. I run my fingers through Fisher's thick mop of silver curls. God, I love you. Fisher smirks. God says he loves you too. Smart guy. I love you too, Fisher says, his chocolate eyes overflowing with love. And as much as I don't want to break this moment, we have a graduation to get to and then a plane to catch. So less tacky-wacky and more packy-packy, please. Fisher, the following day. How are you feeling? I asked Chase. Fish, my eyes are up here, thank you. I chuckle to myself, but don't stop letting my gaze soak in my sexy husband. Lycra leaves nothing to the imagination, and for as many years as I've seen Chase in his riding gear, I never get tired of it. We both put on a few pounds since we met almost 20 years ago, but if you ask me, Chase filling out a little has only made him even more attractive. I grab his middle. He doesn't flinch, doesn't get self-conscious about it anymore. In fact, he told me a few years ago it turns him on. He likes me touching his stomach almost as much as he loves munching on my calves, he told me. I believe that's what they call a win-win. It's the day after Imogen's graduation. I would like to say that Chase kept it together and didn't cry and blow his nose so loudly that pretty much everyone in the audience could hear, but that's what I believe they call a lie. He bawled his eyes out. Imogen pretended to be embarrassed, and now our two girls have graduated college and are out in the world on their own. Chase and I are in Washington County, New York, at the starting line of our 18th Tour of Battenkill bike ride. I might do a few hamstring stretches, he says, tipping his bike for me to hold. Sure thing. I lower my voice. Just nothing too suggestive, please. I may be 52, but I don't want to be popping a boner in public. Chase just chuckles. Since when? Public sex is kinda our thing, baby. I smile and feel heat rising to my cheeks. He may not be entirely wrong there. After returning from our little getaway to Florida, where Chase asked me to be his boyfriend, I may have gotten a little more adventurous when it comes to sex. Strictly only ever on private vacations away, where there are no kids and no chance of running into anyone we know. It wasn't long after getting back from that first vacation that I asked Chase to move in with us. 2 years later, on a private long weekend trip in Hawaii, Chase proposed. I said yes, and then we made love on a mountaintop as the sun went down, as you do. The announcer's voice booms over the speakers, signaling the race is about to begin. All the competitive cyclists are ahead of us. Chase and I are in the second section for social riders. The 60 miles is too scenic to just race past. We like to take our time, enjoy the view, and, one time 6 races ago, take a little detour and make love by a secluded lake. As you do. The race begins, and Chase, being the gentleman that he is, lets me ride ahead until the crowd thins out. Yeah, I don't buy it either when he explains that's the reason why. It's because he likes checking out my hot ass and calves. Do I mind? Not one bit. After a few miles, Chase rides up next to me. It's an overcast day, which actually makes it great for riding. It keeps the temperature nice and cool, and with the sun poking through the clouds every once in a while, there's always something interesting to look at. Speaking of, hey, sexy, I say. Chase's brows waggle in his helmet. Hey, sexy yourself. If you ask me, Chase has only gotten more attractive as we've gotten older. His face is weathered a bit, but in the best way possible. His gray eyes still get me, and his silver-tinged hair suits him perfectly. But it's not the physical attraction we share that moves me. It's how our love has blossomed and deepened in that way that can only happen naturally with time. Being with Chase and raising a family together has opened me up in ways I never even dreamed of. I'm never going to lay claim to being the most adventurous out there guy in the world. That's just not me. Who I am is a father, a husband, a best friend, and maybe in about, another 20 years from now, hopefully a grandpa too. That's enough for me. That's more than enough. Sometimes the things that can seem boring on the outside can be the most interesting things about you. And even if someone else does think I'm boring, so what? I'm 52 years old. My days of giving a damn about what strangers think of me are long behind me. I left that shit in my 30s, and I haven't looked back since. Up ahead of us, I notice a narrow side alley. Chase watches me, following my gaze. The smile that stretches those beautiful lips of his tells me he knows exactly what I'm thinking. "Oh dear," I exclaim in a jokey, high-pitched voice. "I think my tire just got punctured."
"Would you like me to help you with that, sir?" Chase asks, deepening his voice.
"Oh, yes, please. Maybe we can pull over into that little lane over there and you can help me with my punctured tire." Chase loses it, letting out a roar of laughter. God, how do you make stupid bike talk so sexy? It's the high-pitched voice. Admit it, that's what you really love. Even though we're cycling, Chase reaches out for my hand. Our fingers dangle between our bikes. "What I really love," he says with a look of pure contentment on his face, "is you. Well, lucky for you, I lycra you too." And with that, we dip into the laneway, find an out-of-the-way spot in the corner, and I proceed to peel the lycra off my sexy husband, admiring all of his hard muscles and soft, curvy spots that I love so much. I press my mouth to his lips and whisper, "I love you too, baby. More than words can ever say." This concludes Got Me Thinking by Casey Cox. Narrated by John Solo. Copyright 2022 by Casey Cox. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Casey Cox and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.